All quiet on the Western Front. Chapter 1. We are at rest 5 miles behind the front. Yesterday we were relieved, and now our bellies are full of beef and haricot beans. We are satisfied and at peace. Each man has another mess tin full for the evening, and, what is more, there is a double ration of sausage and bread. That puts a man in fine trim. We have not had such luck as this for a long time. The cook with his carroty head is begging us to eat. He beckons with his ladle to every one that passes, and spoons him out a great dollop. He does not see how he can empty his stew pot in time for coffee. Jaden and Muller have produced 2 wash basins and had them filled up to the brim as a reserve. In Jaden, this is veracity. In Muller, it is foresight. Where Jaden puts it all is a mystery, for he is and always will be as thin as a rake. What's more important still is the issue of a double ration of smokes. 10 cigars, 20 cigarettes, and 2 quids of chew per man. Now that is decent. I have exchanged my chewing tobacco with Kaczynski for his cigarettes, which means I have 40 altogether. That's enough for a day. It is true we have no right to this windfall. The Prussian is not so generous. We have only a miscalculation to thank for it. 14 days ago, we had to go up and relieve the front line. It was fairly quiet on our sector, so the quartermaster who remained in the rear had requisitioned the usual quantity of rations and provided for the full company of 150 men. But on the last day, an astonishing number of English field guns opened up on us with high explosive, drumming ceaselessly on our position, so that we suffered heavily and came back only 80 strong. Last night we moved back and settled down to get a good sleep for once. Kaczynski is right when he says it would not be such a bad war if only one could get a little more sleep. In a line we have had next to none, and 14 days is a long time at one stretch. It was noon before the first of us crawled out of our quarters. Half an hour later, every man had his mess tin, and we gathered at the cookhouse, which smelt greasy and nourishing. At the head of the queue, of course, were the hungriest. Little Albert Kropp, the clearest thinker among us, and therefore the first to be lance corporal. Muller, who still carries his school textbooks with him, dreams of examinations, and during a bombardment mutters propositions in physics. Lear, who wears a full beard and has a preference for the girls from officers' brothels. He swears that they are obliged by an army order to wear silk chemises and to bathe before entertaining guests of the rank of major and upwards. And as the fourth, myself, Paul Bäumer. All 4 are 19 years of age, and all 4 joined up from the same class as volunteers for the war. Close behind us were our friends, Jaden, a skinny locksmith of our own age, the biggest eater of the company. He sits down to eat as thin as a grasshopper and gets up as big as a bug in the family way. Hay West, thus of the same age, a peat digger who can easily hold a ration loaf in his hand and say, "Guess what I got in my fist?" Then deterring a peasant who thinks of nothing but his farmyard and his wife. And finally Stanislaus Kaczynski, the leader of our group, shrewd, cunning, and hard-bitten, 40 years of age, with a face of a soil, blue eyes, bent shoulders, and a remarkable nose for dirty weather, good food, and soft jobs. Our gang formed the head of the queue before the cookhouse. We were growing impatient, for the cook paid no attention to us. Finally, Kaczynski called out to him, "Say, Heinrich, open up the soup kitchen. Anyone can see the beans are done." He shook his head sleepily. "You must all be there first." Jaden grinned. "We are all here." The sergeant cook still took no notice. "That may do for you," he said. "But where are the others? They won't be fed by you today. They're either in the dressing station or pushing up daisies." The cook was quite disconcerted as the facts dawned on him. He was staggered. "And I have cooked for 150 men. Kropp poked him in the ribs. "Then for once we'll have enough. Come on, begin." Suddenly a vision came over Jaden. His sharp, massive features began to shine. His eyes grew small with cunning. His jaws twitched, and he whispered hoarsely, "Man, then you've got bread for 150 men too, eh?" The sergeant cook nodded absent-minded and bewildered. Jaden seized him by the tunic. "And sausage." Ginger nodded again. Jaden's chaps quivered. "Tobacco too?" "Yes, everything." Jaden beamed. "What a bean feast. That's all for us. Each man gets, wait a bit, yes, practically 2 issues." Then Ginger stirred himself and said, "That won't do. Then we got excited and began to crowd around. "Why won't that do, you old carrot?" demanded Kaczynski. "80 men can't have what is meant for 150. "We'll soon show you," growled Muller. "I don't care about the stew, but I can only issue rations for 80 men, persisted Ginger. Kaczynski got angry. "You might be generous for once. You haven't drawn food for 80 men. You've drawn it for the second company." "Good. Let's have it then. We are the second company." We began to jostle the fellow. No one felt kindly toward him, for it was his fault that the food twice came up to us in the line too late and cold. Under shell fire, he wouldn't bring his kitchen up near enough, so that our soup carriers had to go much farther than those of the other companies. Now Bulk of the first company is a much better fellow. He is as fat as a hamster in winter, but he trundles his pots when it comes to that right up to the very front line. We were in just the right mood, and there would certainly have been a dust-up if our company commander had not appeared. He informed himself of the dispute, and only remarked, "Yes, we did have heavy losses yesterday." He looked in the Dixie. "The beans look good." Ginger nodded. "Cooked with meat and fat." The lieutenant looked at us. He knew what we were thinking, and he knew many other things too, because he came to the company as a non-com and was promoted from the ranks. He lifted the lid from the Dixie again and sniffed. Then passing on, he said, "Serve out the whole issue. We can do with it. And bring me a plate full too." Ginger looked sheepish as Jaden danced round him. "It doesn't cost you anything. One would think the quartermaster's store belonged to him. And now get on with it, you old blubber sticker, and don't you miscount either." "You be hanged," spat out Ginger. "When things get beyond him, he throws up the sponge altogether. He just goes to pieces." And as if to show that all things were now the same to him, of his own free will he shared out 1/2 pound of synthetic honey equally among us. Today is wonderfully good. The mail has come, and almost every man has a couple of letters and papers. We stroll over to the meadow behind the billets. Crop has the round lid of a margarine tub under his arm. On the right side of the meadow, a large common latrine has been built, a well-planned and durable construction. But that is for recruits who as yet have not learned how to make the most of whatever comes their way. We look for something better. Scattered about everywhere, there are separate, individual boxes for the same purpose. They are square, neat boxes with wooden sides all round, and have unimpeachably satisfactory seats. On the sides are hand grips, enabling one to shift them about. We move 3 together in a ring and sit down comfortably. For 2 hours we have been here without getting up. I well remember how embarrassed we were as recruits in barracks when we had to use the general latrine. There were no doors, and 20 men sat side by side as in a railway carriage, so that they could be reviewed all at one glance, for soldiers must always be under supervision. Since then we have learned better than to be shy about such trifling immodesties. In time things far worse than that came easy to us. Here in the open air, though, the business is entirely a pleasure. I no longer understand why we should always have shied at it before. It is, in fact, just as natural as eating and drinking. We did not properly appreciate these boxes when we first enlisted. They were new to us and did not fill such an important role, but now they have long been a matter of course. The soldier is on friendlier terms than other men with his stomach and intestines. 3/4 of his vocabulary is derived from these regions, and they give an intimate flavor to expressions of his greatest joy as well as of his deepest indignation. It is impossible to express oneself in any other way so clearly and pithily. Our families and our teachers will be shocked when we go home, but here it is the universal language. Enforced publicity has in our eyes restored the character of complete innocence to all these things. More than that, there's so much a matter of course that their comfortable performance is fully as much enjoyed as the playing of a safe top running flush. Not for nothing was the word latrine roomer invented. These places are the regimental gossip shops and common rooms. We feel ourselves for the time being better off than in any palatial white-tiled convenience. There it can only be hygienic. Here, it is beautiful. These are wonderfully carefree hours. Over us is the blue sky. On the horizon float the bright yellow, sunlit observation balloons and the many little white clouds of the anti-aircraft shells. Often they rise in a sheaf as they follow after an airman. We hear the muffled rumble of the front only as very distant thunder, bumblebees droning by quite drown it. Around us stretches the flowery meadow. The grasses sway their tall spears. The white butterflies flutter around and float on the soft, warm wind of the late summer. We read letters and newspapers and smoke. We take off our caps and lay them down beside us. The wind plays with our hair. It plays with our words and thoughts. The 3 boxes stand in the midst of the glowing, red field poppies. We set the lid of the margarine tub on our knees and so have a good table for a game of scat. Crop has the cards with him. After every throw-in, the loser pays into the pool. One could sit like this forever. The notes of an accordion float across from the billets. Often we lay aside the cards and look about us. One of us will say, "Well, boys," or "It was a near thing that time." And for a moment we fall silent. There is in each of us a feeling of constraint. We are all sensible of it. It needs no words to communicate it. It might easily have happened that we should not be sitting here on our boxes today. It came damn near to that. And so everything is new and brave, red poppies and good food, cigarettes and summer breeze. Crop asks, "Anyone seen Kemmerich lately?" "He's up at St. Joseph's." I tell him. Muller explains that he has a flesh wound in his thigh, a good blighty. We decide to go and see him this afternoon. Crop pulls out a letter. "Cantorek sends you all his best wishes." We laugh. Muller throws his cigarette away and says, "I wish he was here." Asterisk, asterisk. Cantorek had been our schoolmaster, an active little man in a gray tailcoat, with a face like a shrew mouse. He was about the same size as Corporal Himmelstoss, the terror of Klosterberg. It is very queer that the unhappiness of the world is so often brought on by small men. They're so much more energetic and uncompromising than the big fellows. I have always taken good care to keep out of sections with small company commanders. They're mostly confounded little martinets. During drill time, Cantorek gave us long lectures until the whole of our class went under his shepherding to the district commandant and volunteered. I can see him now, as he used to glare at us through his spectacles and say in a moving voice, "Won't you join up, comrades?" These teachers always carry their feelings ready in their waistcoat pockets and fetch them out at any hour of the day. But we didn't think of that then. There was, indeed, one of us who hesitated and did not want to fall into line. That was Joseph Bem, a plump, homely fellow. But he did allow himself to be persuaded. Otherwise, he would have been ostracized. And perhaps more of us thought as he did, but no one could very well stand out, because at that time, even one's parents were ready with the word coward. No one had the vaguest idea what we were in for. The wisest were just the poor and simple people. They knew the war to be a misfortune, whereas people who were better off were beside themselves with joy, though they should have been much better able to judge what the consequences would be. Kaczynski said that was a result of their upbringing. It made them stupid, and what Katz said he had thought about. Strange to say, Bem was one of the first to fall. He got hit in the eye during an attack, and we left him lying for dead. We couldn't bring him with us, because we had to come back helter-skelter. In the afternoon, suddenly we heard him call, and saw him outside, creeping towards us. He had only been knocked unconscious. Because he could not see and was mad with pain, he failed to keep under cover, and so was shot down before anyone could go and fetch him in. Naturally, we couldn't blame Cantorek for this. Where would the world be if one brought every man to book? There were thousands of Cantoreks, all of whom were convinced that there was only one way of doing well, and that way theirs. And that is just why they let us down so badly. For us lads of 18, they ought to have been mediators and guides to the world of maturity, the world of work, of duty, of culture, of progress, to the future. We often made fun of them and played jokes on them, but in our hearts we trusted them. The idea of authority, which they represented, was associated in our minds with a greater insight and a manlier wisdom. But the first death we saw shattered this belief. We had to recognize that our generation was more to be trusted than theirs. They surpassed us only in phrases and in cleverness. The first bombardment showed us our mistake, and under it the world as they had taught it to us broke in pieces. While they continued to write and talk, we saw the wounded and dying. While they taught that duty to one's country is the greatest thing, we already knew that death throes are stronger. But for all that we were no mutineers, no deserters, no cowards, they were very free with all these expressions. We loved our country as much as they. We went courageously into every action. But also we distinguished the false from the true. We had suddenly learned to see. And we saw that there was nothing of their world left. We were all at once terribly alone. And alone we must see it through. Asterisk, asterisk. Before going over to see Kemmerich, we pack up his things. He will need them on the way back. In the dressing station, there is great activity. It reeks as ever of carbolic, ether, and sweat. Most of us are accustomed to this in the billets, but here it makes one feel faint. We ask for Kemmerich. He lies in a large room and receives us with feeble expressions of joy and helpless agitation. While he was unconscious, someone had stolen his watch. Muller shakes his head. I always told you that nobody should carry as good a watch as that. Muller is rather crude and tactless. Otherwise, he would hold his tongue, for anybody can see that Kemmerich will never come out of this place again. Whether he finds his watch or not will make no difference. At the most, one will only be able to send it to his people. How goes it, Franz? asks Kropp. Kemmerich's head sinks. Not so bad, but I have such a damn pain in my foot. We look at his bed covering. His leg lies under a wire basket. The bed covering arches over it. I kick Muller on the shin, for he is just about to tell Kemmerich what the orderlies told us outside. That Kemmerich has lost his foot. The leg is amputated. He looks ghastly, yellow and wan. In his face, there are already the strained lines that we know so well. We have seen them now hundreds of times. They are not so much lines as marks. Under the skin, the life no longer pulses. It is already pressed out to the boundaries of the body. Death is working through from within. It already has command in the eyes. Here lies our comrade, Kemmerich, who a little while ago was roasting horseflesh with us and squatting in the shell holes. He it is still, and yet it is not he any longer. His features have become uncertain and faint, like a photographic plate on which two pictures have been taken. Even his voice sounds like ashes. I think of the time when we went away. His mother, a good plump matron, brought him to the station. She wept continually. Her face was bloated and swollen. Kemmerich felt embarrassed, for she was the least composed of all. She simply dissolved into fat and water. Then she caught sight of me and took hold of my arm again and implored me to look after Franz out there. Indeed, he did have a face like a child, and such frail bones that after 4 weeks pack-carrying, he already had flat feet. But how can a man look after anyone in the field? Now you will soon be going home, says Kropp. You would have had to wait at least 3 or 4 months for your leave. Kemmerich nods. I cannot bear to look at his hands. They are like wax. Under the nails is the dirt of the trenches. It shows through blue-black like poison. It strikes me that these nails will continue to grow like long, fantastic cellar plants long after Kemmerich breathes no more. I see the picture before me. They twist themselves into corkscrews and grow, and with them the hair on the decayed skull, just like grass in a good soil, just like grass. How can it be possible? Muller leans over. We have brought your things, Franz. Kemmerich signs with his hand. Put them under the bed. Muller does so. Kemmerich starts on again about the watch. How can one calm him without making him suspicious? Muller reappears with a pair of airman's boots. They are fine English boots of soft, yellow leather which reach to the knee and lace all the way. They are things to be coveted. Muller is delighted at the sight of them. He matches their soles against his own clumsy boots and says, Will you be taking them with you then, Franz? We all three have the same thought. Even if he should get better, he will be able to use only one. They are no use to him. But as things are now, it is a pity that they should stay here. The orderlies will of course grab them as soon as he is dead. Won't you leave them with us? Muller repeats. Kemmerich doesn't want to. They are his most prized possessions. Well, we could exchange, suggests Muller again. Out here one can make some use of them. Still, Kemmerich is not to be moved. I tread on Muller's foot. Reluctantly, he puts the fine boots back again under the bed. We talk a little more and then take our leave. Cheerio, Franz. I promise him to come back in the morning. Muller talks of doing so too. He is thinking of the lace-up boots and means to be on the spot. Kemmerich groans. He is feverish. We get hold of an orderly outside and ask him to give Kemmerich a dose of morphia. He refuses. If we were to give morphia to everyone, we would have to have tubs full. You only attend to officers properly, says Kropp viciously. I hastily intervene and give him a cigarette. He takes it. Are you usually allowed to give it then? I ask him. He is annoyed. If you don't think so, then why do you ask? I press a couple more cigarettes into his hand. Do us the favor. Well, all right, he says. Kropp goes in with him. He doesn't trust him and wants to see. We wait outside. Muller returns to the subject of the boots. They would fit me perfectly. In these boots, I get blister after blister. Do you think he will last till tomorrow after drill? If he passes out in the night, we know we're the boots. Kropp returns. Do you think, he asks. Done for, says Muller emphatically. We go back to the huts. I think of the letter that I must write tomorrow to Kemmerich's mother. I am freezing. I could do with a tot of rum. Muller pulls up some grass and chews it. Suddenly little Kropp throws his cigarette away, stamps on it savagely, and looking round him with a broken and distracted face, stammers, Damned shit, the damned shit. We walk on for a long time. Kropp has calmed himself. We understand. He sees red. Out here, every man gets like that sometime. What has Kantorek written to you? Muller asks him. He laughs. We are the Iron Youth. We all three smile bitterly. Kropp rails. He is glad that he can speak. Yes, that's the way they think, these 100,000 Kantoreks. Iron Youth. Youth. We are none of us more than 20 years old. But young? Youth? That is long ago. We are old folk. Chapter 2. It is strange to think that at home in the drawer of my writing table, there lies the beginning of a play called Saul and a bundle of poems. Many an evening I have worked over them. We all did something of the kind, but that has become so unreal to me that I cannot comprehend it anymore. Our early life is cut off from the moment we came here, and that without our lifting a hand. We often try to look back on it and to find an explanation, but never quite succeed. For us young men of 20, everything is extraordinarily vague. For Kropp, Muller, Lear, and me, for all of us whom Kantorek calls the Iron Youth. All the older men are linked up with their previous life. They have wives, children, occupations, and interests. They have a background which is so strong that the war cannot obliterate it. We young men of 20, however, have only our parents and some, perhaps a girl. That is not much, for at our age the influence of parents is at its weakest and girls have not yet got a hold over us. Besides this, there was little else, some enthusiasm, a few hobbies, and our school. Beyond this our life did not extend, and of this nothing remains. Kantorek would say that we stood on the threshold of life, and so it would seem. We had as yet taken no root. The war swept us away. For the others, the older men, it is but an interruption. They are able to think beyond it. We, however, have been gripped by it and do not know what the end may be. We know only that in some strange and melancholy way we have become a wasteland. All the same, we are not often sad. Asterisk, asterisk. Though Mahler would be delighted to have Kemmerich's boots, he is really quite as sympathetic as another who could not bear to think of such a thing for grief. He merely sees things clearly. Were Kemmerich able to make any use of the boots, then Mahler would rather go barefoot over barbed wire than scheme how to get hold of them. But as it is, the boots are quite inappropriate to Kemmerich's circumstances, whereas Mahler can make good use of them. Kemmerich will die. It is immaterial who gets them. Why, then, should Mahler not succeed to them? He has more right than a hospital orderly. When Kemmerich is dead, it will be too late. Therefore Mahler is already on the watch. We have lost all sense of other considerations because they are artificial. Only the facts are real and important for us. And good boots are scarce. Asterisk, asterisk. Once it was different. When we went to the district commandant to enlist, we were a class of 20 young men, many of whom proudly shaved for the first time before going to the barracks. We had no definite plans for our future. Our thoughts of a career and occupation were, as yet, of too unpractical a character to furnish any scheme of life. We were still crammed full of vague ideas which gave to life, and to the war also, an ideal and almost romantic character. We were trained in the army for 10 weeks, and in this time, more profoundly influenced than by 10 years at school. We learned that a bright button is weightier than 4 volumes of Schopenhauer. At first astonished, then embittered, and finally indifferent, we recognized that what matters is not the mind but the boot brush, not intelligence but the system, not freedom but drill. We became soldiers with eagerness and enthusiasm, but they have done everything to knock that out of us. After 3 weeks, it was no longer incomprehensible to us that a braided postman should have more authority over us than had formerly our parents, our teachers, and the whole gamut of culture from Plato to Goethe. With our young, awakened eyes, we saw that the classical conception of the fatherland held by our teachers resolved itself here into a renunciation of personality, such as one would not ask of the meanest servant. Salutes, springing to attention, parade marches presenting arms, right wheel, left wheel, clicking the heels, insults, and 1,000 pettifogging details. We had fancied our task would be different, only to find we were to be trained for heroism as though we were circus ponies. But we soon accustomed ourselves to it. We learned, in fact, that some part of these things was necessary, but the rest merely show. Soldiers have a fine nose for such distinctions. Asterisk, asterisk. By 3s and 4s our class was scattered over the platoons amongst Frisian fishermen, peasants, and laborers with whom we soon made friends. Kropp, Muller, Kemmerich, and I went to No. 9 platoon under Corporal Himmelstas. He had the reputation of being the strictest disciplinarian in the camp, and was proud of it. He was a small, undersized fellow with a foxy, waxed mustache, who had seen 12 years' service and was in civil life a postman. He had a special dislike for Kropp, Jaden, Westhus, and me, because he sensed a quiet defiance. I have remade his bed 14 times in one morning. Each time he had some fault to find and pulled it to pieces. I have needed a pair of prehistoric boots that were as hard as iron for 20 hours, with intervals of course, until they became as soft as butter, and not even Himmelstas could find anything more to do to them. Under his orders, I have scrubbed out the corporal's mess with a toothbrush. Kropp and I were given the job of clearing the barack square of snow with a hand broom and a dustpan, and we would have gone on till we were frozen had not a lieutenant accidentally appeared who sent us off and hauled Himmelstas over the coals. But the only result of this was to make Himmelstas hate us more. For 6 weeks consecutively, I did guard every Sunday and was hut orderly for the same length of time. With full pack and rifle, I have had to practice on a soft, wet, newly plowed field to prepare to advance, and then lie down, until I was one lump of mud and finally collapsed. For hours later, I had to report to Himmelstas with my clothes scrubbed clean, my hands chafed and bleeding. Together with Kropp, Westhus, and Jaden, I have stood at attention in a hard frost without gloves for a quarter of an hour at a stretch, while Himmelstas watched for the slightest movement of our bare fingers on the steel barrel of the rifle. I have run 8 times from the top floor of the barracks down to the courtyard in my shirt at 2 o'clock in the morning because my drawers projected 3 inches beyond the edge of the stool on which one had to stack all one's things. Alongside me ran the corporal, Himmelstas, and trod on my bare toes. At bayonet practice, I had constantly to fight with Himmelstas, I with a heavy iron weapon, whilst he had a handy wooden one with which he easily struck my arms till they were black and blue. Once, indeed, I became so infuriated that I ran at him blindly and gave him a mighty jab in the stomach and knocked him down. When he reported me, the company commander laughed at him and told him he ought to keep his eyes open. He understood Himmelstas and apparently was not displeased at his discomfiture. I became a past master on the parallel bars and strove to surpass my instructor at physical jerks. We have trembled at the mere sound of his voice, but this runaway post horse never got the better of us. One Sunday, as Kropp and I were lugging a latrine bucket on a pole across the barack yard, Himmelstas came by, all polished up and spry for going out. He planted himself in front of us and asked how we liked the job. In spite of ourselves, we tripped and emptied the bucket over his legs. He raved, but the limit had been reached. "That means clink," he yelled. But Kropp had had enough. "There'll be an inquiry first," he said, "and then we'll unload." "Mind how you speak to a non-commissioned officer," bawled Himmelstas. "Have you lost your senses? You wait till you're spoken to. What will you do, anyway?" "Show you up," "Corporal," said Kropp, his thumbs in line with the seams of his trousers. Himmelstas saw what we meant and went off without saying a word. But before he disappeared, he growled, "You'll drink this." But it was the end of his authority. He tried on once more in the plowed field with his prepare to advance, and lie down. We obeyed each order, since an order's an order and has to be obeyed. But we did it so slowly that Himmelstas became desperate. Carefully we went down on our knees, then on our hands, and so on. In the meantime, quite infuriated, he had given another command. But before we had even begun to sweat, he was hoarse. After that he left us in peace. He did indeed always refer to us as swine, but there was, nevertheless, a certain respect in his tone. There were many other staff corporals, the majority of whom were more decent. But above all, each of them wanted to keep his good job there at home as long as possible, and that he could do only by being strict with the recruits. Practically every conceivable polishing job in the entire camp fell to us, and we often howled with rage. Many of us became ill through it. Wolf actually died of inflammation of the lung. But we would have felt ridiculous had we hauled down our colors. We became hard, suspicious, pitiless, vicious, tough, and that was good, for these attributes had been entirely lacking in us. Had we gone into the trenches without this period of training, most of us would certainly have gone mad. Only thus were we prepared for what awaited us. We did not break down, but endured. Our 20 years, which made many another thing so grievous, helped us in this. But by far the most important was that it awakened in us a strong, practical sense of esprit de corps, which in the field developed into the finest thing that arose out of the war, comradeship. Asterisk. I sit by Kemmerich's bed. He is sinking steadily. Around us is a great commotion. A hospital train has arrived, and the wounded fit to be moved are being selected. The doctor passes by Kemmerich's bed without once looking at him. "Next time, Franz," I say. He raises himself on the pillow with his elbows. "They have amputated my leg." He knows it too, then. I nod in answer. "You must be thankful you've come off with that." He is silent. I resume. "It might have been both legs, Franz. Wegeler has lost his right arm. That's much worse. Besides, you will be going home." He looks at me. "Do you think so?" "Of course." "Do you think so?" he repeats. "Sure, Franz. Once you've got over the operation." He beckons me to bend down. I stoop over him, and he whispers, "I don't think so." "Don't talk rubbish, Franz. In a couple of days you'll see for yourself." "What is it anyway?" "An amputated leg. Here they patch up far worse things than that." He lifts one hand. "Look here, though, these fingers. That's the result of the operation. Just eat decently, and you'll soon be well again. Do they look after you properly?" He points to a dish that is still half full. I get excited. "Franz, you must eat. Eating is the main thing." "That looks good, too." He turns away. After a pause, he says slowly, "I wanted to become a head forester once." "So you may still," I assure him. "There are splendid artificial limbs now. You'd hardly know there was anything missing. They're fixed onto the muscles. You can move the fingers and work, and even write with an artificial hand. And besides, they will always be making new improvements." For while he lies still, then he says, "You can take my lace-up boots with you for Muller." I nod and wonder what to say to encourage him. His lips have fallen away. His mouth has become larger. His teeth stick out and look as though they were made of chalk. The flesh melts. The forehead bulges more prominently. The cheekbones protrude. The skeleton is working itself through. The eyes are already sunken in. In a couple of hours it will be over. He is not the first that I have seen thus, but we grew up together, and that always makes it a bit different. I have copied his essays. At school he used to wear a brown coat with a belt and shiny sleeves. He was the only one of us, too, who could do the giant's turn on the horizontal bar. His hair flew in his face like silk when he did it. Canarek was proud of him for it, but he couldn't endure cigarettes. His skin was very white. He had something of the girl about him. I glance at my boots. They are big and clumsy. The breeches are tucked into them, and standing up one looks well-built and powerful in these great drain pipes. But when we go bathing and strip, suddenly we have slender legs again and slight shoulders. We are no longer soldiers, but little more than boys. No one would believe that we could carry packs. It is a strange moment when we stand naked. Then we become civilians and almost feel ourselves to be so. When bathing, Franz Kemmerich looked as slight and frail as a child. There he lies now, but why? The whole world ought to pass by this bed and say, that is Franz Kemmerich, 19.5 years old. He doesn't want to die. Let him not die. My thoughts become confused. This atmosphere of carbolic and gangrene clogs the lungs. It is a thick gruel. It suffocates. It grows dark. Kemmerich's face changes color. It lifts from the pillow and is so pale that it gleams. The mouth moves slightly. I draw near to him. He whispers, "If you find my watch, send it home." I do not reply. It is no use anymore. No one can console him. I am wretched with helplessness. This forehead with its hollow temples, this mouth that is now merely a slit, this sharp nose, and the fat, weeping woman at home to whom I must write. If only the letter were sent off already. Hospital orderlies go to and fro with bottles and pails. One of them comes up, casts a glance at Kemmerich, and goes away again. You can see he is waiting. Apparently he wants the bed. I bend over Franz and talk to him as though that could save him. Perhaps you will go to the convalescent home at Klosterberg, among the villas, Franz. Then you can look out from the window across the fields to the 2 trees on the horizon. It is the loveliest time of the year now, when the corn ripens. At evening the fields in the sunlight look like mother of pearl. In the lane of poplars by the Klosterbach, where we used to catch sticklebacks, you can build an aquarium again and keep fish in it, and you can go out without asking anyone. You can even play the piano if you want to. I lean down over his face, which lies in the shadow. He still breathes lightly. His face is wet. He is crying. What a fine mess I have made of it with my foolish talk. But Franz, I put my arm round his shoulder and put my face against his. Will you sleep now? He does not answer. The tears run down his cheeks. I would like to wipe them away, but my handkerchief is too dirty. An hour passes. I sit tensely and watch his every movement in case he may perhaps say something. What if he were to open his mouth and cry out? But he only weeps, his head turned aside. He does not speak of his mother or his brothers and sisters. He says nothing. All that lies behind him. He is entirely alone now with his little life of 19 years, and cries because it leaves him. This is the most disturbing and hardest parting that ever I have seen, although it was pretty bad too with Tai Jin, who called for his mother, a big bear of a fellow who, with wild eyes full of terror, held off the doctor from his bed with a dagger until he collapsed. Suddenly Kemmerich groans and begins to gurgle. I jump up, stumble outside, and demand, "Where is the doctor? Where is the doctor?" As I catch sight of the white apron, I seize hold of it. "Come quick, Franz Kemmerich is dying." He frees himself and asks an orderly standing by, "Which will that be?" He says, "Bed 26, amputated thigh." He sniffs. "How should I know anything about it? I've amputated 5 legs today." He shoves me away, says to the hospital orderly, "You see to it," and runs off to the operating room. I tremble with rage as I go along with the orderly. The man looks at me and says, "One operation after another since 5 o'clock this morning. You know today alone there have been 16 deaths. Yours is the 17th. There will probably be 20 altogether." I become faint. All at once I cannot do any more. I won't revile any more. It is senseless. I could drop down and never rise up again. We are by Kemmerich's bed. He is dead. The face is still wet from the tears. The eyes are half open and yellow like old horn buttons. The orderly pokes me in the ribs. "Are you taking his things with you?" I nod. He goes on, "We must take him away at once. We want the bed." Outside, they are lying on the floor. I collect the things, untie Kemmerich's identification disc, and take it away. The orderly asks about the paybook. I say that it is probably in the orderly room, and go. Behind me, they're already hauling Franz on to a waterproof sheet. Outside the door, I am aware of the darkness and the wind as a deliverance. I breathe as deep as I can and feel the breeze in my face, warm and soft as never before. Thoughts of girls, of flowery meadows, of white clouds suddenly come into my head. My feet begin to move forward in my boots. I go quicker, I run. Soldiers pass by me. I hear their voices without understanding. The earth is streaming with forces which pour into me through the soles of my feet. The night crackles electrically. The front thunders like a concert of drums. My limbs move supply. I feel my joints strong. I breathe the air deeply. The night lives, I live. I feel a hunger greater than comes from the belly alone. Muller stands in front of the hut and waits for me. I give him the boots. We go in, and he tries them on. They fit well. He roots among his supplies and offers me a fine piece of saveloy. With it goes hot tea and rum. Chapter 3. Reinforcements have arrived. The vacancies have been filled, and the sacks of straw are already laid out in the huts. Some of them are old hands, but there are 25 men of a later draft from the base. They are about 2 years younger than us. Krop nudges me. Seen the infants? I nod. We stick out our chests, shave in the open, shove our hands in our pockets, inspect the recruits, and feel ourselves to be Stone Age veterans. Katczynski joins us. We stroll past the horse boxes and go over to the reinforcements, who have already been issued with gas masks and coffee. Long time since you've had anything decent to eat, Kat asks one of the youngsters. He grimaces. For breakfast, turnip bread, lunch, turnip stew, supper, turnip cutlets, and turnip salad. Kat gives a knowing whistle. Bread made of turnips? You've been in luck. It's nothing new for it to be made of sawdust. But what do you say to haricot beans? Have some. The youngster turns red. You can't kid me. Katczynski merely says, fetch your mess tin. We follow curiously. He takes us to a tub beside his straw sack. It is nearly half full of a stew of beef and beans. Katczynski plants himself in front of it like a general and says, sharp eyes and light fingers. That's what the Prussians say. We are surprised. Great guts, Kat. How'd you come by that? I ask him. Ginger was glad I took it. I gave him 3 pieces of parachute silk for it. Cold beans taste fine, too. Grudgingly, he gives the youngster a portion and says, next time you come with your mess tin, have a cigar or a chew of tobacco in your other hand. Get me. Then he turns to us. You get off scot-free, of course. Asterisk, asterisk. Katczynski never goes short. He has a sixth sense. There are such people everywhere, but one does not appreciate it at first. Every company has one or two. Katczynski is the smartest I know. By trade, he is a cobbler, I believe, but that hasn't anything to do with it. He understands all trades. It's a good thing to be friends with him, as Krop and I are, and Hay West us too, more or less. But Hay is rather the executive arm operating under Kat's orders when things come to blows. For that, he has his qualifications. For example, we land at night in some entirely unknown spot, a sorry hole that has been eaten out to the very walls. We are quartered in a small dark factory adapted to the purpose. There are beds in it, or rather bunks, a couple of wooden beams over which wire netting is stretched. Wire netting is hard, and there's nothing to put on it. Our waterproof sheets are too thin. We use our blankets to cover ourselves. Kat looks at the place and then says to Hay West thus, come with me. They go off to explore. Half an hour later, they are back again with arms full of straw. Kat has found a horse box with straw in it. Now we might sleep if we weren't so terribly hungry. Krop asks an artilleryman who has been some time in this neighborhood, is there a canteen anywhereabouts? Is there a what? He laughs. There's nothing to be had here. You won't find so much as a crust of bread here. Aren't there any inhabitants here at all then? He spits. Yes, a couple, but they mostly loaf round the cookhouse and beg. That's a bad business. Then we'll have to pull in our belts and wait till the rations come up in the morning. But I see Kat has put on his cap. Where to, Kat? I ask, just to explore the place a bit. He strolls off. The artilleryman grins scornfully. Let him explore, but don't be too hopeful about it. Disappointed, we lie down and consider whether we couldn't have a go at the iron rations. But it's too risky, so we try to get a wink of sleep. Krop divides a cigarette and hands me half. Jaden gives an account of his national dish, broad beans and bacon. He despises it when not flavored with bog myrtle, and, for God's sake, let it all be cooked together, not the potatoes, the beans, and the bacon separately. Someone growls that he will pound Jaden into bog myrtle if he doesn't shut up. Then all becomes quiet in the big room. Only the candles flickering from the necks of a couple of bottles and the artilleryman spitting every now and then. We stir a bit as the door opens and Kat appears. I think I must be dreaming. He has 2 loaves of bread under his arm and a blood-stained sandbag full of horseflesh in his hand. The artilleryman's pipe drops from his mouth. He feels the bread. Real bread, by God. And still hot, too. Cat gives no explanation. He has the bread, the rest doesn't matter. I'm sure that if he were planted down in the middle of the desert, in half an hour he would have gathered together a supper of roast meat, dates, and wine. Cut some wood, he says curtly to Hay. Then he hauls out a frying pan from under his coat and a handful of salt as well as a lump of fat from his pocket. He has thought of everything. Hay makes a fire on the floor. It lights up the empty room of the factory. We climb out of bed. The artilleryman hesitates. He wonders whether to praise Cat, and so perhaps gain a little for himself. But Kaczynski doesn't even see him. He might as well be thin air. He goes off cursing. Cat knows the way to roast horse flesh so that it's tender. It shouldn't be put straight into the pan. That makes it tough. It should be boiled first in a little water. With our knives, we squat round in a circle and fill our bellies. That is Cat. If for but 1 hour in a year something eatable were to be had in some one place only, within that hour, as if moved by a vision, he would put on his cap, go out and walk directly there, as though following compass, and find it. He finds everything. If it is cold, a small stove and wood, hay and straw, a table and chairs, but above all food. It is uncanny. One would think he conjured it out of the air. His masterpiece was 4 boxes of lobsters. Admittedly, we would rather have had a good beefsteak. Asterisk, asterisk. We have settled ourselves on the sunny side of the hut. There is a smell of tar, of summer, and of sweaty feet. Cat sits beside me. I want to talk. Today we have been practicing saluting because Jaden failed to salute a major. Cat can't get out his head. You see, we are losing the war because we can salute too well, he says. Crop stalks up, with his breeches rolled up and his feet bare. He lays out his washed socks to dry on the grass. Cat turns his eyes to heaven, lets off a mighty fart, and says apologetically, "Every little bean must be heard as well as seen." The two begin to argue. At the same time, they lay a bottle of beer on the result of an air fight that's going on above us. Kaczynski won't budge from the opinion, which as an old front hog, he rhymes. Give him all the same grub and all the same pay, and the war would be over and done in a day. Krop, on the other hand, is a thinker. He proposes that a declaration of war should be a kind of popular festival with entrance tickets and bands, like a bullfight. Then in the arena, the ministers and generals of the two countries, dressed in bathing drawers and armed with clubs, can have it out among themselves. Whoever survives, his country wins. That would be much simpler and more just than this arrangement, where the wrong people do the fighting. The subject is dropped. Then the conversation turns to drill. A picture comes before me. Burning midday in the barrack yard. The heat hangs over the square. The barracks are deserted. Everything sleeps. All one hears is the drummers practicing. They have installed themselves anywhere and practice brokenly, dully, monotonously. What concord? Midday heat, barrack square, and drummers beating. The windows of the barracks are empty and dark. From some of them trousers are hanging to dry. The rooms are cool, and one looks toward them longingly. Oh, dark, musty platoon huts, with the iron bedsteads, the checkered bedding, the lockers, and the stools. Even you can become the object of desire. Out here you have a faint resemblance to home. Your rooms, full of the smell of stale food, sleep, smoke, and clothes. Kaczynski paints it all in lively colors. What would we not give to be able to go back to it? But we must not pursue that line of thought any further. Those early morning hours of instruction. What are the parts of the 98 rifle? The midday hours of physical training. Pianist forward. By the right, quick march. Report to the cookhouse for potato peeling. We indulge in reminiscences. Krop laughs suddenly and says, "Change at Lone." That was our corporal's favorite game. Lone is a railway junction. In order that our fellows going on leave shouldn't get lost there, Himmelstas used to practice the change in the barrack room. We had to learn that at Lone, to reach the branch line, we must pass through a subway. The beds represented the subway, and each man stood at attention on the left side of his bed. Then came the command, "Change at Lone," and like lightning, everyone scrambled under the bed to the opposite side. We practiced this for a whole hour. Meanwhile, the German airplane has been shot down. Like a comet, it bursts into a streamer of smoke and falls headlong. Kropp has lost the bottle of beer. Disgruntled, he counts out the money from his wallet. Surely Himmelstas was a very different fellow as a postman, say I, after Albert's disappointment has subsided. Then how does it come that he's such a bully as a drill sergeant? The question revives Kropp, more particularly as he hears there's no more beer in the canteen. It's not only Himmelstas, there are lots of them. As sure as they get a stripe or a star, they become different men, just as though they'd swallowed concrete. That's the uniform, I suggest. Roughly speaking it is, says Kat, and prepares for a long speech. But the root of the matter lies elsewhere. For instance, if you train a dog to eat potatoes and then afterwards put a piece of meat in front of him, he'll snap at it. It's his nature. And if you give a man a little bit of authority, he behaves just the same way. He snaps at it too. The things are precisely the same. In himself, man is essentially a beast, only he butters it over like a slice of bread with a little decorum. The army is based on that. One man must always have power over the other. The mischief is merely that each one has much too much power. A non-com can torment a private, a lieutenant, a non-com, a captain, a lieutenant, until he goes mad. And because they know they can, they all soon acquire the habit more or less. Take a simple case. We are marching back from the parade ground dog-tired. Then comes the order to sing. We are glad enough to be able to trail arms, but we sing spiritlessly. At once the company is turned about and has to do another hour's drill as punishment. On the march back, the order to sing is given again, and once more we start. Now what's the use of all that? It's simply that the company commander's head has been turned by having so much power. And nobody blames him. On the contrary, he is praised for being strict. That, of course, is only a trifling instance, but it holds also in very different affairs. Now, I ask you, let a man be whatever you like in peacetime. What occupation is there in which he can behave like that without getting a crack on the nose? He can only do that in the army. It goes to the heads of them all, you see, and the more insignificant a man has been in civil life, the worse it takes him. They say, of course, there must be discipline, ventures Kropp meditatively. True, growls Kat, they always do, and it may be so. Still, it oughtn't to become an abuse. But you try to explain that to a blacksmith or a laborer or a workman. You try to make that clear to a simple Tommy, and that's what most of them are here. All he understands is that he has been properly trained, so that when he comes up to the front, he thinks he knows exactly what he should do in every circumstance and whatnot. It's simply amazing, I tell you, that the ordinary soldier survives so long up here in the front line. Simply amazing. No one protests. Everyone knows that drill ceases only in the front line and begins again a few miles behind, with all the absurdities of saluting and parade. It is an iron law that the soldier must be employed under every circumstance. Here Jaden comes up with a flushed face. He is so excited that he stutters. Beaming with satisfaction, he stammers out. Himmelstas is on his way. He's coming to the front. Asterisk, asterisk. Jaden has a special grudge against Himmelstas because of the way he educated him in the barracks. Jaden wets his bed. He does it at night in his sleep. Himmelstas maintained that it was sheer laziness and invented a method worthy of himself for curing Jaden. He hunted up another piss-a-bed named Kindervader from a neighboring hut and quartered him with Jaden. In the huts, there were the usual bunks, one above the other in pairs, with mattresses of wire netting. Himmelstas put these two so that one occupied the upper and the other the lower bunk. The man underneath was of course disgusted. The next night they were changed over and the lower one put on top so that he could retaliate. That was Himmelstas's system of self-education. The idea was low but not ill-conceived. Unfortunately, it accomplished nothing because the first assumption was wrong. It was not laziness in either of them. Anyone who looked at their sallow skin could see that. The matter ended in one of them always sleeping on the floor, where he frequently caught cold. Meanwhile, Hayes sits down beside us. He winks at me and rubs his paws thoughtfully. We once spent the finest day of our army life together, the day before we left for the front. We had been allotted to one of the recently formed regiments, but were first to be sent back for equipment to the garrison, not to the reinforcement depot, of course, but to another barracks. We were due to leave next morning early. In the evening, we prepared ourselves to square accounts with Himmelstas. We had sworn for weeks past to do this. Kropp had even gone so far as to propose entering the postal service in peacetime in order to be Himmelstas's superior when he became a postman again. He reveled in the thought of how he would grind him. It was this that made it impossible for him to crush us altogether. We always reckoned that later, at the end of the war, we would have our revenge on him. In the meantime, we decided to give him a good hiding. What could he do to us anyhow if he didn't recognize us? And we left early the next morning. We knew which pub he used to visit every evening. Returning to the barracks, he had to go along a dark, uninhabited road. There we waited for him behind a pile of stones. I had a bed cover with me. We trembled with suspense, hoping he would be alone. At last we heard his footstep, which we recognized easily. So often had we heard it in the mornings as the door flew open and he bawled, "Get up!" "Alone," whispered Kropp. "Alone." I slipped round the pile of stones with Jaden. Himmelstas seemed a little elevated. He was singing. His belt buckle gleamed. He came on unsuspectingly. We seized the bed cover, made a quick leap, threw it over his head from behind, and pulled it round him so that he stood there in a white sack, unable to raise his arms. The singing stopped. The next moment, Westhus was there, and spreading out his arms, he shoved us back in order to be first in. He put himself in position with evident satisfaction, raised his arm like a signal mast and his hand like a coal shovel, and fetched such a blow on the white sack as would have felled an ox. Himmelstas was thrown down. He rolled 5 yards and started to yell. But we were prepared for that and had brought a cushion. Hay squatted down, laid the cushion on his knees, felt where Himmelstas's head was, and pressed it down on the pillow. Immediately his voice was muffled. Hay let him get a gasp of air every so often, when he would give a mighty yell that was immediately hushed. Jaden unbuttoned Himmelstas's braces and pulled down his trousers, holding the whip meantime in his teeth. Then he stood up and set to work. It was a wonderful picture. Himmelstas on the ground, Hay bending over him with a fiendish grin and his mouth open with bloodlust, Himmelstas's head on his knees, then the convulsed, striped drawers, the knock knees, executing at every blow most original movements in the lowered breeches, and towering over them like a woodcutter the indefatigable Jaden. In the end, we had to drag him away to get our turn. Finally, Hay stood Himmelstas on his feet again and gave one last personal remonstrance. As he stretched out his right arm preparatory to giving him a box on the ear, he looked as if he were going to reach down a star. Himmelstas staggered. Hay stood him up again, made ready, and fetched him a second, well-aimed beauty with the left hand. Himmelstas yelled and fell down on all fours cursing. His striped postman's backside gleamed in the moonlight. We disappeared at full speed. Hay looked round once again and said wrathfully, satisfied and rather mysteriously, "Revenge is black pudding." Himmelstas ought to have been pleased. His saying that we should each educate one another had borne fruit for himself. We had become successful students of his method. He never discovered whom he had to thank for the business. At any rate, he scored a bed cover out of it, for when we returned a few hours later to look for it, it was no longer to be found. That evening's work made us more or less content to leave next morning, and an old buffer was pleased to describe us as young heroes. Chapter 4. We have to go up on wiring fatigue. The motor lorries roll up after dark. We climb in. It is a warm evening, and the twilight seems like a canopy under whose shelter we feel drawn together. Even the stingy Jaden gives me a cigarette and then a light. We stand jammed in together, shoulder to shoulder. There's no room to sit. But we do not expect that. Muller is in a good mood for once. He is wearing his new boots. The engines drone, the lorries bump and rattle. The roads are worn and full of holes. We dare not show a light, so we lurch along and are often almost pitched out. That does not worry us, however. It can happen if it likes. A broken arm is better than a hole in the guts, and many a man would be thankful enough for such a chance of finding his way home again. Beside us stream the munition columns in long files. They are making the pace. They overtake us going forward. We joke with them, and they answer back. A wall becomes visible. It belongs to a house which lies on the side of the road. I suddenly prick up my ears. Am I deceived? Again I hear distinctly the cackle of geese. A glance at Kaczynski, a glance from him to me. We understand one another. Cat, I hear some aspirin for the frying pan over there. He nods. It will be attended to when we come back. I have their number. Of course Cat has their number. He knows all about every leg of goose within a radius of 15 miles. The lorries arrive at the artillery lines. The gun emplacements are camouflaged with bushes against aerial observation and look like a kind of military feast of the tabernacles. These branches might seem gay and cheerful were not cannon embowered there. The air becomes acrid with the smoke of the guns and the fog. The fumes of powder taste bitter on the tongue. The roar of the guns makes our lorry stagger. The reverberation rolls raging away to the rear. Everything quakes. Our faces change imperceptibly. We are not, indeed, in the front line, but only in the reserves, yet in every face can be read. This is the front. Now we are within its embrace. It is not fear. Men who have been up as often as we have become thick-skinned. Only the young recruits are agitated. Cat explains to them, that was a 12-inch. You hear the explosion first, and afterwards comes the sound of the gun. But the hollow sound of the firing does not reach us. It is swallowed up in the general murmur of the front. Cat listens. There'll be a bombardment tonight. We all listen. The front is restless. The Tommies are firing already, says Kropp. The shelling can be heard distinctly. It is the English batteries to the right of our section. They are beginning an hour too soon. According to us, they start punctually at 10 o'clock. What's got them? Says Muller. Their clocks must be fast. If there be a bombardment, I tell you, I can feel in my bones. Cat shrugs his shoulders. 3 shells land beside us. The burst of flame shoots across the fog. The fragments howl and drone. We shiver and are glad to think that we shall be back in the huts early in the morning. Our faces are neither paler nor more flushed than usual. They are not more tense nor more flabby, and yet they are changed. We feel that in our blood a contact has shot home. That is no figure of speech. It is fact. It is the front, the consciousness of the front, that makes this contact. The moment that the first shells whistle over and the air is rent with the explosions, there is suddenly in our veins, in our hands, in our eyes a tense waiting, a watching, a heightened alertness, a strange sharpening of the senses. The body with one bound is in full readiness. It often seems to me as though it were the vibrating, shuddering air that with a noiseless leap springs upon us, or as though the front itself emitted an electric current which awakened unknown nerve centers. Every time it is the same. We start out for the front plain soldiers, either cheerful or gloomy. Then come the first gun emplacements, and every word of our speech has a new ring. When Cat stands in front of the hut and says, "There'll be a bombardment," that is merely his own opinion. But if he says it here, then the sentence has the sharpness of a bayonet in the moonlight. It cuts clean through the thought. It thrusts nearer and speaks to this unknown thing that is awakened in us, a dark meaning. There'll be a bombardment. Perhaps it is our inner and most secret life that shivers and falls on guard. Asterisk, asterisk. To me the front is a mysterious whirlpool. Though I am in still water far away from its center, I feel the whirl of the vortex sucking me slowly, irresistibly, inescapably into itself. From the earth, from the air, sustaining forces pour into us, mostly from the earth. To no man does the earth mean so much as to the soldier. When he presses himself down upon her long and powerfully, when he buries his face and his limbs deep in her from the fear of death by shell fire, then she's his only friend, his brother, his mother. He stifles his terror and his cries in her silence and her security. She shelters him and gives him a new lease of 10 seconds of life, receives him again and often forever. Earth, 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 earth with thy folds and hollows and holes, into which a man may fling himself and crouch down. In the spasm of terror, under the hailing of annihilation, in the bellowing death of the explosions, O earth, thou grantest us the great resisting surge of new-won life. Our being, almost utterly carried away by the fury of the storm, streams back through our hands from thee, and we, thy redeemed ones, bury ourselves in thee, and through the long minutes in a mute agony of hope bite into thee with our lips. At the sound of the first droning of the shells we rush back, in one part of our being, 1,000 years. By the animal instinct that is awakened in us, we are led and protected. It is not conscious. It is far quicker, much more sure, less fallible than consciousness. One cannot explain it. A man is walking along without thought or heed. Suddenly he throws himself down on the ground, and a storm of fragments flies harmlessly over him. Yet he cannot remember either to have heard the shell coming or to have thought of flinging himself down. But had he not abandoned himself to the impulse, he would now be a heap of mangled flesh. It is this second sight in us that has thrown us to the ground and saved us without our knowing how. If it were not so, there would not be one man alive from Flanders to the Vosges. We march up, moody or good-tempered soldiers. We reach the zone where the front begins and become on the instant human animals. Asterisk, asterisk. An indigent-looking wood receives us. We pass by the soup kitchens. Under cover of the wood, we climb out. The lorries turn back. They are to collect us again in the morning before dawn. Mist and the smoke of guns lie breast-high over the fields. The moon is shining. Along the road troops file. Their helmets gleam softly in the moonlight. The heads and the rifles stand out above the white mist, nodding heads, rocking carriers of guns. Farther on the mist ends. Here the heads become figures. Coats, trousers, and boots appear out of the mist as from a milky pool. They become a column. The column marches on, straight ahead. The figures resolve themselves into a block. Individuals are no longer recognizable. The dark wedge presses onward, fantastically topped by the heads, and weapons floating off on the milky pool. A column, not men at all. Guns and munition wagons are moving along a crossroad. The backs of the horses shine in the moonlight. Their movements are beautiful. They toss their heads, and their eyes gleam. The guns and the wagons float before the dim background of the moonlit landscape. The riders in their steel helmets resemble knights of a forgotten time. It is strangely beautiful and arresting. We push on to the pioneer dump. Some of us load our shoulders with pointed and twisted iron stakes. Others thrust smooth iron rods through rolls of wire and go off with them. The burdens are awkward and heavy. The ground becomes more broken. From ahead come warnings. Look out, deep shell hole on the left. Mind, trenches. Our eyes peer out. Our feet and our sticks feel in front of us before they take the weight of the body. Suddenly the line halts. I bump my face against the roll of wire carried by the man in front and curse. There are some shell-smashed lorries in the road. Another order, cigarettes and pipes out. We are getting near the line. In the meantime, it has become pitch dark. We skirt a small wood and then have the front line immediately before us. An uncertain, red glow spreads along the sky line from one end to the other. It is in perpetual movement, punctuated with the bursts of flame from the muzzles of the batteries. Balls of light rise up high above it, silver and red spheres which explode and rain down in showers of red, white, and green stars. French rockets go up, which unfold a silk parachute to the air and drift slowly down. They light up everything as bright as day. Their light shines on us, and we see our shadows sharply outlined on the ground. They hover for the space of a minute before they burn out. Immediately fresh ones shoot up to the sky, and again green, red, and blue stars. Bombardment, says Cat. The thunder of the guns swells to a single heavy roar and then breaks up again into separate explosions. The dry bursts of the machine guns rattle. Above us, the air teems with invisible swift movement, with howls, pipings, and hisses. They are the smaller shells, and amongst them, booming through the night like an organ, go the great coal boxes and the heavies. They have a hoarse, distant bellow like a rutting stag and make their way high above the howl and whistle of the smaller shells. It reminds me of flocks of wild geese when I hear them. Last autumn, the wild geese flew day after day across the path of the shells. The searchlights begin to sweep the dark sky. They slide along at like gigantic tapering rulers. One of them pauses and quivers a little. Immediately a second is beside him. A black insect is caught between them and tries to escape. The airman. He hesitates, is blinded, and falls. Asterisk, asterisk. At regular intervals, we ram in the iron stakes. 2 men hold a roll, and the other spool off the barbed wire. It is that awful stuff with close-set, long spikes. I'm not used to unrolling it and tear my hand. After a few hours it is done, but there is still some time before the lorries come. Most of us lie down and sleep. I try also, but it has turned too chilly. Near to the sea, one is constantly waked by the cold. Once I fall fast asleep, then waking suddenly with a star, I do not know where I am. I see the stars, I see the rockets, and for a moment have the impression that I have fallen asleep at a garden fete. I don't know whether it is morning or evening. I lie in the pale cradle of the twilight and listen for soft words which will come, soft and near. Am I crying? I put my hand to my eyes. It is so fantastic. Am I a child? Smooth skin. It lasts only a second. Then I recognize the silhouette of Kaczynski, the old veteran. He sits quietly and smokes his pipe, a covered pipe, of course. When he sees I am awake, he says, "That gave you a fright. It was only a nose cap. It landed in the bushes over there." I sit up. I feel myself strangely alone. It's good Cat is there. He gazes thoughtfully at the front and says, "Mighty fine fireworks if they weren't so dangerous." One lands behind us. 2 recruits jump up terrified. A couple of minutes later, another comes over, nearer this time. Cat knocks out his pipe. It makes a glow. Then it begins in earnest. We crawl away as well as we can in our haste. The next lands fair among us. 2 fellows cry out. Green rockets shoot up on the skyline. Barrage. The mud flies high. Fragments was passed. The crack of the guns is heard long after the roar of the explosions. Beside us lies a fair-headed recruit in utter terror. He has buried his face in his hands. His helmet has fallen off. I fish hold of it and try to put it back on his head. He looks up, pushes the helmet off, and like a child creeps under my arm, his head close to my breast. The little shoulders heave. Shoulders just like Kemmerich's. I let him be, so that the helmet should be of some use. I stick it on his behind, not for a jest, but out of consideration, since that is his highest part. And though there is plenty of meat there, a shot in it can be damned painful. Besides, a man has to lie a whole month on his belly in the hospital, and afterwards he would be almost sure to have a limp. It's got someone pretty badly. Cries are heard between the explosions. At last it grows quiet. The fire has lifted over us and is now dropping on the reserves. We risk a look. Red rockets shoot up to the sky. Apparently, there's an attack coming. Where we are is still quiet. I sit up and shake the recruit by the shoulder. "All over, kid. It's all right this time." He looks round him dazedly. "You'll get used to it soon," I tell him. He sees his helmet and puts it on. Gradually he comes to. Then suddenly he turns fiery red and looks confused. Cautiously, he reaches his hand to his behind and looks at me dismally. I understand at once, gun-shy. That wasn't the reason I had stuck his helmet over it. That's no disgrace. I reassure him. Minnie's the man before you has had his pants full after the first bombardment. Go behind that bush there and throw your underpants away. Get along. Asterisk, asterisk. He goes off. Things become quieter, but the cries do not cease. "What's up, Albert?" I ask. A couple of columns over there have got in the neck. The cries continue. It is not men. They could not cry so terribly. "Wounded horses," says Cat. "It's unendurable. It is the moaning of the world. It is the martyred creation, wild with anguish, filled with terror and groaning." We are pale. Deterring stands up. "God, for God's sake, shoot them." He is a farmer and very fond of horses. It gets under his skin. Then, as if deliberately, the fire dies down again. The screaming of the beasts becomes louder. One can no longer distinguish whence in this now quiet, silvery landscape it comes. Ghostly, invisible, it is everywhere. Between heaven and earth it rolls on immeasurably. Deterring raves and yells out, "Shoot them! Shoot them, can't you? Damn you again." "They must look after the men first," says Cat quietly. We stand up and try to see where it is. If we could only see the animals, we should be able to endure it better. Muller has a pair of glasses. We see a dark group, bearers with stretchers, and larger black clumps moving about. Those are the wounded horses. But not all of them. Some gallop away in the distance, fall down, and then run on farther. The belly of one is ripped open, the guts trail out. He becomes tangled in them and falls. Then he stands up again. Deterring raises his gun and aims. Cat hits it up in the air. Are you mad? Deterring trembles and throws his rifle on the ground. We sit down and hold our ears. But this appalling noise, these groans and screams penetrate. They penetrate everywhere. We can bear almost anything. But now the sweat breaks out on us. We must get up and run, no matter where, but where these cries can no longer be heard. And it is not men, only horses. From the dark group, stretchers move off again. Then single shots crack out. The black heap is convulsed and becomes thinner. At last, but still it is not the end. The men cannot overtake the wounded beasts which fly in their pain, their wide, open mouths full of anguish. One of the men goes down on his knee, is shot. One horse drops another. The last one props himself on his forelegs and drags himself round in a circle like a merry-go-round. Squatting, it drags round in circles on its stiffened forelegs. Apparently its back is broken. The soldier runs up and shoots it. Slowly, humbly it sinks to the ground. We take our hands from our ears. The cries are silenced. Only a long-drawn, dying sigh still hangs on the air. Then again only the rockets, the singing of the shells, and the stars, and they shine out wonderfully. Deterring walks up and down cursing. Like to know what harm they've done. He returns to it once again. His voice is agitated. It sounds almost dignified as he says, I tell you, it is the vilest baseness to use horses in the war. Asterisk, asterisk. We go back. It is time we return to the lorries. The sky has become a bit brighter. 3 o'clock in the morning. The breeze is fresh and cool. The pale hour makes our faces look gray. We trudge onward in single file through the trenches and shell holes and come again to the zone of mist. Katczynski is restive. That's a bad sign. What's up, Cat? Says Krop. I wish I were back home. Home. He means the huts. It won't last much longer, Cat. He is nervous. I don't know. We come to the communication trench and then to the open fields. The little wood reappears. We know every foot of ground here. There's the cemetery with the mounds and the black crosses. That moment it breaks out behind us, swells, roars, and thunders. We duck down. A cloud of flame shoots up 100 yards ahead of us. The next minute, under a second explosion, part of the wood rises slowly in the air. 3 or 4 trees sail up and then crash to pieces. The shells begin to hiss like safety valves. Heavy fire. Take cover, yells somebody. Cover. The fields are flat. The wood is too distant and dangerous. The only cover is the graveyard and the mounds. We stumble across in the dark, and as though spirited away, every man lies glued behind a mound. Not a moment too soon. The dark goes mad. It heaves and raves. Darknesses blacker than the night rush on us with giant strides, over us and away. The flames of the explosions light up the graveyard. There is no escape anywhere. By the light of the shells, I try to get a view of the fields. There is a surging sea. Daggers of flame from the explosions leap up like fountains. It is impossible for anyone to break through it. The wood vanishes. It is pounded, crushed, torn to pieces. We must stay here in the graveyard. The earth bursts before us. It rains clods. I feel a smack. My sleeve is torn away by a splinter. I shut my fist. No pain. Still, that does not reassure me. Wounds don't hurt till afterwards. I feel the arm all over. It is grazed but sound. Now a crack on the skull. I begin to lose consciousness. Like lightning the thought comes to me. Don't faint, sink down in the black broth, and immediately come up to the top again. A splinter slashes into my helmet, but has traveled so far that it does not go through. I wipe the mud out of my eyes. A hole is torn up in front of me. Shells hardly ever land in the same hole twice. I'll get into it. With one bound, I fling myself down and lie on the earth as flat as a fish. There it whistles again, Quickly I crouch together, claw for cover, feel something on the left, shove in beside it. It gives way, I groan. The earth leaps, the blast thunders in my ears. I creep under the yielding thing, cover myself with it, draw it over me. It is wood cloth, cover, miserable cover against the whizzing splinters. I open my eyes. My fingers grasp a sleeve, an arm. A wounded man? I yell to him. No answer. A dead man. My hand gropes farther, splinters of wood. Now I remember again that we are lying in the graveyard. But the shelling is stronger than everything. It wipes out the sensibilities. I merely crawl still deeper into the coffin. It should protect me, and especially as death himself lies in it too. Before me gapes the shell hole. I grasp it with my eyes as with fists. With one leap, I must be in it. There, I get a smack in the face. A hand clamps onto my shoulder. Has the dead man waked up? The hand shakes me. I turn my head in the second of light. I stare into the face of Kaczynski. He has his mouth wide open and is yelling. I hear nothing. He rattles me, comes nearer. In a momentary lull, his voice reaches me. Gas, gaz, gaz. Pass it on. I grab for my gas mask. Some distance from me, there lies someone. I think of nothing but this. That fellow there must know. Gaz, gaz. I call. I lean toward him. I swipe at him with a satchel. He doesn't see. Once again, he merely ducks. It's a recruit. I look at Cat desperately. He has his mask ready. I pull out mine too. My helmet falls to one side. It slips over my face. I reach the man. His satchel is on the side nearest me. I seize the mask, pull it over his head. He understands. I let go and, with a jump, drop back into the shell hole. The dull thud of the gas shells mingles with the crashes of the high explosives. A bell sounds between the explosions, gongs and metal clappers warning everyone. Gas, gas, gaz. Someone plumps down behind me, another. I wipe the goggles of my mask clear of the moist breath. It is Cat, Crop, and someone else. All four of us lie there in heavy, watchful suspense and breathe as lightly as possible. These first minutes with the mask decide between life and death. Is it tightly woven? I remember the awful sights in the hospital. The gas patients who in day-long suffocation cough their burnt lungs up in clots. Cautiously, the mouth applied to the valve, I breathe. The gas still creeps over the ground and sinks into all hollows. Like a big, soft jellyfish, it floats into our shell hole and lolls there obscenely. I nudge Cat. It is better to crawl out and lie on top than stay here where the gas collects most. But we don't get as far as that. A second bombardment begins. It is no longer as though the shells roared. It is the earth itself raging. With a crash, something black bears down on us. It lands close beside us, a coffin thrown up. I see Cat move, and I crawl across. The coffin has hit the fourth man in our hole on his outstretched arm. He tries to tear off his gas mask with the other hand. Crop seizes him just in time, twists the hand sharply behind his back, and holds it fast. Cat and I proceed to free the wounded arm. The coffin lid is loose and bursts open. We're easily able to pull it off. We toss the corpse out. It slides down to the bottom of the shell hole. Then we try to loosen the underpart. Fortunately, the man swoons, and Crop is able to help us. We no longer have to be careful, but work away till the coffin gives with a sigh before the spade that we have dug in under it. It has grown lighter. Cat takes a piece of a lid, places it under the shattered arm, and we wrap all our bandages round it. For the moment, we can do no more. Inside the gas mask, my head booms and roars. It is nigh bursting. My lungs are tight. They breathe always the same hot, used-up air. The veins on my temples are swollen. I feel I am suffocating. A gray light filters through to us. I climb out over the edge of the shell hole. In the dirty twilight lies a leg torn clean off. The boot is quite whole. I take that all in at a glance. Now, someone stands up a few yards distant. I polish the windows. In my excitement, they are immediately dimmed again. I peer through them. The man there no longer wears his mask. I wait some seconds. He has not collapsed. He looks around and makes a few paces, rattling in my throat. I tear my mask off too and fall down. The air streams into me like cold water. My eyes are bursting. The wave sweeps over me and extinguishes me. Asterisk, asterisk. The shelling has ceased. I drag myself to the crater and tell the others. They take off their masks. We lift up the wounded man, one taking his splintered arm. and so we stumble off hastily. The graveyard is a mass of wreckage. Coffins and corpses lie strewn about. They have been killed once again, but each of them that was flung up saved one of us. The hedge is destroyed. The rails of the light railway are torn up and rise stiffly in the air in great arches. Someone lies in front of us. We stop. Crop goes on alone with the wounded man. The man on the ground is a recruit. His hip is covered with blood. He is so exhausted that I feel for my water bottle where I have rum and tea. Cat restrains my hand and stoops over him. "Where's it got you, comrade?" His eyes move. He is too weak to answer. We cut off his trousers carefully. He groans. "Gently, gently. It is much better. If he has been hit in the stomach, he oughtn't to drink anything. There's no vomiting. That's a good sign." We lay the hip bare. It is one mass of mincemeat and bone splinters. The joint has been hit. This lad won't walk anymore. I wet his temples with a moistened finger and give him a swig. His eyes move again. We see now that the right arm is bleeding as well. Cat spreads out 2 wads of dressing as wide as possible so that they will cover the wound. I look for something to bind loosely round it. We have nothing more, so I slit up the wounded man's trouser leg still farther in order to use a piece of his underpants as a bandage. But he is wearing none. I now look at him closely. He is the fair-headed boy of a little while ago. In the meantime, Cat has taken a bandage from a dead man's pocket, and we carefully bind the wound. I say to the youngster who looks at us fixedly, "We're going for a stretcher now." Then he opens his mouth and whispers, "Stay here. We'll be back again soon," says Cat. "We're only going to get a stretcher for you." We don't know if he understands. He whimpers like a child and plucks at us. "Don't go away." Cat looks around and whispers, "Shouldn't we just take a revolver and put an end to it?" The youngster will hardly survive the carrying, and at the most he will only last a few days. What he has gone through so far is nothing to what he's in for till he dies. Now he is numb and feels nothing. In an hour he will become one screaming bundle of intolerable pain. Every day that he can live will be a howling torture. And to whom does it matter whether he has them or not? I nod. "Yes, Cat, we ought to put him out of his misery." He stands still a moment. He has made up his mind. We look round, but we are no longer alone. A little group is gathering. From the shell holes and trenches appear heads. We get a stretcher. Cat shakes his head. "Such a kid." He repeats it. "Young innocents. Asterisk, asterisk. Our losses are less than was to be expected. 5 killed and 8 wounded. It was in fact quite a short bombardment. 2 of our dead lie in the upturned graves. We had merely to throw the earth in on them. We go back. We trot off silently in single file, one behind the other. The wounded are taken to the dressing station. The morning is cloudy. The bearers make a fuss about numbers and tickets. The wounded whimper. It begins to rain. An hour later we reach our lorries and climb in. There is more room now than there was. The rain becomes heavier. We take out waterproof sheets and spread them over our heads. The rain rattles down and flows off at the sides and streams. The lorries bump through the holes, and we rock to and fro in a half-sleep. 2 men in the front of the lorry have long forked poles. They watch for telephone wires which hang crosswise over the road so densely that they might easily pull our heads off. The 2 fellows take them at the right moment on their poles and lift them over behind us. We hear their call, "Mind, wire," dip the knee in a half-sleep and straighten up again. Monotonously the lorries sway. Monotonously come the calls. Monotonously falls the rain. It falls on our heads, and on the heads of the dead up in the line, on the body of the little recruit with the wound that is so much too big for his hip. It falls on Kemmerich's grave. It falls in our hearts. An explosion sounds somewhere. We wince. Our eyes become tense. Our hands are ready to vault over the side of the lorry into the ditch by the road. It goes no farther, only the monotonous cry, "Mind, wire." Our knees bend. We are again half asleep. Chapter 5. Killing each separate louse is a tedious business when a man has hundreds. The little beasts are hard, and the everlasting cracking with one's fingernails very soon becomes wearisome. So Jaden has rigged up the lid of a boot polish tin with a piece of wire over the lighted stump of a candle. The lice are simply thrown into this little pan. Crack, and they're done for. We sit around with our shirts on our knees, our bodies naked to the warm air, and our hands at work. Hay has a particularly fine brand of louse. They have a red cross on their heads. He suggests that he brought them back with him from the hospital at Thorout, where they attended personally on a Surgeon General. He says he means to use the fat that slowly accumulates in the tin lid for polishing his boots, and roars with laughter for half an hour at his own joke. But he hasn't much success today. We are too preoccupied with another affair. The rumor has materialized. Himmelstas has come. He appeared yesterday. We've already heard the well-known voice. He seems to have overdone it with a couple of young recruits on the plowed field at home, and unknown to him the son of the local magistrate was watching. That cooked his goose. He will meet some surprises here. Jaden has been meditating for hours what to say to him. Hay gazes thoughtfully at his great paws and winks at me. The thrashing was the high watermark of his life. He tells me he often dreams of it. Krop and Muller are amusing themselves. From somewhere or other, probably the Pioneer Cookhouse, Krop has bagged for himself a mess tin full of beans. Muller squints hungrily into it, but checks himself and says, "Albert, what would you do if it were suddenly peacetime again?" "There won't be any civil life," says Albert bluntly. "Well, but if," persists Muller, "what would you do?" "Clear out of this," growls Krop. "Of course. And then what?" "Get drunk," says Albert. "Don't talk rot. I mean seriously." "So do I," says Krop. "What else should a man do?" Cat becomes interested. He levies tribute on Krop's tin of beans, swallows some, then considers for a while and says, "You might get drunk first, of course, but then you'd take the next train for home and mother." "Peacetime man, Albert." He fumbles in his oilcloth pocketbook for a photograph and suddenly shows it all around. "My old people." Then he puts it back and swears, "Damned lousy war." "It's all very well for you to talk," I tell him. "You've a wife and children." "True," he nods, "and I have to see to it that they've something to eat." We laugh. "They won't lack for that, Cat. You'd scrounge it from somewhere." Muller is insatiable and gives himself no peace. He wakes Hay West thus out of his dream. "Hey, what would you do if it was peacetime?" "Give you a kick in the backside for the way you talk," I say. "How does it come about exactly?" "How does the cow shit come on the roof?" retorts Muller laconically, and turns to Hay West thus again. It is too much for Hay. He shakes his freckled head. "You mean when the war's over?" "Exactly. You've said it." "Well, there be women, of course, eh?" Hay licks his lips. "Sure. By Jove, yes," says Hay, his face melting. "Then I'd grab some good buxom dame, some real kitchen wench with plenty to get hold of, and jump straight into bed. Just you think, boys, a real feather bed with a spring mattress. I wouldn't put trousers on again for a week." Everyone is silent. The picture is too good. Our flesh creeps. At last Muller pulls himself together and says, "And then what?" A pause. Then Hay explains rather awkwardly, "If I were a non-com, I'd stay with the Prussians and serve out my time." "Hey, you've got a screw loose, surely." I say, "Have you ever dug, Pete?" He retorts good-naturedly, "You try it." Then he pulls a spoon out of the top of his boot and reaches over into Krop's mess tin. "It can't be worse than digging trenches," I venture. Hay chews and grins. "It lasts longer, though, and there's no getting out of it, either. But, man, surely it's better at home." "Some ways," says he, and with open mouth sinks into a daydream. You can see what he is thinking. There's the mean little hut on the moors, the hard work on the heath from morning till night in the heat, the miserable pay, the dirty laborer's clothes. "In the army in peacetime you've nothing to trouble about," he goes on. "Your food's found every day, or else you kick up a row. You've a bed. Every week clean underwear like a perfect gent. You do your non-com. As duty, you have a good suit of clothes. In the evening you're a free man and go off to the pub." Hay is extraordinarily set on his idea. He's in love with it. And when your 12 years are up you get your pension and become a village bobby, and you can walk about the whole day. He's already sweating on it. And just you think how you be treated. Here a dram, there a pint. Everybody wants to be well in with a bobby. You'll never be a non-com, though, Hay, interrupts Cat. Hay looks at him sadly and is silent. His thoughts still linger over the clear evenings in autumn, the Sundays in the heather, the village bells, the afternoons and evenings with the servant girls, the fried bacon and barley, the carefree evening hours in the alehouse. He can't part with all these dreams so abruptly. He merely growls, "What silly questions you do ask." He pulls his shirt over his head and buttons up his tunic. "What would you do, Jaden?" asks Krop. Jaden thinks only of one thing. See to it that Himmelstas doesn't get past me. Apparently, he would like most to have him in a cage and sail into him with a club every morning. To Krop, he says warmly, "If I were in your place, I'd see to it that I became a lieutenant. Then you could grind him till the water in his backside boils." "And you, deterring?" asks Muller like an inquisitor. He's a born schoolmaster with all his questions. Deterring is sparing with his words. But on this subject he speaks. He looks at the sky and says only the one sentence, "I would go straight on with the harvesting." Then he gets up and walks off. He is worried. His wife has to look after the farm. They've already taken away 2 of his horses. Every day he reads the papers that come to see whether it is raining in his little corner of Oldenburg. They haven't brought the hay in yet. At this moment Himmelstas appears. He comes straight up to our group. Jaden's face turns red. He stretches his length on the grass and shuts his eyes in embarrassment. Himmelstas is a little hesitant. His gait becomes slower. Then he marches up to us. No one makes any motion to stand up. Krop looks up at him with interest. He continues to stand in front of us and wait. As no one says anything, he launches a well. A couple of seconds go by. Apparently, Himmelstas doesn't quite know what to do. He would like most to set us all on the run again. But he seems to have learned already that the front line isn't a parade ground. He tries it on, though, and by addressing himself to one instead of to all of us hopes to get some response. Krop is nearest, so he favors him. "Well, you here too?" But Albert's no friend of his. "A bit longer than you, I fancy," he retorts. The red mustache twitches. "You don't recognize me anymore, what?" Jaden now opens his eyes. "I do, though." Himmelstas turns to him. "Jaden, isn't it?" Jaden lifts his head. "And do you know what you are?" Himmelstas is disconcerted. "Since when have we become so familiar? I don't remember that we ever slept in the gutter together." He has no idea what to make of the situation. He didn't expect this open hostility. But he is on his guard. Someone has already dinned some rot into him about getting a shot in the back. The question about the gutter makes Jaden so mad that he becomes almost witty. "No, you slept there by yourself." Himmelstas begins to boil, but Jaden gets in ahead of him. He must bring off his insult. "Wouldn't you like to know what you are?" "A dirty hound. That's what you are. I've been wanting to tell you that for a long time." The satisfaction of months shines in his dull pig's eyes as he spits out, "Dirty hound." Himmelstas lets fly too now. "What's that, you muck rake, you dirty peat stealer? Stand up there. Bring your heels together when your superior officer speaks to you." Jaden winks solemnly. "You take a run and jump it yourself, Himmelstas." Himmelstas is a raging book of army regulations. The Kaiser couldn't be more insulted. "Jaden, I command you, as your superior officer, stand up." "Anything else you would like?" asks Jaden. "Will you obey my order or not?" Jaden replies, without knowing it, in a well-known classical phrase. At the same time, he ventilates his backside. "I'll have you court-martialed," storms Himmelstas. We watch him disappear in the direction of the orderly room. "Hey!" and Jaden burst into a regular peat digger's bellow. Hay laughs so much that he dislocates his jaw and suddenly stands there helpless with his mouth wide open. Albert has to put it back again by giving it a blow with his fist. Cat is troubled. If he reports you, it'll be pretty serious. "Do you think he will?" asks Jaden. "Sure to, I say." "The least you'll get will be 5 days close arrest," says Cat. That doesn't worry Jaden. 5 days clink are 5 days rest. "And if they send you to the fortress?" urges the thoroughgoing Muller. "Well, for the time being the war will be over so far as I am concerned." Jaden is a cheerful soul. There aren't any worries for him. He goes off with Hay and Lear so that they won't find him in the first flush of the excitement. Muller hasn't finished yet. He tackles Krop again. "Albert, if you were really at home now, what would you do?" Krop is contented now and more accommodating. "How many of us were there in the class exactly?" "We count up. Out of 20, 7 are dead, 4 wounded, 1 in a madhouse. That makes 12 privates. 3 of them are lieutenants, says Muller. Do you think it would still let Cantorek sit on them? We guess not. We wouldn't let ourselves be sat on for that matter. What do you mean by the threefold theme in William Tell, says Kropp reminiscently, and roars with laughter. What was the purpose of the Poetic League of Göttingen? Asks Muller suddenly and earnestly. How many children had Charles the Bald? I interrupt gently. You'll never make anything of your life. Bäumer, croaks Muller. When was the Battle of Zana? Kropp wants to know. You lack the studious mind, Kropp. Sit down. 3-. I wink. What offices did Lycurgus consider the most important for the state? Asks Muller, pretending to take off his pince-nez. Does it go? We Germans fear God and none else in the whole world. Or we, the Germans, fear God and I submit. How many inhabitants has Melbourne? Asks Muller. How do you expect to succeed in life if you don't know that? I ask Albert hotly, which he caps with, what is meant by cohesion? We remember mighty little of all that rubbish. Anyway, it has never been the slightest use to us. At school, nobody ever taught us how to light a cigarette in a storm of rain, nor how a fire could be made with wet wood, nor that it is best to stick a bayonet in the belly because there it doesn't get jammed, as it does in the ribs. Muller says thoughtfully, what's the use? We'll have to go back and sit on the forms again. I consider that out of the question. We might take a special exam. That needs preparation. And if you do get through, what then? A student's life isn't any better. If you have no money, you have to work like the devil. It's a bit better. But it's right all the same, everything they teach you. Kropp supports me. How can a man take all that stuff seriously when he's once been out here? Still, you must have an occupation of some sort, insists Muller, as though he were Cantorek himself. Albert cleans his nails with a knife. We are surprised at this delicacy, but it is merely pensiveness. He puts the knife away and continues. That's just it. Cat and deterring and Hay will go back to their jobs because they had them already. Himmelstoss too, but we never had any. How will we ever get used to one after this here? He makes a gesture toward the front. We'll want a private income, and then we'll be able to live by ourselves in a wood. I say, but at once feel ashamed of this absurd idea. But what will really happen when we go back? Wonders Muller, and even he is troubled. Kropp gives a shrug. I don't know. Let's get back first, then we'll find out. We are all utterly at a loss. What could we do? I ask. I don't want to do anything, replies Kropp wearily. You'll be dead one day, so what does it matter? I don't think we'll ever go back. Why think about it, Albert, I say after a while, rolling over on my back. When I hear the word peacetime, it goes to my head, and if it really came, I think I would do some unimaginable thing, something, that it's worth having lain here in the muck for. But I can't even imagine anything. All I do know is that this business about professions and studies and salaries and so on, it makes me sick. It is and always was disgusting. I don't see anything. I don't see anything at all, Albert. All at once, everything seems to me confused and hopeless. Kropp feels it too. It will go pretty hard with us all. But nobody at home seems to worry much about it. 2 years of shells and bombs. A man won't peel that off as easy as a sock. We agree that it's the same for everyone. Not only for us here, but everywhere, for everyone who is of our age, to some more, and to others less. It is the common fate of our generation. Albert expresses it. The war has ruined us for everything. He is right. We are not youth any longer. We don't want to take the world by storm. We are fleeing. We fly from ourselves, from our life. We were 18 and had begun to love life and the world, and we had to shoot it to pieces. The first bomb, the first explosion, burst in our hearts. We are cut off from activity, from striving, from progress. We believe in such things no longer. We believe in the war. Asterisk, asterisk. The orderly room shows signs of life. Himmelstoss seems to have stirred them up. At the head of the column trots the fat sergeant major. It is queer that almost all pay sergeant majors are fat. Himmelstoss follows him, thirsting for vengeance. His boots gleam in the sun. We get up. Where's Jaden? The sergeant puffs. No one knows, of course. Himmelstoss glowers at us wrathfully. You know very well. You won't say. That's the fact of the matter. Out with it. Fatty looks round inquiringly, but Jaden is not to be seen. He tries another way. Jaden will report at the orderly room in 10 minutes. Then he steams off with Himmelstas in his wake. I have a feeling that next time we go up wiring, I'll be letting a bundle of wire fall on Himmelstas's leg, hints Krop. We'll have quite a lot of jokes with him. Laughs Muller. That is our sole ambition, to knock the conceit out of a postman. I go into the hut and put Jaden wise. He disappears. Then we change our posse and lie down again to play cards. We know how to do that, to play cards, to swear, and to fight. Not much for 20 years, and yet too much for 20 years. Half an hour later, Himmelstas is back again. Nobody pays any attention to him. He asks for Jaden. We shrug our shoulders. Then you'd better find him, he persists. Haven't you been to look for him? Krop lies back in the grass and says, Have you ever been out here before? That's none of your business, retorts Himmelstas. I expect an answer. Very good, says Krop, getting up. See up there where those little white clouds are. Those are anti-aircraft. We were over there yesterday. 5 dead and 8 wounded. It was a lot of fun. Next time, when you go up with us, before they die, the fellows will come up to you, click their heels, and ask stiffly, Please may I go? Please may I hop it? We've been waiting here a long time for someone like you. He sits down again, and Himmelstas disappears like a comet. 3 days CB, Cat conjectures. Next time I'll let fly, I say to Albert. But that is the end. The case comes up for trial in the evening. In the orderly room sits our lieutenant, Bertink, and calls us in one after another. I have to appear as a witness and explain the reason of Jaden's insubordination. The story of the bedwetting makes an impression. Himmelstas is recalled, and I repeat my statement. Is that right? Bertink asks Himmelstas. He tries to evade the question, but in the end has to confess, for Krop tells the same story. Why didn't someone report the matter then? Asks Bertink. We are silent. He must know himself how much use it is reporting such things in the army. It isn't usual to make complaints in the army. He understands it all right, though, and lectures Himmelstas, making it plain to him that the front isn't a parade ground. Then comes Jaden's turn, who gets a long sermon and 3 days open arrest. He gives Krop a wink and 1 day's open arrest. It can't be helped, he says to him regretfully. He is a decent fellow. Open arrest is quite pleasant. The clink was once a foul house. Though we can visit the prisoners, we know how to manage it. Close arrest would have meant the cellar. They used to tie us to a tree, but that is forbidden now. In many ways we are treated quite like men. An hour after Jaden and Krop are settled in behind their wire netting, we make our way into them. Jaden greets us crowing. Then we play scat far into the night. Jaden wins, of course, the lucky wretch. Asterisk, asterisk. When we break up, Cat says to me, What do you say to some roast goose? Not bad, I agree. We climb up on a munition wagon. The ride costs us 2 cigarettes. Cat has marked the spot exactly. The shed belongs to a regimental headquarters. I agree to get the goose and receive my instructions. The outhouse is behind the wall, and the door shuts with just a peg. Cat hoists me up. I rest my foot in his hands and climb over the wall. Cat keeps watch below. I wait a few moments to accustom my eyes to the darkness. Then I recognize the shed. Softly I steal across, lift the peg, pull it out, and open the door. I distinguish 2 white patches. 2 geese, that's bad. If I grab one, the other will cackle. Well, both of them. If I'm quick, it can be done. I make a jump. I catch hold of one, and the next instant the second. Like a madman, I bash their heads against the wall to stun them. But I haven't quite enough weight. The beasts cackle and strike out with their feet and wings. I fight desperately, but Lord, what kick a goose has. They struggle, and I stagger about. In the dark, these white patches are terrifying. My arms have grown wings, and I'm almost afraid of going up into the sky, as though I held a couple of captive balloons in my fists. Then the row begins. One of them gets his breath and goes off like an alarm clock. Before I can do anything, something comes in from outside. I feel a blow lie outstretched on the floor and hear awful growls. A dog. I steal a glance to the side. He makes a snap at my throat. I lie still and tuck my chin into my collar. It's a bulldog. After an eternity, he withdraws his head and sits down beside me. But if I make the least movement, he growls. I consider. The only thing to do is to get hold of my small revolver, and that too before anyone arrives. Inch by inch, I move my hand toward it. I have the feeling that it lasts an hour. The slightest movement, and then an awful growl. I'll lie still, then try again. When at last I have the revolver, my hand starts to tremble. I press it against the ground and then say over to myself, jerk the revolver up, fire before he has a chance to grab, and then jump up. Slowly I take a deep breath and become calmer. Then I hold my breath, whip up the revolver, it cracks, the dog leaps howling to one side. I make for the door of the shed and fall head over heels over one of the damned geese. At full speed, I seize it again, and with a swing toss it over the wall and clamber up. No sooner am I on top than the dog is up again as lively as ever and springs at me. Quickly I let myself drop. 10 paces away stands Cat with the goose under his arm. As soon as he sees me, we run. At last we can take a breather. The goose is dead. Cat saw to that in a moment. We intend to roast it without telling anybody. I fetch a stove and wood from the hut, and we crawl into a small deserted lean-to, which we use for such purposes. The single window space is heavily curtained. There's a sort of hearth, an iron plate set on some bricks. We kindle a fire. Cat plucks and cleans the goose. We put the feathers carefully to one side. We intend to make 2 cushions out of them with the inscription, "Sleep soft under shell fire." The sound of the gunfire from the front penetrates into our refuge. The glow of the fire lights up our faces. Shadows dance on the wall. Sometimes a heavy crash, and the hut shivers. Aeroplane bombs. Once we hear a stifled cry. A hut must have been hit. Aeroplanes drone. The tac-tac of machine guns breaks out. But no light that could be observed shows from us. We sit opposite one another, Cat and I, 2 soldiers in shabby coats, cooking a goose in the middle of the night. We don't talk much, but I believe we have a more complete communion with one another than even lovers have. We are 2 men, 2-minute sparks of life. Outside is the night and the circle of death. We sit on the edge of it crouching in danger. The grease drips from our hands. In our hearts we are close to one another, and the hour is like the room, flecked over with the lights and shadows of our feelings cast by a quiet fire. What does he know of me or I of him? Formerly we should not have had a single thought in common. Now we sit with a goose between us and feel in unison, and are so intimate that we do not even speak. It takes a long time to roast a goose, even when it is young and fat. So we take turns. One bastes it while the other lies down and sleeps. A grand smell gradually fills the hut. The noises without increase in volume pass into my dream and yet linger in my memory. In a half-sleep I watch Cat dip and raise the ladle. I love him, his shoulders, his angular, stooping figure. And at the same time I see behind him woods and stars, and a clear voice utters words that bring me peace. To me, a soldier in big boots, belt, and knapsack, taking the road that lies before him under the high heaven, quickly forgetting and seldom sorrowful, forever pressing on under the wide night sky. A little soldier and a clear voice, and if anyone were to caress him he would hardly understand, this soldier with the big boots and shut heart, who marches because he is wearing big boots and has forgotten all else but marching. Beyond the skyline is a country with flowers, lying so still that he would like to weep. There are sights there that he has not forgotten, because he never possessed them, perplexing, yet lost to him. Are not his 20 summers there? Is my face wet, and where am I? Cat stands before me. His gigantic, stooping shadow falls upon me like home. He speaks gently. He smiles and goes back to the fire. Then he says, "It's done." "Yes, Cat." I stir myself. In the middle of the room shines the brown goose. We take out our collapsible forks and our pocket knives, and each cuts off a leg. With it we have army bread dipped in gravy. We eat slowly and with gusto. "What does it taste, Cat?" "Good." "And yours?" "Good, Cat." We are brothers and press on one another the choicest pieces. Afterwards I smoke a cigarette and Cat a cigar. There's still a lot left. "How would it be, Cat, if we took a bit to Crop and Jaden?" "Sure," says he. We carve off a portion and wrap it up carefully in newspaper. The rest we thought of taking over to the hut. Cat laughs and simply says, "Jaden." I agree. We will have to take it all. So we go off to the fowl house to wake them. But first we pack away the feathers. Crop and Jaden take us for magicians. Then they get busy with their teeth. Jaden holds a wing in his mouth with both hands like a mouth organ and gnaws. He drinks the gravy from the pot and smacks his lips. May I never forget you. We go to our hut. Again, there is the lofty sky with the stars and the oncoming dawn, and I pass on beneath it, a soldier with big boots and a full belly, a little soldier in the early morning, but by my side, stooping and angular, goes Cat, my comrade. The outlines of the huts are upon us in the dawn like a dark, deep sleep. Chapter 6. There are rumors of an offensive. We go up the front 2 days earlier than usual. On the way, we pass a shelled schoolhouse. Stacked up against its longer side is a high double wall of yellow, unpolished, brand-new coffins. They still smell of fir and pine and the forest. There are at least 100. That's a good preparation for the offensive, says Muller, astonished. They're for us, growls Deterring. Don't talk rot, says Cat to him angrily. You be thankful if you get so much as a coffin, grins Jaden. They'll slip you a waterproof sheet for your old Aunt Sally of a carcass. The others jest too, unpleasant jests, but what else can a man do? The coffins are really for us. The organization surpasses itself in that kind of thing. Ahead of us, everything is simmering. The first night, we try to get our bearings. When it is fairly quiet, we can hear the transports behind the enemy lines rolling ceaselessly until dawn. Cat says they do not go back, but are bringing up troops, munitions, and shells. The English artillery has been strengthened, that we can detect at once. There are at least 4 more batteries of 25s to the right of the farm, and behind the poplars they have put in trench mortars. Besides these, they have brought up a number of those little French beasts with instantaneous fuses. We are in low spirits. After we have been in the dugouts 2 hours, our own shells begin to fall in the trench. This is the 3rd time in 4 weeks. If it were simply a mistake and aim, no one would say anything. But the truth is that the barrels are worn out. The shots are often so uncertain that they land within our own lines. Tonight, 2 of our men were wounded by them. Asterisk. The front is a cage in which we must await fearfully whatever may happen. We lie under the network of arching shells and live in a suspense of uncertainty. Over us, chance hovers. If a shot comes, we can duck, that is all. We neither know nor can determine where it will fall. It is this chance that makes us indifferent. A few months ago, I was sitting in a dugout playing scat. After a while, I stood up and went to visit some friends in another dugout. On my return, nothing more was to be seen of the first one. It had been blown to pieces by a direct hit. I went back to the second and arrived just in time to lend a hand digging it out. In the interval, it had been buried. It is just as much a matter of chance that I am still alive as that I might have been hit. In a bomb-proof dugout, I may be smashed to atoms, and in the open may survive 10 hours bombardment unscathed. No soldier outlives 1,000 chances, but every soldier believes in chance and trusts his luck. Asterisk. We must look out for our bread. The rats have become much more numerous lately because the trenches are no longer in good condition. Deterring says it is a sure sign of a coming bombardment. The rats here are particularly repulsive. They are so fat, the kind we call corpse rats. They have shocking, evil, naked faces, and it is nauseating to see their long, nude tails. They seem to be mighty hungry. Almost every man has had his bread gnawed. Crop wrapped his in his waterproof sheet and put it under his head, but he cannot sleep because they run over his face to get at it. Deterring meant to outwheat them. He fastened a thin wire to the roof and suspended his bread from it. During the night, when he switched on his pocket torch, he saw the wire swinging to and fro. On the bread was riding a fat rat. At last we put a stop to it. We cannot afford to throw the bread away, because already we have practically nothing left to eat in the morning, so we carefully cut off the bits of bread that the animals have gnawed. The slices we cut off are heaped together in the middle of the floor. Each man takes out his spade and lies down prepared to strike. Deterring, Crop, and Cat hold their pocket lamps ready. After a few minutes we hear the first shuffling and tugging. It grows. Now it is the sound of many little feet. Then the torches switch on, and every man strikes at the heap, which scatters with a rush. The result is good. We toss the bits of rat over the parapet and again lie in wait. Several times we repeat the process. At last the beasts get wise to it, or perhaps they have scented the blood. They return no more. Nevertheless, Before morning, the remainder of the bread on the floor has been carried off. In the adjoining sector, they attacked 2 large cats and a dog, bit them to death, and devoured them. Next day, there's an issue of Edamer cheese. Each man gets almost a quarter of a cheese. In one way, that is all to the good, for Edamer is tasty. But in another way, it is vile because the fat red balls have long been a sign of a bad time coming. Our forebodings increase as rum is served out. We drink it, of course, but are not greatly comforted. For days we loaf about and make war on the rats. Ammunition and hand grenades become more plentiful. We even overhaul the bayonets, that is to say, the ones that have a saw on the blunt edge. If the fellows over there catch a man with one of those, he's killed at sight. In the next sector, some of our men were found whose noses were cut off and their eyes poked out with their own saw bayonets. Their mouths and noses were stuffed with sawdust so that they suffocated. Some of the recruits have bayonets of this kind. We take them away and give them the ordinary kind. But the bayonet has practically lost its importance. It is usually the fashion now to charge with bombs and spades only. The sharpened spade is a more handy and many-sided weapon. Not only can it be used for jabbing a man under the chin, but it is much better for striking with because of its greater weight, and if one hits between the neck and shoulder, it easily cleaves as far down as the chest. The bayonet frequently jams on the thrust, and then a man has to kick hard on the other fellow's belly to pull it out again. And in the interval, he may easily get one himself. And what's more, the blade often gets broken off. At night, they send over gas. We expect the attack to follow and lie with our masks on, ready to tear them off as soon as the first shadow appears. Dawn approaches without anything happening. Only the everlasting, nerve-wracking roll behind the enemy lines, trains, lorries. But what are they concentrating? Our artillery fires on it continually, but still it does not cease. We have tired faces and avoid each other's eyes. It will be like the Psalm, says Cat gloomily. There we were shelled steadily for 7 days and nights. Cat has lost all his fun since we have been here, which is bad, for Cat is an old front hog and can smell what is coming. Only Jaden seems pleased with the good rations and the rum. He thinks we might even go back to rest without anything happening at all. It almost looks like it. Day after day passes. At night, I squat in the listening post. Above me, the rockets and parachute lights shoot up and float down again. I am cautious and tense. My heart thumps. My eyes turn again and again to the luminous dial of my watch. The hands will not budge. Sleep hangs on my eyelids. I work my toes in my boots in order to keep awake. Nothing happens till I am relieved. Only the everlasting rolling over there. Gradually we grow calmer and play scat and poker continually. Perhaps we will be lucky. All day the sky is hung with observation balloons. There is a rumor that the enemy are going to put tanks over and use low-flying planes for the attack. But that interests us less than what we hear of the new flamethrowers. ***. We wake up in the middle of the night. The earth booms. Heavy fire is falling on us. We crouch in corners. We distinguish shells of every caliber. Each man lays hold of his things and looks again every minute to reassure himself that they are still there. The dugout heaves, the night roars and flashes. We look at each other in the momentary flashes of light, and with pale faces and pressed lips, shake our heads. Every man is aware of the heavy shells tearing down the parapet, rooting up the embankment and demolishing the upper layers of concrete. When a shell lands in the trench, we note how the hollow, furious blast is like a blow from the paw of a raging beast of prey. Already by morning, a few of the recruits are green and vomiting. They are too inexperienced. Slowly the gray light trickles into the post and pales the flashes of the shells. Morning has come. The explosion of mines mingles with the gunfire. That is the most dementing convulsion of all. The whole region where they go up becomes one grave. The reliefs go out. The observers stagger in, covered with dirt and trembling. One lies down in silence in the corner and eats. The other, a reservist reinforcement, sobs. Twice he has been flung over the parapet by the blast of the explosions without getting any more than shell shock. The recruits are eyeing him. We must watch them. These things are catching. Already some lips begin to quiver. It is good that it is growing daylight. Perhaps the attack will come before noon. The bombardment does not diminish. It is falling in the rear, too. As far as one can see, it spouts fountains of mud and iron. A wide belt is being raked. The attack does not come, but the bombardment continues. Slowly we become mute. Hardly a man speaks. We cannot make ourselves understood. Our trench is almost gone. At many places it is only 18 inches high. It is broken by holes and craters and mountains of earth. A shell-land square in front of our post. At once it is dark. We are buried and must dig ourselves out. After an hour the entrance is clear again, and we are calmer because we have had something to do. Our company commander scrambles in and reports that 2 dugouts are gone. The recruits calm themselves when they see him. He says that an attempt will be made to bring up food this evening. That sounds reassuring. No one had thought of it except Jaden. Now the outside world seems to draw a little nearer. If food can be brought up, think the recruits, then it can't really be so bad. We do not disabuse them. We know that food is as important as ammunition, and only for that reason must be brought up. But it miscarries. A second party goes out, and it also turns back. Finally, Cat tries, and even he reappears without accomplishing anything. No one gets through. Not even a fly is small enough to get through such a barrage. We pull in our belts tighter and chew every mouthful 3 times as long. Still, the food does not last out. We are damnably hungry. I take out a scrap of bread, eat the white, and put the crust back in my knapsack. From time to time I nibble at it. Asterisk, asterisk. The night is unbearable. We cannot sleep, but stare ahead of us and doze. Jaden regrets that we wasted the gnawed pieces of bread on the rats. We would gladly have them again to eat now. We are short of water, too, but not seriously yet. Towards morning, while it is still dark, there is some excitement. Through the entrance rushes in a swarm of fleeing rats that try to storm the walls. Torches light up the confusion. Everyone yells and curses and slaughters. The madness and despair of many hours unloads itself in this outburst. Faces are distorted, arms strike out, the beasts scream. We just stop in time to avoid attacking one another. The onslaught has exhausted us. We'll lie down to wait again. It is a marvel that our post has had no casualties so far. It is one of the few deep dugouts. A corporal creeps in. He has a loaf of bread with him. 3 people have had the luck to get through during the night and bring some provisions. They say the bombardment extends undiminished as far as the artillery lines. It is a mystery where the enemy gets all his shells. We wait and wait. By midday, what I expected happens. One of the recruits has a fit. I have been watching him for a long time, grinding his teeth and opening and shutting his fists. These hunted, protruding eyes, we know them too well. During the last few hours, he has had merely the appearance of calm. He had collapsed like a rotten tree. Now he stands up, stealthily creeps across the floor, hesitates a moment, and then glides towards the door. I intercept him and say, "Where are you going?" "I'll be back in a minute," says he, and tries to push past me. Wait a bit, the shelling will stop soon. He listens, and for a moment his eye becomes clear. Then again he has the glowering eyes of a mad dog. He is silent. He shoves me aside. "1 minute, lad," I say. Cat notices. Just as the recruit shakes me off, Cat jumps in, and we hold him. Then he begins to rave. "Leave me alone. Let me go out. I will go out." He won't listen to anything and hits out. His mouth is wet and pours out words, half-choked, meaningless words. It is a case of claustrophobia. He feels as though he is suffocating here and wants to get out at any price. If we let him go, he would run about everywhere regardless of cover. He is not the first. Though he raves and his eyes roll, it can't be helped. We have to give him a hiding to bring him to his senses. We do it quickly and mercilessly, and at last he sits down quietly. The others have turned pale. Let's hope it deters them. This bombardment is too much for the poor devils. They have been sent straight from a recruiting depot into a barrage that is enough to turn an old soldier's hair gray. After this affair, the sticky, close atmosphere works more than ever on our nerves. We sit as if in our graves, waiting only to be closed in. Suddenly, it howls and flashes terrifically. The dugout cracks in all its joints under a direct hit. Fortunately, only a light one that the concrete blocks are able to withstand. It rings metallically. The walls reel, rifles, helmets, earth, mud, and dust fly everywhere. Sulfur fumes pour in. If we were in one of those light dugouts that they have been building lately instead of this deep one, not one of us would now be alive. But the effect is bad enough, even so. The recruit starts to rave again, and two others follow suit. One jumps up and rushes out. We have trouble with the other two. I start after the one who escapes and wonder whether to shoot him in the leg. Then it shrieks again. I fling myself down, and when I stand up, the wall of the trench is plastered with smoking splinters, lumps of flesh, and bits of uniform. I scramble back. The first recruit seems actually to have gone insane. He puts his head against the wall like a goat. We must try tonight to take him to the rear. Meanwhile, we bind him, but in such a way that in case of attack, he could be released at once. Cat suggests a game of scat. It is easier when a man has something to do. But it is no use. We listen for every explosion that comes close, miscount the tricks, and fail to follow suit. We have to give it up. We sit as though in a hissing boiler that is being belabored from without on all sides. Night again. We are deadened by the strain, a deadly tension that scrapes along one's spine like a gapped knife. Our legs refuse to move. Our hands tremble. Our bodies are a thin skin stretched painfully over repressed madness, over an almost irresistible, bursting roar. We have neither flesh nor muscles any longer. We dare not look at one another for fear of some incalculable thing. So we shut our teeth. It will end. It will end. Perhaps we will come through. Suddenly, the nearer explosions cease. The shelling continues, but it has lifted and falls behind us. Our trench is free. We seize the hand grenades, pitch them out in front of the dugout, and jump after them. The bombardment has stopped, and a heavy barrage now falls behind us. The attack has come. No one would believe that in this howling waste there could still be men. But steel helmets now appear on all sides out of the trench, and 50 yards from us a machine gun is already in position and barking. The wire entanglements are torn to pieces. Yet they offer some obstacle. We see the storm troops coming. Our artillery opens fire. Machine guns rattle, rifles crack. The charge works its way across. Hay and crop begin with the hand grenades. They throw as fast as they can. Others pass them, the handles with the strings already pulled. Hay throws 75 yards, crop 60. It has been measured. The distance is important. The enemy, as they run, cannot do much before they are within 40 yards. We recognize the distorted faces, the smooth helmets. They are French. They have already suffered heavily when they reach the remnants of the barbed wire entanglements. A whole line has gone down before our machine guns. Then we have a lot of stoppages, and they come nearer. I see one of them, his face upturned, fall into a wire cradle. His body collapses. His hands remain suspended as though he were praying. Then his body drops clean away, and only his hands with the stumps of his arms, shot off, now hang in the wire. The moment we are about to retreat, 3 faces rise up from the ground in front of us. Under one of the helmets, a dark pointed beard and 2 eyes that are fastened on me. I raise my hand, but I cannot throw into those strange eyes. For one mad moment, the whole slaughter whirls like a circus round me, and these 2 eyes that are alone motionless. Then the head rises up, a hand, a movement, and my hand grenade flies through the air and into him. We make for the rear, pull wire cradles into the trench, and leave bombs behind us with the string pulled, which ensure us a fiery retreat. The machine guns are already firing from the next position. We have become wild beasts. We do not fight. We defend ourselves against annihilation. It is not against men that we fling our bombs. What do we know of men in this moment when death with hands and helmets is hunting us down? Now, for the first time in 3 days, we can see his face now. For the first time in 3 days, we can oppose him. We feel a mad anger. No longer do we lie helpless, waiting on the scaffold. We could destroy and kill, to save ourselves, and be revenged. We crouch behind every corner, behind every barrier of barbed wire, and hurl heaps of explosives at the feet of the advancing enemy before we run. The blast of the hand grenades impinges powerfully on our arms and legs. Crouching like cats we run on, overwhelmed by this wave that bears us along, that fills us with ferocity, turning us into thugs, into murderers, and a God only knows what devils. This wave that multiplies our strength with fear and madness and greed of life, seeking and fighting for nothing but our deliverance. If your own father came over with them, you would not hesitate to fling a bomb into him. The forward trenches have been abandoned. Are they still trenches? They are blown to pieces, annihilated. There are only broken bits of trenches, holes linked by tracks, nests of craters, that is all. But the enemy's casualties increase. They did not count on so much resistance. Asterisk, asterisk. It is nearly noon. The sun blazes hotly. The sweat stings in our eyes. We wipe it off on our sleeves, and often blood with it. At last we reach a trench that is in a somewhat better condition. It is manned and ready for the counterattack. It receives us. Our guns open up in full blast and cut off the enemy attack. The lines behind us stop. They can advance no farther. The attack is crushed by our artillery. We watch. The fire lifts 100 yards, and we break forward. Beside me, a lance corporal has his head torn off. He runs a few steps more while the blood spouts from his neck like a fountain. It has not come quite to hand-to-hand fighting. They are driven back. We arrive once again at our shattered trench and pass on beyond it. Oh, this turning back again? We reach the shelter of the reserves and yearn to creep in and disappear. But instead we must turn round and plunge again into the horror. If we were not automata at that moment, we would continue lying there, exhausted and without will. But we are swept forward again, powerless, madly savage and raging. We will kill, for they are still our mortal enemies. Their rifles and bombs are aimed against us, and if we don't destroy them, they will destroy us. The brown earth, the torn, blasted earth, with a greasy shine under the sun's rays. The earth is the background of this restless, gloomy world of automatons. Our gasping is the scratching of a quill. Our lips are dry. Our heads are debauched with stupor. Thus we stagger forward, and into our pierced and shattered souls bores the torturing image of the brown earth with the greasy sun and the convulsed and dead soldiers, who lie there. It can't be helped. Who cry and clutch at our legs as we spring. Away over them. We have lost all feeling for one another. We can hardly control ourselves when our hunted glance lights on the form of some other man. We are insensible dead men, who through some trick, some dreadful magic, are still able to run and to kill. A young Frenchman lags behind. He is overtaken. He puts up his hands. In one he still holds his revolver. Does he mean to shoot or to give himself up? A blow from a spade cleaves through his face. A second sees it and tries to run farther. A bayonet jabs into his back. He leaps in the air, his arms thrown wide, his mouth wide open, yelling. He staggers. In his back the bayonet quivers. A third throws away his rifle, cowers down with his hands before his eyes. He is left behind with a few other prisoners to carry off the wounded. Suddenly, in the pursuit, we reach the enemy line. We are so close on the heels of our retreating enemies that we reach it almost at the same time as they. In this way we suffer few casualties. A machine gun barks, but is silenced with a bomb. Nevertheless, the couple of seconds has sufficed to give us 5 stomach wounds. With the butt of his rifle cat smashes to pulp the face of one of the unwounded machine gunners. We bayonet the others before they have time to get out their bombs. Then thirstily we drink the water they have for cooling the gun. Everywhere wire cutters are snapping. Planks are thrown across the entanglements. We jump through the narrow entrances into the trenches. Hay strikes his spade into the neck of a gigantic Frenchman and throws the first hand grenade. We duck behind a breastwork for a few seconds, then the whole section of trench before us is empty. The next throw whizzes obliquely over the corner and clears a passage. As we run past, we toss handfuls down into the dugouts. The earth shudders, it crashes dully and stifled. We stumble over slippery lumps of flesh, over yielding bodies. I fall into an open belly on which lies a clean, new officer's cap. The fight ceases. We lose touch with the enemy. We cannot stay here long, but must retire under cover of our artillery to our own position. No sooner do we know this than we dive into the nearest dugouts, and with the utmost haste seize on whatever provisions we can see, especially the tins of corned beef and butter, before we clear out. We get back pretty well. There has been no further attack by the enemy. We lie for an hour panting and resting before anyone speaks. We are so completely played out that in spite of our great hunger, we do not think of the provisions. Then gradually we become something like men again. The corned beef over there is famous along the whole front. Occasionally, it has been the chief reason for a flying raid on our part, for our nourishment is generally very bad. We have a constant hunger. We bagged 5 tins altogether. The fellows over there are well looked after. It seems a luxury to us with our hunger pangs, our turnip jam, and meat so scarce that we simply grab at it. Hay has scored a thin loaf of white French bread and stuck it in behind his belt like a spade. It is a bit bloody at one corner, but that can be cut off. It is a good thing we have something decent to eat at last. We still have a use for all our strength. Enough to eat is just as valuable as a good dugout. It can save our lives. That is the reason we are so greedy for it. Jaden has captured 2 water bottles full of cognac. We pass them round. Asterisk, asterisk. The evening benediction begins. Night comes. Out of the craters rise the mists. It looks as though the holes were full of ghostly secrets. The white vapor creeps painfully round before it ventures to steal away over the edge. Then long streaks stretch from crater to crater. It is chilly. I am on sentry and stare into the darkness. My strength is exhausted as always after an attack, and so it is hard for me to be alone with my thoughts. They are not properly thoughts. They are memories which in my weakness turn homeward and strangely move me. The parachute lights shoot upwards, and I see a picture, a summer evening. I am in the cathedral cloister and look at the tall rose trees that bloom in the middle of the little cloister garden where the monks lie buried. Around the walls are the stone carvings of the Stations of the Cross. No one is there. A great quietness rules in this blossoming quadrangle. The sun lies warm on the heavy gray stones. I place my hand upon them and feel the warmth. At the right-hand corner, the green cathedral spire ascends into the pale blue sky of the evening. Between the glowing columns of the cloister is the cool darkness that only churches have, and I stand there and wonder whether, when I am 20, I shall have experienced the bewildering emotions of love. The image is alarmingly near. It touches me before it dissolves in the light of the next star shell. I lay hold of my rifle to see that it is in trim. The barrel is wet. I take in my hand and rub off the moisture with my fingers. Between the meadows behind our town, there stands a line of old poplars by a stream. They were visible from a great distance, and although they grew on one bank only, we called them the Poplar Avenue. Even as children, we had a great love for them. They drew us vaguely thither. We played truant the whole day by them and listened to their rustling. We sat beneath them on the bank of the stream and let our feet hang over in the bright, swift waters. The pure fragrance of the water and the melody of the wind in the poplars held our fancies. We loved them dearly, and the image of those days still makes my heart pause in its beating. It is strange that all the memories that come have these 2 qualities. They're always completely calm, that is predominant in them, and even if they are not really calm, they become so. They are soundless apparitions that speak to me, with looks and gestures, silently, without any word, and it is the alarm of their silence that forces me to lay hold of my sleeve and my rifle lest I should abandon myself to the liberation and allurement in which my body would dilate and gently pass away into the still forces that lie behind these things. They are quiet in this way, because quietness is so unattainable for us now. At the front, there is no quietness, and the curse of the front reaches so far that we never pass beyond it. Even in the remote depots and rest areas, the droning and the muffled noise of shelling is always in our ears. We are never so far off that it is no more to be heard. But these last few days it has been unbearable. Their stillness is the reason why these memories of former times do not awaken desire so much as sorrow, a strange, inapprehensible melancholy. Once we had such desires, but they return not. They are past. They belong to another world that is gone from us. In the barracks they called forth a rebellious, wild craving for their return. For then they were still bound to us. We belonged to them, and they to us, even though we were already absent from them. They appeared in the soldiers' songs, which we sang as we marched between the glow of the dawn and the black silhouettes of the forest to drill on the moor. They were a powerful remembrance that was in us and came from us. But here in the trenches, they are completely lost to us. They arise no more. We are dead, and they stand remote on the horizon. They are an apparition, a mysterious reflection drawing us home, that we fear and love without hope. They are strong, and our desire is strong, but they are unattainable, and we know it. And even if these scenes of our youth were given back to us, we would hardly know what to do. The tender, secret influence that passed from them into us could not arise again. We long to be in them and to move in them. We long to remember and to love them and to be stirred by the sight of them. But it would be like gazing at the photograph of a dead comrade. Those are his features. It is his face, and the days we spent together take on a mournful life in the memory. But the man himself, it is not. We could never again, as the same beings, take part in those scenes. It was not any recognition of their beauty and their significance that attracted us, but the communion, the feeling of a comradeship with the things and events of our existence, which cut us off and made the world of our parents a thing incomprehensible to us. For then we surrendered ourselves to events and were lost in them, and the least little thing was enough to carry us down the stream of eternity. Perhaps it was only the privilege of our youth, but as yet we recognized no limits and saw nowhere an end. We had that thrill of expectation in the blood which united us with the course of our days. Today we would pass through the scenes of our youth like travelers. We are burnt up by hard facts. Like tradesmen, we understand distinctions, and like butchers, necessities. We are no longer untroubled. We are indifferent. We long to be there, but could we live there? We are forlorn like children and experienced like old men. We are crude and sorrowful and superficial. I believe we are lost. Asterisk, asterisk. My hands grow cold and my flesh creeps, and yet the night is warm. Only the mist is cold, this mysterious mist that trails the dead before us and sucks from them their last, creeping life. By morning they will be pale and green, and their blood congealed and black. Still the parachute rockets shoot up and cast their pitiless light over the stony landscape, which is full of craters and frozen lights like a moon. The blood beneath my skin brings fear and restlessness into my thoughts. They become feeble and tremble. They desire warmth and life. They cannot endure without sympathy and communion. They're disordered before the naked picture of despair. I hear the rattle of the mess tins and immediately feel a strong desire for warm food. It would do me good and comfort me. Painfully, I force myself to wait until I am relieved. Then I go into the dugout and find a mug of barley. It is cooked in fat and tastes good. I eat it slowly. I remain quiet, though the others are in a better mood, for the shelling has died down. Asterisk, asterisk. The days go by, and the incredible hours follow one another as a matter of course. Attacks alternate with counterattacks, and slowly the dead pile up in the field of craters between the trenches. We are able to bring in most of the wounded that do not lie too far off. But many have long to wait, and we listen to them dying. For one of them, we search 2 days in vain. He must be lying on his belly and unable to turn over. Otherwise, it is hard to understand why we cannot find him. For it is only when a man has his mouth close to the ground that it is impossible to gauge the direction of his cry. He must have been badly hit, one of those nasty wounds, neither so severe that they exhaust the body at once and a man dreams on in a half-swoon, nor so light that a man endures the pain in the hope of becoming well again. Cat thinks he has either a broken pelvis or a shot through the spine. His chest cannot have been injured, otherwise he would not have such strength to cry out. And if it were any other kind of wound, it would be possible to see him moving. He grows gradually hoarser. The voice sounds so desperate that it prevails everywhere. The first night, some of our fellows go out 3 times to look for him. But when they think they have located him and crawl across, next time they hear the voice, it seems to come from somewhere else altogether. We search in vain until dawn. We scrutinize the field all day with glasses, but discover nothing. On the second day, the calls are fainter. That will be because his lips and mouth have become dry. Our company commander has promised special leave with 3 days extra to anyone who finds him. That is a powerful inducement, but we would do all that is possible without that, for his cry is terrible. Cat and Crop even go out in the afternoon, and Albert gets the lobe of his ear shot off in consequence. It is to no purpose they come back without him. It is easy to understand what he cries. At first he called only for help. The second night he must have some delirium. He talks with his wife and his children. We often detect the name Elise. Today he merely weeps. By evening the voice dwindles to a croaking, but it persists still through the whole night. We hear it so distinctly because the wind blows toward our line. In the morning, when we suppose he must already have long gone to his rest, there comes across to us one last gurgling rattle. The days are hot and the dead lie unburied. We cannot fetch them all in. If we did, we should not know what to do with them. The shells will bury them. Many have their bellies swollen up like balloons. They hiss, belch, and make movements. The gases in them make noises. The sky is blue and without clouds. In the evening it grows sultry and the heat rises from the earth. When the wind blows toward us, it brings the smell of blood, which is heavy and sweet. This deathly exhalation from the shell holes seems to be a mixture of chloroform and putrefaction and fills us with nausea and retching. Asterisk, asterisk. The nights become quiet and the hunt for copper driving bands and the silken parachutes of the French star shells begins. Why the driving bands are so desirable, no one knows exactly. The collectors merely assert that they are valuable. Some have collected so many that they will stoop under the weight of them when we go back. But Hay at least gives a reason. He intends to give them to his girl to supplement her garters. At this the Frisians explode with mirth. They slap their knees. By Jove, though, he's a wit, Hay is, he's got brains. Jaden especially can hardly contain himself. He takes the largest of the rings in his hand, and every now and then puts his leg through it to show how much slack there is. Hey, man, she must have legs like legs. His thoughts mount somewhat higher, and a behind, too, she must have, like an elephant. He cannot get over it. I wish I could play hot hand with her once, my hat. Hay beams, proud that his girl should receive so much appreciation. She's a nice bit, he says with self-satisfaction. The parachutes are turned to more practical uses, according to the size of the bust 3, or perhaps 4 will make a blouse. Crop and I use them as handkerchiefs. The others send them home. If the women could see at what risk these bits of rag are often obtained, they would be horrified. Cat surprises Jaden endeavoring with perfect equanimity to knock the driving band off a dud. If anyone else had tried it, the thing would have exploded, but Jaden always has his luck with him. One morning, 2 butterflies play in front of our trench. They are brimstone butterflies with red spots on their yellow wings. What can they be looking for here? There is not a plant nor a flower for miles. They settle on the teeth of the skull. The birds, too, are just as carefree. They have long since accustomed themselves to the war. Every morning larks ascend from no man's land. A year ago we watched them nesting. The young ones grew up too. We have a spell from the rats in the trench. They're in no man's land. We know what for. They grow fat. When we see one, we have a crack at it. At night we hear again the rolling behind the enemy lines. All day we have only the normal shelling, so that we are able to repair the trenches. There is always plenty of amusement. The airmen see to that. There are countless fights for us to watch every day. Battle planes don't trouble us, but the observation planes we hate like the plague. They put the artillery onto us. A couple of minutes after they appear, shrapnel and high explosives begin to drop on us. We lose 11 men in one day that way, and 5 of them stretcher bearers. 2 are so smashed that Jaden remarks you could scrape them off the wall of the trench with a spoon and bury them in a mess tin. Another has the lower part of his body and his legs torn off. Dead, his chest leans against the side of the trench. His face is lemon yellow, and his beard stills burns a cigarette. It glows until it dies out on his lips. We put the dead in a large shell hole. So far there are 3 layers, one on top of the other. Asterisk, asterisk. Suddenly the shelling begins to pound again. Soon we are sitting up once more with the rigid tenseness of blank anticipation. Attack, counterattack, charge, repulse. These are words, but what things they signify. We have lost a good many men, mostly recruits. Reinforcements have again been sent up to our sector. It is one of the new regiments, composed of young fellows called up during last year. They have had hardly any training, and are sent into the field with only a theoretical knowledge. They do know what a hand grenade is, it is true, but they have very little idea of cover, and what is most important of all, have no eye for it. A fold in the ground has to be quite 18 inches high before they can see it. Although we need reinforcement, the recruits give us almost more trouble than they are worth. They are helpless in this grim fighting area. They fall like flies. The present method of fighting from posts demands knowledge and experience. A man must have a feeling for the contours of the ground, an ear for the sound and character of the shells, must be able to decide beforehand where they will drop, how they will burst, and how to shelter from them. The young recruits, of course, know none of these things. They get killed simply because they can hardly tell shrapnel from high explosive. They're mown down because they're listening anxiously to the roar of the big coal boxes falling far in the rear and miss the light, piping whistle of the low, spreading little daisy cutters. They flock together like sheep instead of scattering, and even the wounded are shot down like hares by the airmen. Their pale turnip faces, their pitiful clenched hands, the miserable courage of these poor devils, the desperate charges and attacks made by these poor brave devils, who are so terrified that they dare not cry out loudly, but with battered chests and torn bellies and arms and legs only whimper softly for their mothers and cease as soon as one looks at them. Their sharp, downy, dead faces have the awful expressionlessness of dead children. It brings a lump into the throat to see how they go over and run and fall. A man would like to spank them, they are so stupid, and to take them by the arm and lead them away from here where they have no business to be. They wear gray coats and trousers and boots, but for most of them the uniform is far too big. It hangs on their limbs, their shoulders are too narrow, their bodies too slight. No uniform was ever made to these childish measurements. Between 5 and 10 recruits fall to every old hand. A surprise gas attack carries off a lot of them. They have not yet learned what to do. We found one dugout full of them, with blue heads and black lips. Some of them in a shell hole took their masks off too soon. They did not know that the gas lies longest in the hollows. When they saw others on top without masks, they pulled theirs off too and swallowed enough to scorch their lungs. Their condition is hopeless. They choke to death with hemorrhages and suffocation. Asterisk, asterisk. In one part of the trench, I suddenly run into Himmelstas. We dive into the same dugout. Breathless, we are all lying one beside the other waiting for the charge. When we run out again, although I'm very excited, I suddenly think, where's Himmelstas? Quickly I jump back into the dugout and find him with a small scratch lying in a corner pretending to be wounded. His face looks sullen. He is in a panic. He is new to it too. But it makes me mad that the young recruits should be out there, and he here. Get out! I spit. He does not stir. His lips quiver. His mustache twitches. Out! I repeat. He draws up his legs, crouches back against the wall, and shows his teeth like a cur. I seize him by the arm and try to pull him up. He barks. That is too much for me. I grab him by the neck and shake him like a sack. His head jerks from side to side. You lump, will you get out? You hound, you skunk, sneak out of it, would you? His eye becomes glassy. I knock his head against the wall. You cow, I kick him in the ribs. You swine, I push him toward the door and shove him out head first. Another wave of our attack has just come up. A lieutenant is with them. He sees us and yells, "Forward, forward, join in, follow." And the word of command does what all my banging could not. Himmelstas hears the order, looks round him as if awakened, and follows on. I come after and watch him go over. Once more he is the smart Himmelstas of the parade ground. He has even outstripped the lieutenant and is far ahead. Bombardment, barrage, curtain fire, mines, gas, tanks, machine guns, hand grenades. Words, words, but they hold the horror of the world. Our faces are encrusted. Our thoughts are devastated. We are weary to death. When the attack comes, we shall have to strike many of the men with our fists to waken them and make them come with us. Our eyes are burnt. Our hands are torn. Our knees bleed. Our elbows are raw. How long has it been? Weeks, months, years? Only days. We see time pass and the colorless faces of the dying. We cram food into us. We run. We throw. We shoot. We kill. We lie about. We are feeble and spent, and nothing supports us but the knowledge that there are still feebler, still more spent, still more helpless ones there who, with staring eyes, look upon us as gods that escaped death many times. In the few hours of rest we teach them. There, see that waggle top? That's a mortar coming. Keep down, it will go clean over. But if it comes this way, then run for it. You can run from a mortar. We sharpen their ears to the malicious, hardly audible buzz of the smaller shells that are not so easily distinguished. They must pick them out from the general din by their insect-like hum. We explain to them that these are far more dangerous than the big ones that can be heard long beforehand. We show them how to take cover from aircraft, how to simulate a dead man when one is overrun in an attack, how to time hand grenades so that they explode half a second before hitting the ground. We teach them to fling themselves into holes as quick as lightning before the shells with instantaneous fuses. We show them how to clean up a trench with a handful of bombs. We explain the difference between the fuse length of the enemy bombs and our own. We put them wise to the sound of gas shells. Show them all the tricks that can save them from death. They listen, they are docile, but when it begins again, in their excitement, they do everything wrong. Hey West thus drags off with a great wound in his back, through which the lung pulses at every breath. I can only press his hand. It's all up, Paul. He groans and bites his arm because of the pain. We see men living with their skulls blown open. We see soldiers run with their 2 feet cut off. They stagger on their splintered stumps into the next shell hole. A lance corporal crawls 1.5 miles on his hands, dragging his smashed knee after him. Another goes to the dressing station, and over his clasped hands bulge his intestines. We see men without mouths, without jaws, without faces. We find one man who has held the artery of his arm in his teeth for 2 hours in order not to bleed too. Death. The sun goes down. Night comes. The shells whine. Life is at an end. Still the little piece of convulsed earth in which we lie is held. We have yielded no more than a few hundred yards of it as a prize to the enemy. But on every yard there lies a dead man. Asterisk, asterisk. We have been relieved. The wheels roll beneath us. We stand dully, and when the call "mind" wire comes, we bend our knees. It was summer when we came up. The trees were still green. Now it is autumn, and the night is gray and wet. The lorries stop. We climb out. A confused heap, a remnant of many names. On either side stand people, dark, calling out the numbers of the regiments, the companies. And at each call, a little group separates itself off. A small handful of dirty, pallid soldiers, a dreadfully small handful, and a dreadfully small remnant. Now someone is calling the number of our company. It is, yes, the company commander. He has got 1-2. His arm is in a sling. We go over to him, and I recognize Kat and Albert. We stand together, lean against each other, and look at one another. And we hear the number of our company called again and again. He'll call a long time. They do not hear him in the hospitals and shell holes. Once again, second company this way, and then more softly. Nobody else second company? He is silent, and then huskily he says, "Is that all?" and gives the order, "Number." The morning is gray. It was still summer when we came up, and we were 150 strong. Now we freeze. It is autumn. The leaves rustle. The voices flutter out wearily. 1, 2, 3, 4, and cease at 32. And there is a long silence before the voice asks, "Anyone else?" and waits, and then says softly, "In squads," and then breaks off and is only able to finish, "Second company," with difficulty. "Second company, march easy." A short line trudges off into the morning. 32 men. Chapter 7. They have taken us farther back than usual to a field depot so that we can be reorganized. Our company needs more than 100 reinforcements. In the meantime, when we are off duty, we loaf around. After a couple of days, Himmelstas comes up to us. He has had the bounce knocked out of him since he has been in the trenches and wants to get on good terms with us. I am willing enough because I saw how he brought Hay West thus in when he was hit in the back. Besides, he's decent enough to treat us at the canteen when we are out of funds. Only Jaden is still reserved and suspicious. But he is won over, too, when Himmelstas tells us that he is taking the place of his sergeant cook who has gone on leave. As a proof, he produces on the spot 2 pounds of sugar for us and a half pound of butter, specially for Jaden. He even sees to it that we are detailed the next 2 or 3 days to the cookhouse for potato and turnip peeling. The grub he gives us there is real officer's fare. Thus, for the moment, we have the 2 things a soldier needs for contentment: good food and rest. That's not much when one comes to think of it. A couple of years ago, we would have despised ourselves terribly, but now we are quite happy. It is all a matter of habit, even the front line. Habit is the explanation of why we seem to forget things so quickly. Yesterday, we were under fire. Today, we act the fool and go foraging through the countryside. Tomorrow, we go up to the trenches again. We forget nothing really. But so long as we have to stay here in the field, the front line days, when they are past, sink down in us like a stone. They are too serious for us to be able to reflect on them at once. If we did that, we should have been destroyed long ago. I soon found out this much. Terror can be endured so long as a man simply ducks, but it kills if a man thinks about it. Just as we turn into animals when we go up to the line, because that is the only thing which brings us through safely, so we turn into wags and loafers when we are out resting. We can do nothing else. It is a sheer necessity. We want to live at any price. So we cannot burden ourselves with feelings which, though they might be ornamental enough in peacetime, would be out of place here. Kemmerich is dead. Hey Westhus is dying. They will have a job with Hans Kramer's body at the Judgment Day, piecing it together after a direct hit. Martins has no legs anymore. Meyer is dead. Max is dead. Bayer is dead. Hammerling is dead. There are 120 wounded men lying somewhere or other. It is a damnable business, but what has it to do with us now? We live. If it were possible for us to save them, then it would be seen how much we cared. We would have a shot at it, though we went under ourselves. For we could be damn quixotic when we like. Fear we do not know much about. Terror of death, yes. But that is a different matter. That is physical. But our comrades are dead. We cannot help them. They have their rest. And who knows what is waiting for us? We will make ourselves comfortable and sleep and eat as much as we can stuff into our bellies and drink and smoke so that the hours are not wasted. Life is short. Asterisk, asterisk. The terror of the front sinks deep down when we turn our backs upon it. We make grim, coarse jests about it. When a man dies, then we say he had nipped off his turd, and so we speak of everything that keeps us from going mad. As long as we take it that way, we maintain our own resistance. But we do not forget. It's all rot that they put in the war news about the good humor of the troops, how they are arranging dances almost before they are out of the front line. We don't act like that because we are in a good humor. We are in a good humor because otherwise we should go to pieces. If it were not, so we could not hold out much longer. Our humor becomes more bitter every month. And this I know, all these things that now, while we are still in the war, sink down in us like a stone, after the war shall waken again, and then shall begin the disentanglement of life and death. The days, the weeks, the years out here shall come back again, and our dead comrades shall then stand up again and march with us. Our heads shall be clear, we shall have a purpose, and so we shall march, our dead comrades beside us, the years at the front behind us. Against whom, against whom? Asterisk, asterisk. Some time ago, there was an army theater in these parts. Colored posters of the performances are still sticking on hoarding. With wide eyes crop, and I stand in front of it. We can hardly credit that such things still exist. A girl in a light summer dress, with a red patent leather belt about her hips. She is standing with one hand on a railing, and with the other, she holds a straw hat. She wears white stockings and white shoes, fine buckle shoes with high heels. Behind her smiles a blue lake with white horses. At the side is a bright bay. She is a lovely girl with a delicate nose, red lips, and slender legs, wonderfully clean and well cared for. She certainly bathes twice a day and never has any dirt on her nails, and most perhaps a bit of sand from the beach. Beside her stands a man in white trousers, a blue jacket, and sailor's cap, but he interests us much less. The girl on the poster is a wonder to us. We have quite forgotten that there are such things, and even now we hardly believe our eyes. We have seen nothing like it for years, nothing like it for happiness, beauty, and joy. That is peacetime. That is as it should be. We feel excited. Just look at those thin shoes, though. She couldn't march many miles in those. I say, and then begin to feel silly, for it is absurd to stand in front of a picture like this and think of nothing but marching. How old would she be? Krop asks. About 22 at the most, I hazard. Then she would be older than us. She is not more than 17. Let me tell you, it gives us goose flesh. That would be good. Albert, what do you think? He nods. I have some white trousers at home, too. White trousers, say I, but a girl like that. We look askance at one another. There's not much to boast of here. 2 ragged, stained, and dirty uniforms. It is hopeless to compete. So we proceed to tear the young man with the white trousers off the hoarding, taking care not to damage the girl. That is something towards it. We could go and get deloused, anyway. Krop then suggests. I'm not very enthusiastic because it doesn't do one's clothes any good and a man is lousy again inside 2 hours. But when we have considered the picture once more, I declare myself willing. I even go farther. We might see if we could get a clean shirt as well. Socks might be better, says Albert. Not without reason. Yes, socks too perhaps. Let's go and explore a bit. Then Lear and Jaden stroll up. They look at the poster, and immediately the conversation becomes smutty. Lear was the first of our class to have intercourse, and he gave stirring details of it. After his fashion, he enjoys himself over the picture, and Jaden supports him nobly. It does not distress us exactly. Who isn't smutty is no soldier. It merely does not suit us at the moment. So we edge away and march off to the delousing station with the same feeling as if it were a swell gentleman's outfitters. Asterisk, asterisk. The houses in which we are billeted lie near the canal. On the other side of the canal, there are ponds flanked with poplars. On the other side of the canal, there are women too. The houses on our side have been abandoned. On the other side, though one occasionally sees inhabitants. In the evening, we go swimming. 3 women come strolling along the bank. They walk slowly and don't look away, although we have no bathing suits. Lear calls out to them. They laugh and stop to watch us. We fling remarks at them in broken French, anything that comes into our heads, hastily and all jumbled together, anything to detain them. They are not specially wonderful pieces, but then where are such to be had about here? There is one slim little brunette. Her teeth gleam when she laughs. She has quick movements. Her dress swings loosely about her legs. Although the water is cold, we are very jovial and do our best to interest them so that they will stay. We try to make jokes, and they answer with things we cannot understand. We laugh and beckon. Jaden is more crafty. He runs into the house, gets a loaf of army bread, and holds it up. That produces a great effect. They nod and beckon us to come over. But we don't dare to do that. It is forbidden to cross to the opposite bank. There are sentries on all the bridges. It's impossible without a pass. So we indicate that they should come over to us, but they shake their heads and point to the bridge. They're not allowed to pass either. They turn away and walk slowly down the canal, keeping along the towpath all the way. We accompany them swimming. After a few hundred yards, they turn off and point to a house that stand a little distance away among the trees and shrubbery. Lear asks if they live there. They laugh. Sure, that's their house. We call out to them that we would like to come, sometime when the guards cannot see us. At night. Tonight. They raise their hands, put them together, rest their faces on them, and shut their eyes. They understand. The slim brunette does a 2-step. The blonde girl twitters, bread good. Eagerly we assure them that we will bring some with us. And other tasty bits too. We roll our eyes and try to explain with our hands. Lear nearly drowns, try to demonstrate sausage. If it were necessary, we would promise them a whole quartermaster's store. They go off and frequently turn and look back. We climb out on the bank on our side of the canal and watch to see whether they go into the house, for they might easily have been lying. Then we swim back. No one can cross the bridge without leave, so we will simply have to swim over at night. We are full of excitement. We cannot last out without a drink, so we go to the canteen where there is beer and a kind of punch. We drink punch and tell one another lying tales of our experiences. Each man gladly believes the other man's story, only waiting impatiently till he can cap it with a taller one. Our hands are fidgety. We smoke countless cigarettes until Krop says we might as well take them a couple of cigarettes too. So we put some inside our caps to keep them. The sky turns apple green. There are 4 of us, but only 3 can go. We must shake off Jaden, so ply him with rum and punch until he rocks. As it turns dark, we go to our billets, Jaden in the center. We are all glowing and full of a lust for adventure. The little brunette is mine. We settled that by cutting for her. Jaden drops on a sack of straw and snores. Once he wakes up and grins so craftily that we are alarmed and begin to think he is cheating and that we have given him the punch to no purpose. Then he drops back again and sleeps on. We each get hold of a whole army loaf and wrap it up in newspaper. The cigarettes we put in too, as well as 3 good rations of liver sausage that were issued to us this evening. That makes a decent present. We stow the things carefully in our boots. We have to take them to protect our feet against treading on wire and broken glass on the other bank. As we must swim for it, we can take no other clothes. But it is not far and quite dark. We make off with our boots in our hands. Swiftly we slip into the water, lie on our backs and swim, holding the boots with their contents up over our heads. We climb out carefully on the opposite bank, take out the packages, and put on our boots. We put the things under our arms. And so, all wet and naked, clothed only in our boots, we break into a trot. We find the house at once. It lies among the trees. Lear trips over a root and skins his elbows. No matter, he says gaily. The windows are shuttered. We slip round the house and try to peer through the cracks. Then we grow impatient. Suddenly Crop hesitates. What if there's a major in with them? Then we just clear off, grins Lear. He can try to read our regimental numbers here, and smacks us behind. The door of the courtyard stands open. Our boots make a great clatter. The house door opens, a chink of light shines through, and a woman cries out in a scared voice. SSH, SSH, camarade, bon ami, we say, and show our packages protestingly. The other 2 are now on the scene. The door opens wide, and the light floods over us. They recognize us, and all 3 burst into laughter at our appearance. They rock and sway in the doorway. They laugh so much. How supple their movements are. A moment, they disappear and throw us bits of clothing, which we gladly wrap round ourselves. Then we venture in. A small lamp burns in the room, which is warm and smells a little of perfume. We unwrap our parcels and hand them over to the women. Their eyes shine. It is obvious that they are hungry. Then we all become rather embarrassed. Lear makes the gestures of eating, and then they come to life again and bring out plates and knives and fall on the food, and they hold up every slice of liver sausage and admire it before they eat it, and we sit proudly by. They overwhelm us with their chatter. We understand very little of it, but we listen and the words sound friendly. No doubt we all look very young. The little brunette strokes my hair and says what all the French women say. La guerre, grand mal here, pauvres garçons. I hold her arm tightly and press my lips into the palm of her hand. Her fingers close round my face. Close above me are her bewildering eyes, the soft brown of her skin, and her red lips. Her mouth speaks words I do not understand, nor do I fully understand her eyes. They seem to say more than we anticipated when we came here. There are other rooms adjoining. In passing, I see Lear. He has made a great hit with the blonde, and he knows it too. But I am lost in remoteness, in weakness, and in a passion to which I yield myself trustingly. My desires are strangely compounded of yearning and misery. I feel giddy. There is nothing here that a man can hold on to. We have left our boots at the door. They have given us slippers instead, and now nothing remains to recall for me the assurance and self-confidence of the soldier. No rifle, no belt, no tunic, no cap. I let myself drop into the unknown, come what may. Yet, in spite of all, I feel somewhat afraid. The little brunette contracts her brows when she is thinking, but when she talks they are still. And often the sound does not quite become a word, but suffocates or floats away over me half-finished. An arch, a pathway, a comet. What have I known of it? What do I know of it? The words of this foreign tongue, that I hardly understand, they caress me to a quietness, in which the room grows dim and dissolves in the half-light, and only the face above me lives and is clear. How various is a face! But an hour ago it was strange, and now is touched with a tenderness that comes, not from it, but out of the night, the world and the blood. All these things seem to shine in it together. The objects in a room are touched by it and transformed. They become isolated, and I feel almost awed at the sight of my clear skin when the light of the lamp falls upon it and the cool, brown hand passes over it. How different all this is from the conditions in the soldiers' brothels, to which we are allowed to go, and where we have to wait in long queues. I wish I never thought of them, but desire turns my mind to them involuntarily, and I am afraid, for it might be impossible ever to be free of them again. But then I feel the lips of the little brunette and press myself against them. My eyes close, and I let it all fall from me, war and terror and grossness, in order to awaken young and happy. I think of the picture of the girl on the poster, and for a moment believe that my life depends on winning her. And if I press ever deeper into the arms that embrace me, perhaps a miracle may happen. So, after a time, we find ourselves reassembled again. Lear is in high spirits. We pull on our boots and take our leave warmly. The night air cools our hot bodies. The rustling poplars loom large in the darkness. The moon floats in the heavens and in the waters of the canal. We do not run. We walk beside one another with long strides. "That was worth a ration loaf," says Lear. I cannot trust myself to speak. I am not in the least happy. Then we hear footsteps and dodge behind a shrub. The steps come nearer, close by us. We see a naked soldier, in boots just like ourselves. He has a package under his arm and gallops onward. It is Jaden in full course. He has disappeared already. We laugh. In the morning he will curse us. Unobserved, we arrive again at our sacks of straw. Asterisk, asterisk. I am called to the orderly room. The company commander gives me a leave pass and a travel pass and wishes me a good journey. I look to see how much leave I have got. 17 days, 14 days leave, and 3 days for traveling. It is not enough, and I ask whether I cannot have 5 days for traveling. Bertink points to my pass. There I see that I am not to return to the front immediately. After my leave, I have to report for a course of training to a camp on the moors. The others congratulate me. Kat gives me good advice and tells me I ought to try to get a base job. If you're smart, you'll hang on to it. I would rather not have gone for another 8 days. We are to stay here that much longer, and it is good here. Naturally, I have to stand the others' drinks at the canteen. We are all a little bit drunk. I become gloomy. I will be away for 6 weeks. That is lucky, of course, but what may happen before I get back? Shall I meet all these fellows again? Already Hay has gone. Who will next be? As we drink, I look at each of them in turn. Albert sits beside me and smokes. He is silent. We have always been together. Opposite squats Cat, with his drooping shoulders, his broad thumb, and calm voice. Muller with the protruding teeth and the booming laugh. Jaden with his mousy eyes. Lear, who has grown a full beard and looks at least 40. Over us hangs a dense cloud of smoke. Where would a soldier be without tobacco? The canteen is his refuge, and beer is far more than a drink. It is a token that a man can move his limbs and stretch in safety. We do it ceremonially. We stretch our legs out in front of us and spit deliberately. That is the only way. How it all rises up before man when he is going away the next morning. At night we go again to the other side of the canal. I'm almost afraid to tell the little brunette that I am going away, and when I return we will certainly be far away from here. We will never see one another again. But she merely nods and takes no special notice. At first I am at a loss to understand, then it suddenly dawns on me. Yes, Lear is right. If I were going up to the front, then she would have again called me pauvre garçon, but merely going on leave, she does not want to hear about that. That is not nearly so interesting. May she go to the devil with her chattering talk. A man dreams of a miracle and wakes up to loaves of bread. Next morning, after I have been deloused, I go to the railhead. Albert and Kat come with me. At the halt we learn that it will be a couple of hours yet before the train leaves. The other two have to go back to duty. We take leave of one another. Good luck, Kat. Good luck, Albert. They go off and wave once or twice. Their figures dwindle. I know their every step and movement. I would recognize them at any distance. Then they disappear. I sit down on my pack and wait. Suddenly, I become filled with a consuming impatience to be gone. Asterisk, asterisk. I lie down on many a station platform. I stand before many a soup kitchen. I squat on many a bench. Then at last the landscape becomes gloomy, mysterious, and familiar. It glides past the western windows with its villages, their thatched roofs like caps, pulled over the whitewashed, half-timbered houses, its cornfields, gleaming like mother-of-pearl in the slanting light, its orchards, its barns, and old lime trees. The names of the stations begin to take on meaning, and my heart trembles. The train stamps and stamps onward. I stand at the window and hold onto the frame. These names mark the boundaries of my youth. Smooth meadows, fields, farmyards. A solitary team moves against the skyline along the road that runs parallel to the horizon. A barrier before which peasants stand waiting, girls waving, children playing on the embankment, roads leading into the country, smooth roads without artillery. It is evening, and if the train did not rattle, I should cry out. The plain unfolds itself. In the distance, the soft, blue silhouette of the mountain ranges begins to appear. I recognize the characteristic outline of the Dalbenberg, a jagged comb, springing up precipitously from the limit of the forests. Behind it should lie the town. But now the sun streams through the world, dissolving everything in its golden red light. The train swings round one curve and then another. Far away, in a long line one behind the other, stand the poplars, unsubstantial, swaying and dark, fashioned out of shadow, light, and desire. The field swings round as the train encircles it, and the intervals between the trees diminish. The trees become a block, and for a moment I see one only. Then they reappear from behind the foremost tree and stand out a long line against the sky until they are hidden by the first houses. A street crossing. I stand at the window. I cannot drag myself away. The others put their baggage ready for getting out. I repeat to myself the name of the street that we cross ever. Bremerstrasse, Bremerstrasse. Below there are cyclists, lorries, men. It is a gray street and a gray subway. It embraces me as though it were my mother. Then the train stops, and there is the station with noise and cries and sentries. I pick up my pack and fasten the straps. I take my rifle in my hand and stumble down the steps. On the platform, I look around. I know no one among all the people hurrying to and fro. A Red Cross sister offers me something to drink. I turn away. She smiles at me too foolishly, so obsessed with her own importance. Just look, I am giving a soldier coffee. She calls me comrade, but I will have none of it. Outside in front of the station, the stream roars alongside the street. It rushes foaming from the sluices of the mill bridge. There stands the old, square watchtower, in front of it the great mottled lime tree, and behind it the evening. Here we have often sat. How long ago it is. We have passed over this bridge and breathed the cool, acid smell of the stagnant water. We have leaned over the still water on this side of the lock, where the green creepers and weeds hang from the piles of the bridge, and on hot days we rejoiced in the spouting foam on the other side of the lock and told tales about our school teachers. I pass over bridge, I look right and left. The water is as full of weeds as ever, and it still shoots over in gleaming arches. And the tower-building laundresses still stand with bare arms as they used to over the clean linen, and the heat from the ironing pours out through the open windows. Dogs trot along the narrow street. Before the doors of the houses, people stand and follow me with their gaze as I pass by, dirty and heavy-laden. In this confectioner's we used to eat ices, and there we learned to smoke cigarettes. Walking down the street, I know every shop, the colonial warehouse, the chemists, the tobacconists. Then at last I stand before the brown door with its worn latch, and my hand grows heavy. I open the door, and a wonderful freshness comes out to meet me. My eyes are dim. The stairs creak under my boots. Upstairs a door rattles. Someone is looking over the railing. It is the kitchen door that was opened. They are cooking potato cakes. The house reeks of it. And today, of course, is Saturday. That will be my sister leaning over. For a moment I am shy and lower my head. Then I take off my helmet and look up. Yes, it is my eldest sister. Paul, she cries, Paul. I nod. My pack bumps against the banisters. My rifle is so heavy. She pulls a door open and calls, Mother, Mother, Paul is here. I can go no further. Mother, Mother, Paul is here. I lean against the wall and grip my helmet and rifle. I hold them as tight as I can, but I cannot take another step. The staircase fades before my eyes. I support myself with the butt of my rifle against my feet and clench my teeth fiercely, but I cannot speak a word. My sister's call has made me powerless. I can do nothing. I struggle to make myself laugh, to speak, but no word comes, and so I stand on the steps, miserable, helpless, paralyzed. And against my will the tears run down my cheeks. My sister comes back and says, "Why, what is the matter?" Then I pull myself together and stagger on to the landing. I lean my rifle in a corner. I set my pack against the wall, place my helmet on it, and fling down my equipment and baggage. Then I say fiercely, "Bring me a handkerchief." She gives me one from the cupboard, and I dry my face. Above me on the wall hangs the glass case with the colored butterflies that once I collected. Now I hear my mother's voice. It comes from the bedroom. "Is she in bed?" I ask my sister. "She is ill," she replies. I go into her, give her my hand, and say as calmly as I can, "Here I am, Mother." She lies still in the dim light. Then she asks anxiously, "Are you wounded?" And I feel her searching glance. "No, I have got leave." My mother is very pale. I am afraid to make a light. "Here I lie now," says she, "and cry instead of being glad." "Are you sick, Mother?" I ask. "I'm going to get up a little today," she says, and turns to my sister, who is continually running to the kitchen to watch that the food does not burn. "And put out the jar of preserved whortleberries. You like that, don't you?" she asks me. "Yes, Mother. I haven't had any for a long time." "We might almost have known you were coming," laughs my sister. "There's just your favorite dish, potato cakes, and even whortleberries to go with them, too." "And it is Saturday," I add. "Sit here beside me," says my mother. She looks at me. Her hands are white and sickly and frail compared with mine. We say very little, and I am thankful that she asks nothing. What had I to say? Everything I could have wished for has happened. I have come out of it safely and sit here beside her. And in the kitchen stands my sister, making the evening bread and singing. "Dear boy," says my mother softly, "we were never very demonstrative in our family. Poor folk who toil and are full of cares are not so. It is not their way to protest what they already know. When my mother says to me, 'Dear boy,' it means much more than when another uses it. I know well enough that the jar of whortleberries is the only one they have had for months, and that she has kept it for me, and the somewhat stale cakes that she gives me too. She has taken a favorable opportunity of getting a few and has put them all by for me. I sit by her bed, and through the window the chestnut trees in the beer garden opposite glow in brown and gold. I breathe deeply and say over to myself, 'You are at home. You are at home.' But a sense of strangeness will not leave me. I can find nothing of myself in all these things. There's my mother, there's my sister, there's my case of butterflies, and there the mahogany piano, but I am not myself there. There is a distance, a veil between us. I go and fetch my pack to the bedside and turn out the things I brought: a whole Edamer cheese that Cat provided me with, 2 loaves of army bread, 3/4 of a pound of butter, 2 tins of liver sausage, a pound of dripping, and a little bag of rice. I suppose you can make some use of that." They nod. "Is it pretty bad for food here?" I inquire. "Yes, there's not much. Do you get enough out there?" I smile and point to the things I brought. "Not always quite so much as that, of course, but we fare reasonably well." Erna goes out to bring in the food. Suddenly my mother seizes hold of my hand and asks falteringly, "Was it very bad out there, Paul?" "Mother, what should I answer to that? You would not understand and never realize it. And you never should realize it. Was it bad, you asked, you mother?" I shake my head and say, "No, Mother, not so very. There are always a lot of us together, so it isn't so bad." "Yes, but Heinrich Bredemeyer was here just lately, and he said it was terrible out there now, with the gas and all the rest of it." It is my mother who says that. She says, "with the gas and all the rest of it." She does not know what she is saying. She is merely anxious for me. Should I tell her how we once found 3 enemy trenches with their garrison all stiff as though stricken with apoplexy? Against the parapet, in the dugouts, just where the men stood and lay about, with blue faces dead. "No, Mother, that's only talk." I answer, "There's not very much in what Bredemeyer says. You see, for instance, I'm well and fit." Before my mother's tremulous anxiety, I recover my composure. Now I can walk about and talk and answer questions without fear of having suddenly to lean against the wall, because the world turns soft as rubber and my veins become brimstone. My mother wants to get up, so I go for a while to my sister in the kitchen. What is the matter with her? I ask. She shrugs her shoulders. She has been in bed 2 months now, but we did not want to write and tell you. Several doctors have been to see her. One of them said it is probably cancer again. Asterisk, asterisk. I go to the district commandant to report myself. Slowly I wander through the streets. Occasionally someone speaks to me. I do not delay long, for I have little inclination to talk. On my way back from the barracks, a loud voice calls out to me. Still lost in thought, I turn round and find myself confronted by a major. "Can't you salute?" he blusters. "Sorry, Major," I say in embarrassment. "I didn't notice you." "Don't you know how to speak properly?" he roars. I would like to hit him in the face, but control myself, for my leave depends on it. I click my heels and say, "I did not see you, Herr Major." "Then keep your eyes open," he snorts. "What is your name?" I give it. His fat red face is furious. "What regiment?" I give him full particulars. Even yet he has not had enough. "Where are they?" But I have had more than enough and say, "Between Langmark and Bixschoote." He asks, a bit stupefied. I explain to him that I arrived on leave only an hour or two since, thinking that he would then trot along. But not at all. He gets even more furious. "You think you can bring your frontline manners here, what? Well, we don't stand that sort of thing. Thank God, we have discipline here." 20 paces backwards, double march, he commands. I am mad with rage, but I cannot say anything to him. He could put me under arrest if he liked. So I double back and then march up to him. 6 paces from him, I spring to a stiff salute and maintain it until I am 6 paces beyond him. He calls me back again and affably gives me to understand that for once he is pleased to put mercy before justice. I pretend to be duly grateful. "Now dismiss," he says. I turn about smartly and march off. That ruins the evening for me. I go back home and throw my uniform into a corner. I ought to have done that before. Then I take out my civilian clothes from the wardrobe and put them on. I feel awkward. The suit is rather tight and short. I have grown in the army. Collar and tie give me some trouble. In the end, my sister ties the bow for me. But how light the suit is, it feels as though I had nothing on but a shirt and underpants. I look at myself in the glass. It is a strange sight. A sunburnt, overgrown candidate for confirmation gazes at me in astonishment. My mother is pleased to see me wearing civilian clothes. It makes me less strange to her. But my father would rather I kept my uniform on so that he could take me to visit his acquaintances. But I refuse. Asterisk, asterisk. It is pleasant to sit quietly somewhere, in the beer garden, for example, under the chestnuts by the skitlally. The leaves fall down on the table and on the ground, only a few the first. A glass of beer stands in front of me. I've learned to drink in the army. The glass is half empty, but there are still a few good swigs ahead of me, and besides I can always order a second and a third if I wish to. There are no bugles and no bombardments. The children of the house play in the skitlally, and the dog rests his head against my knee. The sky is blue. Between the leaves of the chestnuts rises the green spire of St. Margaret's Church. This is good, I like it, but I cannot get on with the people. My mother is the only one who asks no questions. Not so my father. He wants me to tell him about the front. He is curious in a way that I find stupid and distressing. I no longer have any real contact with him. There is nothing he likes more than just hearing about it. I realize he does not know that a man cannot talk of such things. I would do it willingly, but it is too dangerous for me to put these things into words. I am afraid they might then become gigantic, and I be no longer able to master them. What would become of us if everything that happens out there were quite clear to us? So I confine myself to telling him a few amusing things. But he wants to know whether I have ever had a hand-to-hand fight. I say no, and get up and go out. But that does not mend matters. After I have been startled a couple of times in the street by the screaming of the tram cars, which resembles the shriek of a shell coming straight for one, somebody taps me on the shoulder. It is my German master, and he fastens on me with the usual question. "Well, how are things out there?" "Terrible, terrible." "Yes, it is dreadful, but we must carry on. And after all, You do at least get decent food out there, so I hear. You look well, Paul, and fit. Naturally, it's worse here. Naturally. The best for our soldiers every time. That goes without saying. He drags me along to a table with a lot of others. They welcome me. A headmaster shakes hands with me and says, "So you come from the front? What's the spirit like out there?" "Excellent, eh? Excellent." I explain that no one would be sorry to be back home. He laughs uproariously. I can well believe it. But first you have to give the froggies a good hiding. "Do you smoke?" "Here, try one." "Waiter, bring a beer as well for our young warrior." Unfortunately, I have accepted the cigar, so I have to remain. And they're all so dripping with good will that it is impossible to object. All the same, I feel annoyed and smoke like a chimney as hard as I can. In order to make at least some show of appreciation, I toss off the beer in one gulp. Immediately a second is ordered. People know how much they are indebted to the soldiers. They argue about what we ought to annex. The headmaster with the steel watch chain wants to have at least the whole of Belgium, the coal areas of France, and a slice of Russia. He produces reasons why we must have them, and is quite inflexible until at last the others give in to him. Then he begins to expound just whereabouts in France the breakthrough must come, and turns to me. "Now, shove ahead a bit out there with your everlasting trench warfare. Smash through the Johnnies, and then there will be peace." I reply that in our opinion, a breakthrough may not be possible. The enemy may have too many reserves. Besides, the war may be rather different from what people think. He dismisses the idea loftily and informs me I know nothing about it. "The details, yes," says he, "but this relates to the whole, and of it you're not able to judge. You see only your little sector, and so cannot have any general survey. You do your duty, you risk your lives, that deserves the highest honor. Every man of you ought to have the Iron Cross. But first of all, the enemy line must be broken through in Flanders and then rolled up from the top." He blows his nose and wipes his beard. Completely rolled up they must be, from the top to the bottom, and then to Paris. I would like to know just how he pictures it to himself, and pour the third glass of beer into me. Immediately he orders another, but I break away. He stuffs a few more cigars into my pocket and sends me off with a friendly slap. "All the best. I hope we will soon hear something worthwhile from you. Asterisk, asterisk. I imagine leave will be different from this." Indeed, it was different a year ago. It is I, of course, that have changed in the interval. There lies a gulf between that time and today. At that time I still knew nothing about the war. We had been only in quiet sectors. But now I see that I have been crushed without knowing it. I find I do not belong here any more. It is a foreign world. Some of these people ask questions, some ask no questions, but one can see that they are quite confident they know all about it. They often say so with their air of comprehension, so there is no point in discussing it. They make up a picture of it for themselves. I prefer to be alone, so that no one troubles me, for they all come back to the same thing, how badly it goes and how well it goes. One thinks it is this way, another that, and yet they're always absorbed in the things that go to make up their own existence. Formerly I lived in just the same way myself, but now I feel no contact here any longer. They talk to me too much. They have worries, aims, desires that I cannot comprehend. I often sit with one of them in the little beer garden and try to explain to him that this is really the only thing, just to sit quietly like this. They understand, of course, they agree. They may even feel it so too, but only with words, only with words. Yes, that is it. They feel it, but always with only half of themselves. The rest of their being is taken up with other things. They are so divided in themselves that none feels it with his whole essence. I cannot even say myself exactly what I mean. When I see them here in their rooms, in their offices, about their occupations, I feel an irresistible attraction in it. I would like to be here too and forget the war, but also it repels me. It is so narrow. How can that fill a man's life? He ought to smash it to bits. How can they do it? While out at the front the splinters are whining over the shell holes and the star shells go up, the wounded are carried back on waterproof sheets and comrades crouch in the trenches. They are different. Men here, men I cannot properly understand, whom I envy and despise. I must think of Kat and Albert and Muller and Jaden. What will they be doing? No doubt they are sitting in the canteen, or perhaps swimming. Soon they will have to go up to the front line again. Asterisk, asterisk. In my room, behind the table, stands a brown leather sofa. I sit down on it. On the walls are pasted countless pictures that I once used to cut out of the newspapers. In between are drawings and postcards that have come my way. In the corner is a small iron stove. Against the wall opposite stand the bookshelves with my books. I used to live in this room before I was a soldier. The books I bought gradually with the money I earned by coaching. Many of them are secondhand. All the classics, for example. One volume in blue cloth boards cost 1 mark 20 pfennig. I bought them complete because I was thoroughgoing. I did not trust the editors of selections, even though they may have chosen all the best. So I purchased only collected works. I read most of them with laudable zeal, but few of them really appealed to me. I preferred the other books, the moderns, which were of course much dearer. A few I came by not quite honestly. I borrowed and did not return them because I did not want to part with them. One shelf is filled with school books. They are not so well cared for. They are badly thumbed, and pages have been torn out for certain purposes. Then below are periodicals, papers, and letters all jammed in together with drawings and rough sketches. I want to think myself back into that time. It is still in the room. I feel at once. The walls have preserved it. My hands rest on the arms of the sofa. Now I make myself at home and draw up my legs so that I sit comfortably in the corner in the arms of the sofa. The little window is open. Through it, I see the familiar picture of the street with the rising spire of the church at the end. There are a couple of flowers on the table. Pen holders, a shell as a paperweight, the inkwell. Here nothing is changed. It will be like this too, if I am lucky, when the war is over and I come back here for good. I will sit here just like this and look at my room and wait. I feel excited, but I do not want to be, for that is not right. I want that quiet rapture again. I want to feel the same powerful, nameless urge that I used to feel when I turned to my books. The breath of desire that then arose from the colored backs of the books shall fill me again, melt the heavy, dead lump of lead that lies somewhere in me, and waken again the impatience of the future, the quick joy in the world of thought. It shall bring back again the lost eagerness of my youth. I sit and wait. It occurs to me that I must go and see Kemmerich's mother. I might visit Mittelstadt, too. He should be at the barracks. I look out of the window. Beyond the sober picture of the street appears a range of hills, distant and light. It changes to a clear day in autumn, and I sit by the fire with Kat and Albert and eat potatoes baked in their skins. But I don't want to think of that. I sweep it away. The room shall speak. It must catch me up and hold me. I want to feel that I belong here. I want to hearken and know, when I go back to the front, that the war will sink down, be drowned utterly in the great homecoming tide. Know that it will then be past forever, and not gnaw us continually, that it will have none but an outward power over us. The backs of the books stand in rows. I know them all still. I remember arranging them in order. I implore them with my eyes. Speak to me. Take me up. Take me, life of my youth. You who are carefree, beautiful. Receive me again. I wait. Images float through my mind, but they do not grip me. They're mere shadows and memories. Nothing. My disquietude grows. A terrible feeling of foreignness suddenly rises up in me. I cannot find my way back. I am shut out, though I entreat earnestly and put forth all my strength. Nothing stirs. Listless and wretched, like a condemned man, I sit there, and the past withdraws itself. And at the same time, I fear to importune it too much, because I do not know what might happen then. I am a soldier. I must cling to that. Wearily, I stand up and look out of the window. Then I take one of the books, intending to read, and turn over the leaves. But I put it away and take out another. There are passages in it that have been marked. I look, turn over the pages, take up fresh books. Already they are piled up beside me. Speedily more join the heap, papers, magazines, letters. I stand there dumb, as before a judge, dejected. Words, they do not reach me. Slowly I place the books back in the shelves. Nevermore. Quietly, I go out of the room. Asterisk. Still I do not give up hope. I do not, indeed, go to my room any more, but comfort myself with the thought that a few days are not enough to judge by. Afterwards, later on, there is plenty of time for that. So I go over to see Mittelstadt in the barracks, and we sit in his room. There's an atmosphere about it that I do not like, but with which I am quite familiar. Mittelstadt has some news ready for me that electrifies me on the spot. He tells me Cantorek has been called up as a territorial. Just think of it, says he, and takes out a couple of good cigars. I come back here from the hospital and bump right into him. He stretches out his paw to me and bleats. Hello, Mittelstadt. How are you? I look at him and say, Territorial Cantorek, business is business, and schnapps is schnapps. You ought to know that well enough yourself. Stand to attention when you speak to a superior officer. You should have seen his face. A cross between a dud and a pickled cucumber. He tried once again to chum up, so I snubbed him a bit harder. Then he brought up his biggest guns and asked confidentially, would you like me to use my influence so that you can take an emergency exam? He was trying to remind me of those things, you know. Then I got mad, and I reminded him of something instead. Territorial Cantorek, 2 years ago, you preached us into enlisting, and among us there was one, Joseph Bäumer, who didn't want to enlist. He was killed 3 months before he would have been called up in the ordinary way. If it had not been for you, he would have lived just that much longer. And now dismiss. You will hear from me later. It was easy to get put in charge of his company. First thing I did was to take him to the stores and fit him out with the suitable equipment. You will see in a minute. We go out to the parade ground. The company has fallen in. Mittelstadt stands them at ease and inspects. Then I see Cantorek and am scarcely able to stifle my laughter. He is wearing a faded blue tunic. On the back and in the sleeves, there are big dark patches. The overcoat must have belonged to a giant. The black, worn breeches are just as much too short. They reach barely halfway down his calf. The boots, tough old clodhoppers, with turned-up toes and laces at the side, are much too big for him. But as a compensation, the cap is too small, a terribly dirty, mean little pillbox. The whole rig-out is just pitiful. Mittelstadt stops in front of him. Territorial Cantorek, do you call those buttons polished? You seem as though you can never learn. Inadequate. Cantorek, quite inadequate. It makes me bubble with glee. In school, Cantorek used to chasten Mittelstadt with exactly the same expression, inadequate. Mittelstadt, quite inadequate. Mittelstadt continues to upbraid him. Look at Bircher now. There's a model for you to learn from. I can hardly believe my eyes. Bircher is there too. Bircher, our school porter. And he is a model. Cantorek shoots a glance at me, as if he would like to eat me. But I grin at him innocently, as though I do not recognize him anymore. Nothing could look more ludicrous than his forage cap and his uniform. And this is the object before whom we used to stand in anguish, as he sat up there enthroned at his desk, spearing at us with his pencil for our mistakes in those irregular French verbs with which afterwards we made so little headway in France. That is barely 2 years ago. And now here stands Territorial Cantorek, the spell quite broken, with bent knees, arms like pothooks, unpolished buttons, and that ludicrous rig-out, an impossible soldier. I cannot reconcile this with the menacing figure at the schoolmaster's desk. I wonder what I, the old soldier, would do if this skin full of woe ever dared to say to me again, Bäumer, give the imperfect of Aller. Then Mittelstadt makes them practice skirmishing, and as a favor appoints Cantorek squad leader. Now in skirmishing, the squad leader has always to keep 20 paces in front of his squad. If the order comes on the march about turn, the line of skirmishers simply turns about, but the squad leader, who now finds himself suddenly 20 paces in rear of the line, has to rush up at the double and take his position again 20 paces in front of the squad. That makes altogether 40 paces double march. But no sooner has he arrived than the order on the march about turn comes again, and he once more has to race at top speed another 40 paces to the other side. In this way, the squad has made merely the turnabout and a couple of paces while the squad leader dashes backwards and forwards like a fart on a curtain pole. That is one of Himmelstadt's well-worn recipes. Cantorek can hardly expect anything else from Mittelstadt, for he once messed up the latter's chance of promotion, and Mittelstadt would be a big fool not to make the best of such a good opportunity as this, before he goes back to the front again. A man might well die easier after the army has given him just one such stroke of luck. In the meantime, Cantorek is dashing up and down like a wild boar. After a while, Mittelstadt stops the skirmish and begins the very important exercise of creeping. On hands and knees, Carrying his gun in regulation fashion, Cantorek shoves his absurd figure over the sand immediately in front of us. He is breathing hard, and his panting is music. Mittelstadt encourages Cantorek, the territorial, with quotations from Cantorek, the schoolmaster. Territorial Cantorek. We have the good fortune to live in a great age. We must all humble ourselves, and for once put aside bitterness. Cantorek sweats and spits out a dirty piece of wood that is lodged in his teeth. Mittelstadt stoops down and says reproachfully, and in the trifles never lose sight of the great adventure, territorial Cantorek. It amazes me that Cantorek does not explode with a bang, especially when, during physical exercises, Mittelstadt copies him to perfection, seizing him by the seat of his trousers as he is climbing along the horizontal bar, so that he could just raise his chin above the beam, and then starts to give him good advice. That is exactly what Cantorek used to do to him at school. The extra fatigues are next detailed off. Cantorek and Bircher bred fatigue. Take the handcart with you. In a couple of minutes the two set off together, pushing the barrow. Cantorek, in a fury, walks with his head down. But the porter is delighted to have scored light duty. The bakehouse is away at the other end of the town, and the two must go there and back through the whole length of it. They've done that a couple of times already, grins Mittelstadt. There's still a few people waiting to see them. Excellent, I say. But hasn't he reported you yet? He did try. Arcio laughed like the deuce when he heard the story. He hasn't any time for schoolmasters. Besides, I'm sweet with his daughter. He'll mess up the examination for you. I don't care, says Mittelstadt calmly. Besides, his complaint came to nothing because I could show that he had had hardly anything but light duty. Couldn't you polish him up a bit? I asked. He's too stupid. I couldn't be bothered, answers Mittelstadt contemptuously. Asterisk, asterisk. What is leave? A pause that only makes everything after it so much worse. Already the sense of parting begins to intrude itself. My mother watches me silently. I know she counts the days. Every morning she is sad. It is one day less. She has put away my pack. She does not want to be reminded by it. The hours pass quickly if a man broods. I pull myself together and go with my sister to the butcher's to get a pound of bones. That is a great luxury, and people line up early in the morning and stand waiting. Many of them faint. We have no luck. After waiting by turns for 3 hours, the queue disperses. The bones have not lasted out. It is a good thing I get my rations. I bring them to my mother, and in that way we all get something decent to eat. The days grow ever more strained, and my mother's eyes more sorrowful. For days left now, I must go and see Kemmerich's mother. Asterisk, asterisk. I cannot write that down. This quaking, sobbing woman who shakes me and cries out on me. Why are you living then, when he is dead? Who drowns me in tears and calls out, were you there for it all, child, when you, who drops into a chair and wails, did you see him? Did you see him then? How'd he die? I tell her he was shot through the heart and died instantaneously. She looks at me. She doubts me. You lie. I know better. I have felt how terribly he died. I have heard his voice at night. I have felt his anguish. Tell the truth. I want to know it. I must know it. No, I say. I was beside him. He died at once. She pleads with me gently. Tell me. You must tell me. I know you want to comfort me. But don't you see? You torment me far more than if you told me the truth. I cannot bear the uncertainty. Tell me how it was, and even though it will be terrible, it will be far better than what I have to think if you don't. I will never tell her. She can make mincemeat out of me first. I console her, but she strikes me as rather stupid all the same. Why doesn't she stop worrying? Kemmerich will stay dead whether she knows about it or not. When a man has seen so many dead, he cannot understand any longer why there should be so much anguish over a single individual. So I say rather impatiently, he died immediately. He felt absolutely nothing at all. His face was quite calm. She is silent. Then she says slowly, will you swear it? Yes. By everything that is sacred to you. Good God, what is there that is sacred to me? Such things change pretty quickly with us. Yes, he died at once. Are you willing never to come back yourself, if it isn't true? May I never come back if he wasn't killed instantaneously? I would swear to anything. But she seems to believe me. She moans and weeps steadily. I have to tell how it happened. So I invent a story, and I almost believe it myself. As I leave, she kisses me and gives me a picture of him. In his recruit's uniform, he leans on a round rustic table with legs made of birch branches. Behind him, a wood is painted on a curtain, and on the table stands a mug of beer. Asterisk, asterisk. Is the last evening at home. Everyone is silent. I go to bed early. I seize the pillow, press it against myself, and bury my head in it. Who knows if I will ever lie in a feather bed again? Late in the night, my mother comes into my room. She thinks I am asleep, and I pretend to be so. To talk, to stay awake with one another, it is too hard. She sits long into the night, although she is in pain and often writhes. At last I can bear it no longer, and pretend I have just wakened up. Go and sleep. Mother, you will catch cold here. I can sleep enough later, she says. I sit up. I don't go straight back to the front, Mother. I have to do 4 weeks at the training camp. I may come over from there one Sunday, perhaps. She is silent. Then she asks gently, Are you very much afraid? No, Mother. I would like to tell you to be on your guard against the women out in France. They are no good. Ah, Mother, you still think I am a child. Why can I not put my head in your lap and weep? Why have I always to be strong and self-controlled? I would like to weep and be comforted too. Indeed, I am little more than a child. In the wardrobe, still hang my short boy's trousers. It is such a little time ago. Why is it over? Where we are, there aren't any women, Mother. I say as calmly as I can. And be very careful at the front, Paul. Oh, Mother, why do I not take you in my arms and die with you? What poor wretches we are. Yes, Mother, I will. I will pray for you every day, Paul. Ah, Mother, let us rise up and go out, back through the years, where the burden of all this misery lies on us no more. Back to you and me alone. Mother, perhaps you can get a job that is not so dangerous. Yes, Mother, perhaps I can get into the cookhouse. That can easily be done. You do it then, and if the others say anything, that won't worry me, Mother. She sighs. Her face is a white gleam in the darkness. Now I must go to sleep, Mother. She does not reply. I get up and wrap my cover around her shoulders. She supports herself on my arm. She is in pain. And so I take her to her room. I stay with her a little while. And you must get well again, Mother, before I come back. Yes, my child. You ought not to send your things to me, Mother. We have plenty to eat out there. You can make much better use of them here. How destitute she lies there in her bed. She, that loves me more than all the world. As I am about to leave, she says hastily, I have 2 pairs of underpants for you. They are all wool. They will keep you warm. You must not forget to put them in your pack. Ah, Mother, I know what these underpants have cost you in waiting and walking and begging. Ah, Mother, how can it be that I must part from you? Who else is there that has any claim on me but you? Here I sit, and there you are lying, and we have so much to say that we could never say it. Good night, Mother. Good night, my child. The room is dark. I hear my mother's breathing and the ticking of the clock. Outside the window, the wind blows and the chestnut trees rustle. On the landing, I stumble over my pack, which lies there already made up, because I have to leave early in the morning. I bite into my pillow. I grasp the iron rods of my bed with my fists. I ought never to have come here. Out there I was indifferent and often hopeless. I will never be able to be so again. I was a soldier, and now I am nothing but an agony for myself, for my mother, for everything that is so comfortless and without end. I ought never to have come on leave. Chapter 8. I already know the camp on the moors. It was here that Himmelstas gave Jaden his education. But now I know hardly anyone here. As ever, all is altered. There are only a few people that I have occasionally met before. I go through the routine mechanically. In the evenings, I generally go to the soldier's home, where the newspapers are laid out, but which I do not read. Still, there's a piano there that I am glad enough to play on. 2 girls are in attendance. One of them is young. The camp is surrounded with high barbed wire fences. If we come back late from the soldier's home, we have to show passes. But those who are on good terms with the guard can get through, of course. Between the junipers and the birch trees on the moor we practice company drill each day. It is bearable if one expects nothing better. We advance at a run, fling ourselves down, and our panting breath moves the stalks of the grasses and the flowers of the heather to and fro. Looked at so closely, one sees the fine sand is composed of millions of the tiniest pebbles, as clear as if they had been made in a laboratory. It is strangely inviting to dig one's hands into it. But most beautiful are the woods with their line of birch trees. Their color changes with every minute. Now the stems gleam purest white, and between them, airy and silken, hangs the pastel green of the leaves. The next moment, all changes to an opalescent blue, as the shivering breezes pass down from the heights and touch the green lightly away. And again, in one place, it deepens almost to black as a cloud passes over the sun. And this shadow moves like a ghost through the dim trunks and passes far out over the moor to the sky. Then the birches stand out again like gay banners on white poles, with their red and gold patches of autumn-tinted leaves. I often become so lost in the play of soft light and transparent shadow that I almost fail to hear the commands. It is when one is alone that one begins to observe nature and to love her. And here I have not much companionship, and do not even desire it. We are too little acquainted with one another to do more than joke a bit and play poker or nap in the evenings. Alongside our camp is the big Russian prison camp. It is separated from us by a wire fence, but in spite of this, the prisoners come across to us. They seem nervous and fearful, though most of them are big fellows with beards. They look like meek, scolded St. Bernard dogs. They slink about our camp and pick over the garbage tins. One can imagine what they find there. With us, food is pretty scarce and none too good at that. Turnips cut into 6 pieces and boiled in water, and unwashed carrot tops. Moldy potatoes or titbits, and the chief luxury is a thin rice soup in which float little bits of beef sinew. But these are cut up so small that they take a lot of finding. Everything gets eaten, notwithstanding, and if ever anyone is so well off as not to want all his share, there are a dozen others standing by ready to relieve him of it. Only the dregs that the ladle cannot reach are tipped out and thrown into the garbage tins. Along with that, sometimes go a few turnip peelings, moldy bread crusts, and all kinds of muck. This thin, miserable, dirty garbage is the objective of the prisoners. They pick it out of the stinking tins greedily and go off with it under their blouses. It is strange to see these enemies of ours so close up. They have faces that make one think. Honest peasant faces, broad foreheads, broad noses, broad mouths, broad hands, and thick hair. They ought to be put to threshing, reaping, and apple picking. They look just as kindly as our own peasants in Friesland. It is distressing to watch their movements, to see them begging for something to eat. They're all rather feeble, for they only get enough nourishment to keep them from starving. Ourselves, we have not had sufficient to eat for long enough. They have dysentery. Furtively, many of them display the blood-stained tails of their shirts. Their backs, their necks are bent, their knees sag, their heads droop as they stretch out their hands and beg in the few words of German that they know, beg with those soft, deep, musical voices that are like warm stoves and cozy rooms at home. Some men there are who give them a kick, so that they fall over. But those are not many. The majority do nothing to them, just ignore them. Occasionally, when they are too groveling, it makes a man mad, and then he kicks them. If only they would not look at one so. What great misery can be in 2 such small spots, no bigger than a man's thumb, in their eyes. They come over to the camp in the evenings and trade. They exchange whatever they possess for bread. Often they have fair success, because they have very good boots, and ours are bad. The leather of their knee boots is wonderfully soft, like suede. The peasants among us who get titbits sent from home can afford a trade. The price of a pair of boots is about 2 or 3 loaves of army bread, or a loaf of bread and a small, tough ham sausage. But most of the Russians have long since parted with whatever things they had. Now, they wear only the most pitiful clothing, and try to exchange little carvings and objects that they have made out of shell fragments and copper-driving bands. Of course, they don't get much for such things, though they may have taken immense pains with them. They go for a slice or 2 of bread. Our peasants are hard and cunning when they bargain. They hold the piece of bread or sausage right under the nose of the Russian till he grows pale with greed and his eyes bulge, and then he will give anything for it. The peasants wrap up their booty with the utmost solemnity and then get out their big pocket knives and slowly and deliberately cut off a slice of bread for themselves from their supply, and with every mouthful, take a piece of good, tough sausage, and so reward themselves with a good feed. It is distressing to watch them take their afternoon meal thus. One would like to crack them over their thick pates. They rarely give anything away. How little we understand one another. Asterisk, asterisk. I am often on guard over the Russians. In the darkness, one sees their forms move like 6 storks, like great birds. They come close up to the wire fence and lean their faces against it. Their fingers hook round the mesh. Often many stand side by side and breathe the wind that comes down from the moors and the forest. They rarely speak, and then only a few words. They are more human and more brotherly towards one another, it seems to me, than we are. But perhaps that is merely because they feel themselves to be more unfortunate than us. Anyway, the war is over so far as they are concerned. But to wait for dysentery is not much of a life either. The territorials who are in charge of them say that they were much more lively at first. They used to have intrigues among themselves, as always happens, and it would often come to blows and knives. But now they are quite apathetic and listless. Most of them do not masturbate anymore. They are so feeble, though occasionally it is so bad that they do it barracks fashion. They stand at the wire fence. Sometimes one goes away, and then another at once takes his place in the line. Most of them are silent. Occasionally one begs a cigarette, but I see their dark forms, their beards move in the wind. I know nothing of them except that they are prisoners, and that is exactly what troubles me. Their life is obscure and guiltless. If I could know more of them, what their names are, how they live, what they are waiting for, where their burdens, then my emotion would have an object and might become sympathy. But as it is, I perceive behind them only the suffering of the creature, the awful melancholy of life, and the pitilessness of men. A word of command has made these silent figures our enemies. A word of command might transform them into our friends. At some table a document is signed by some persons whom none of us knows, and then for years together that very crime on which formerly the world's condemnation and severest penalty fell becomes our highest aim. But who can draw such a distinction when he looks at these quiet men with their childlike faces and apostles' beards? Any non-commissioned officer is more of an enemy to a recruit, any schoolmaster to a pupil than they are to us. And yet we would shoot at them again, and they at us if they were free. I am frightened. I dare think this way no more. This way lies the abyss. It is not now the time, but I will not lose these thoughts. I will keep them, shut them away until the war is ended. My heart beats fast. This is the aim, the great, the sole aim, that I have thought of in the trenches, that I have looked for as the only possibility of existence after this annihilation of all human feeling. This is a task that will make life afterward worthy of these hideous years. I take out my cigarettes, break each one in half, and give them to the Russians. They bow to me, and then they light the cigarettes. Now red points glow in every face. They comfort me. It looks as though there were little windows in dark village cottages saying that behind them are rooms full of peace. Asterisk, asterisk. The days go by. On a foggy morning, another of the Russians is buried. Almost every day one of them dies. I am on guard during the burial. The prisoners sing a chorale. They sing in parts, and it sounds almost as if there were no voices, but an organ far away on the moor. The burial is quickly over. In the evening, they stand again at the wire fence, and the wind comes down to them from the beech woods. The stars are cold. I now know a few of those who speak a little German. There is a musician amongst them. He says he used to be a violinist in Berlin. When he hears that I can play the piano, he fetches his violin and plays. The others sit down and lean their backs against the fence. He stands up and plays. Sometimes he has that absent expression which violinists get when they close their eyes. Or again, he sways the instrument to the rhythm and smiles across to me. He plays mostly folk songs, and the others hum with him. They're like a country of dark hills that sing far down under the ground. The sound of the violin stands like a slender girl above it and is clear and alone. The voices cease, and the violin continues alone. In the night, it is so thin it sounds frozen. One must stand close up, It would be much better in a room. Out here, it makes a man grow sad. Asterisk, asterisk. Because I've already had a long leave, I get none on Sundays. So the last Sunday before I go back to the front, my father and eldest sister come over to see me. All day we sit in the soldiers' home. Where else could we go? We don't want to stay in the camp. About midday, we go for a walk on the moors. The hours are a torture. We do not know what to talk about. So we speak of my mother's illness. It is now definitely cancer. She is already in the hospital and will be operated on shortly. The doctors hope she will recover, but we have never heard of cancer being cured. Where is she then? I ask. In the Louisa Hospital, says my father. In which class? Third. We must wait till we know what the operation costs. She wanted to be in the third herself. She said that then she would have some company. And besides, it is cheaper. So she is lying there with all those people. If only she could sleep properly. My father nods. His face is broken and full of furrows. My mother has always been sickly, and though she has only gone to the hospital when she has been compelled to, it has cost a great deal of money, and my father's life has been practically given up to it. If only I knew how much the operation costs, says he. Have you not asked? Not directly. I cannot do that. The surgeon might take it amiss, and that would not do. He must operate on mother. Yes, I think bitterly that's how it is with us, and with all poor people. They don't dare to ask the price, but worry themselves dreadfully beforehand about it. But the others, for whom it is not important, they settle the price first as a matter of course. And the doctor does not take it amiss from them. And the dressings afterwards are so expensive, says my father. Doesn't the Invalids Fund pay anything toward it then? I ask. Mother has been ill too long. Have you any money at all? He shakes his head. No, but I can do some overtime. I know. He will stand at his desk folding and pasting and cutting until 12 o'clock at night. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he will eat some of the miserable rubbish they get in exchange for their food tickets. Then he will take a powder for his headache and work on. In order to cheer him up a bit, I tell him a few stories, soldiers' jokes, and the like about generals and sergeant majors. Afterwards, I accompany them both to the railway station. They give me a pot of jam and a bag of potato cakes that my mother has made for me. Then they go off, and I return to the camp. In the evening, I spread the jam on the cakes and eat some, but I have no taste for them, so I go out to give them to the Russians. Then it occurs to me that my mother cooked them herself and that she was probably in pain as she stood before the hot stove. I put the bag back in my pack and take only 2 cakes to the Russians. Chapter 9. We travel for several days. The first aeroplanes appear in the sky. We roll on past transport lines. Guns, guns. The light railway picks us up. I search for my regiment. No one knows exactly where it lies. Somewhere or other I put up for the night. Somewhere or other I receive provisions and a few vague instructions. And so, with my pack and my rifle, I set out again on the way. By the time I come up there, no longer in that devastated place. I hear we have become one of the flying divisions that are pushed in wherever is hottest. That does not sound cheerful to me. They tell me of heavy losses that we have been having. I inquire after Kat and Albert. No one knows anything of them. I search farther and wander about here and there. It is a wonderful feeling. One night, and then another I camp out like a red Indian. Then at last I get some definite information, and by the afternoon I am able to report to the orderly room. The sergeant major detains me there. The company comes back in 2 days' time. There is no object in sending me up now. What was it like on leave? He asks. Pretty good, eh? In parts, I say. Yes, he sighs. Yes, if a man didn't have to come away again. The second half is always rather messed up by that. I loaf around until the company comes back in the early morning, gray, dirty, soured, and gloomy. Then I jump up, pushing amongst them, my eyes searching. There is Jaden, there is Muller blowing his nose, and there are Cat and Crop. We arrange our sacks of straw side by side. I have an uneasy conscience when I look at them, and yet without any good reason. Before we turn in, I bring out the rest of the potato cakes and jam so that they can have some too. The 2 outer cakes are moldy. Still, it is possible to eat them. I keep those for myself and give the fresh ones to Cat and Crop. Cat chews and says, "These are from your mother?" I nod. "Good," says he. I can tell by the taste. I could almost weep. I can hardly control myself any longer. But it will soon be all right again back here with Kat and Albert. This is where I belong. You've been lucky, whispers Krop to me before we drop off to sleep. They say we're going to Russia. To Russia. It's not much of a war over there. In the distance, the front thunders. The walls of the hut rattle. There's a great deal of polishing being done. We are inspected at every turn. Everything that is torn is exchanged for new. I score a spotless new tunic out of it, and Kat, of course, an entire outfit. A rumor is going round that there may be peace, but the other story is more likely, that we are bound for Russia. Still, what do we need new things for in Russia? At last it leaks out, the Kaiser is coming to review us. Hence all the inspections. For 8 whole days, one would suppose we were in a base camp. There is so much drill and fuss. Everyone is peevish and touchy. We do not take kindly to all this polishing, much less to parades. Such things exasperate a soldier more than the front line. At last the moment arrives. We stand up stiff, and the Kaiser appears. We are curious to see what he looks like. He stalks along the line, and I am really rather disappointed. Judging from his pictures, I imagine him to be bigger and more powerfully built, and above all to have a thundering voice. He distributes iron crosses and speaks to this man and to that. Then we march off. Afterwards we discuss it. Jaden says with astonishment, "So that is the all-highest," and everyone, bar nobody, has to stand up stiff in front of him. He meditates. Hindenburg, too. He has to stand up stiff to him, eh? Sure, says Kat. Jaden hasn't finished yet. He thinks for a while and then asks, and would a king have to stand up stiff to an emperor? None of us is quite sure about it, but we don't suppose so. They are both so exalted that standing strictly to attention is probably not insisted on. What right you do hatch out, says Kat. The main point is that you have to stand stiff yourself. But Jaden is quite fascinated. His otherwise prosy fancy is blowing bubbles. But look, he announces, I simply can't believe that an emperor has to go to the latrine the same as I have. You could bet your boots on it. 4.5 wit makes 7, says Kat. You've got a maggot in your brain, Jaden. Just you run along to the latrine quick and get your head clear so that you don't talk like a 2-year-old. Jaden disappears. But what I would like to know, says Albert, is whether there would not have been a war if the Kaiser had said no. I'm sure of this much. I interject. He was against it from the first. Well, if not him alone, then perhaps if 20 or 30 people in the world had said no. That's probable. I agree, but they damned well said yes. It's queer when one thinks about it, goes on Krop. We are here to protect our fatherland. And the French are over there to protect their fatherland. Now, who's in the right? Perhaps both, say I, without believing it. Yes, well now, pursues Albert, and I see that he means to drive me into a corner. But our professors and parsons and newspapers say that we're the only ones that are right, and let's hope so. But the French professors and parsons and newspapers say that the right is on their side. Now what about that? That I don't know, I say, but whichever way it is, there's war all the same, and every month more countries coming in. Jaden reappears. He is still quite excited and again joins the conversation, wondering just how a war gets started. Mostly by one country badly offending another, answers Albert with a slight air of superiority. Then Jaden pretends to be obtuse. A country? I don't follow. A mountain in Germany cannot offend a mountain in France, or a river, or a wood, or a field of wheat. Are you really as stupid as that? Or are you just pulling my leg? Growls Krop. I don't mean that at all. One people offends the other. Then I haven't any business here at all, replies Jaden. I don't feel myself offended. Well, let me tell you, says Albert sourly, it doesn't apply to tramps like you. Then I can be going home right away, retorts Jaden, and we all laugh. ACH, man. He means the people as a whole, the state, exclaims Muller. State, state. Jaden snaps his fingers contemptuously. Gendarmes, police, taxes, that's your state. If that's what you're talking about, no thank you. That's right, says Kat. You've said something for once, Jaden. State and home country, there's a big difference. But they go together, insists Krop. Without the state, there wouldn't be any home country. True, but just you consider, almost all of us are simple folk. And in France, too, the majority of men are laborers, workmen, or poor clerks. Now, just why would a French blacksmith or a French shoemaker want to attack us? No, it is merely the rulers. I had never seen a Frenchman before I came here, and it will be just the same with the majority of Frenchmen as regards us. They weren't asked about it any more than we were. Then what exactly is the war for? Asks Jaden. Cat shrugs his shoulders. There must be some people to whom the war is useful. Well, I'm not one of them, grins Jaden. Not you, nor anybody else here. Who are they then? Persists Jaden. It isn't any use to the Kaiser either. He has everything he can want already. I'm not so sure about that, contradicts Cat. He has not had a war up till now. And every full-grown emperor requires at least one war. Otherwise, he wouldn't become famous. You look in your school books. And generals, too? Adds deterring. They become famous through war. Even more famous than emperors, adds Cat. There are other people back behind there who profit by the war. That's certain, growls deterring. I think it is more a kind of fever, says Albert. No one in particular wants it, and then all at once there it is. We didn't want the war, the others say the same thing. And yet half the world is in it all the same. But there are more lies told by the other side than by us. Just think of those pamphlets the prisoners have on them, where it says that we eat Belgian children. The fellows who write that ought to go and hang themselves. They're the real culprits. Muller gets up. Anyway, it is better that the war is here instead of in Germany. Just you take a look at the shell holes. True, assents Jaden, but no war at all would be better still. He is quite proud of himself, because he has for once scored over us volunteers. And his opinion is quite typical here. One meets it time and again, and there is nothing with which one can properly counter it, because that is the limit of their comprehension of the factors involved. The national feeling of the Tommy resolves itself into this. Here he is. But that is the end of it. Everything else from joining up onwards, he criticizes from a practical point of view. Albert lies down on the grass and growls angrily. The best thing is not to talk about the rotten business. It won't make any difference, that's sure, agrees Cat. As for the windfall, we have to return almost all the new things and take back our old rags again. The good ones were merely for the inspection. Asterisk, asterisk. Instead of going to Russia, we go up the line again. On the way we pass through a devastated wood with the tree trunks shattered and the ground plowed up. At several places there are tremendous craters. Great gun, something's hit that, I say to Cat. Trench mortars, he replies, and then points up at one of the trees. In the branches, dead men are hanging. A naked soldier is squatting in the fork of a tree. He still has his helmet on, otherwise he is entirely unclad. There's only half of him sitting up there, the top half, the legs are missing. What can that mean? I ask. He's been blown out of his clothes, mutters Jaden. It's funny, says Cat. We have seen that a couple of times now. If a mortar gets you, it blows you almost clean out of your clothes. It's the concussion that does it. I search around, and so it is. Here hang bits of uniform, and somewhere else is plastered a bloody mess that was once a human limb. Over there lies a body with nothing but a piece of the underpants on one leg and the collar of the tunic around its neck. Otherwise, it is naked, and the clothes are hanging up in the tree. Both arms are missing as though they had been pulled out. I discover one of them 20 yards off in a shrub. The dead man lies on his face. There, where the arm wounds are, the earth is black with blood. Underfoot the leaves are scratched up as though the man had been kicking. That's no joke, Cat, say I. No more is a shell splinter in the belly, he replies, shrugging his shoulders. But don't get tender-hearted, says Jaden. All this can only have happened a little while ago. The blood is still fresh. As everybody we see there is dead, we do not waste any more time, but report the affair at the next stretcher-bearer's post. After all, it is not our business to take these stretcher-bearers' jobs away from them. Asterisk, asterisk. A patrol has to be sent out to discover just how far the enemy position is advanced. Since my leave, I feel a certain strange attachment to the other fellows, and so I volunteer to go with them. We agree on a plan, slip out through the wire, and then divide and creep forward separately. After a while, I find a shallow shell hole and crawl into it. From here, I peer forward. There is moderate machine gun fire. It sweeps across from all directions, not very heavy, but always sufficient to make one keep down. A parachute star shell opens out. The ground lies stark in the pale light, and then the darkness shuts down again, blacker than ever. In the trenches, we were told there were black troops in front of us. That is nasty. It is hard to see them. They're very good at patrolling, too. And oddly enough, they're often quite stupid. For instance, both Cat and Crop were once able to shoot down a black enemy patrol because the fellows in their enthusiasm for cigarettes smoked while they were creeping about. Cat and Albert had simply to aim at the glowing ends of the cigarettes. A bomb or something lands close beside me. I have not heard it coming and am terrified. At the same moment, a senseless fear takes hold on me. Here I am alone and almost helpless in the dark. Perhaps two other eyes have been watching me for a long while from another shell hole in front of me, and a bomb lies ready to blow me to pieces. I try to pull myself together. It is not my first patrol, and not a particularly risky one. But it is the first since my leave, and besides, the lie of the land is still rather strange to me. I tell myself that my alarm is absurd, that there is probably nothing at all there in the darkness watching me, because otherwise the missile would not have landed so flat. It is in vain. In whirling confusion, my thoughts hum in my brain. I hear the warning voice of my mother. I see the Russians with the flowing beards leaning against the wire fence. I have a bright picture of a canteen with stools, of a cinema in Valenciennes. Tormented, terrified. In my imagination, I see the gray, impalpable muzzle of a rifle, which moves noiselessly before me, whichever way I try to turn my head. The sweat breaks out from every pore. I still continue to lie in my shallow bowl. I look at the time. Only a few minutes have passed. My forehead is wet, the sockets of my eyes are damp, my hands tremble, and I am panting softly. It is nothing but an awful spasm of fear, a simple animal fear of poking out my head and crawling on farther. All my efforts subside like froth into the one desire to be able just to stay lying there. My limbs are glued to the earth. I make a vain attempt. They refuse to come away. I press myself down on the earth. I cannot go forward. I make up my mind to stay lying there. But immediately the wave floods over me anew, a mingled sense of shame, of remorse, and yet at the same time of security. I raise myself up a little to take a look around. My eyes burn with staring into the dark. A star shell goes up. I duck down again. I wage a wild and senseless fight. I want to get out of the hollow, and yet slide back into it again. I say, "You must, it is your comrades. It is not any idiotic command." And again, what does it matter to me? I have only one life to lose. That is the result of all this leave. I reproach myself bitterly. But I cannot convince myself. I become terribly faint. I raise myself slowly and reach forward with my arms, dragging my body after me, and then lie on the edge of the shell hole, half in and half out. There I hear sounds and drop back. Suspicious sounds can be detected clearly despite the noise of the artillery fire. I listen. The sound is behind me. There are people moving along the trench. Now I hear muffled voices. To judge by the tone, that might be Cat talking. At once a new warmth flows through me. These voices, these few, quiet words, these footsteps in the trench behind me recall me at a bound from the terrible loneliness and fear of death by which I had been almost destroyed. They are more to me than life. These voices, they are more than motherliness and more than fear. They're the strongest, most comforting thing there is anywhere. They are the voices of my comrades. I am no longer a shuddering speck of existence, alone in the darkness. I belong to them, and they to me. We all share the same fear and the same life. We are nearer than lovers, in a simpler, a harder way. I could bury my face in them, in these voices, these words that have saved me and will stand by me. Asterisk, asterisk. Cautiously, I glide out over the edge and snake my way forward. I shuffle along on all fours a bit farther. I keep track of my bearings, look around me, and observe the distribution of the gunfire, so as to be able to find my way back. Then I try to get in touch with the others. I am still afraid, but it is an intelligent fear, an extraordinarily heightened caution. The night is windy, and shadows flit hither and thither in the flicker of the gunfire. It reveals too little and too much. Often I peer ahead, but always for nothing. Thus I advance a long way, and then turn back in a wide curve. I have not established touch with the others. Every yard nearer our trench fills me with confidence, and with haste, too. It would be bad to get lost now. Then a new fear lays hold of me. I can no longer remember the direction. Quiet, I squat in a shell hole and try to locate myself. More than once it has happened that some fellow has jumped joyfully into a trench only then to discover that it was the wrong one. After a little time I listen again, but still I'm not sure. The confusion of shell holes now seems so bewildering that I can no longer tell in my agitation which way I should go. Perhaps I am crawling parallel to the lines, and that might go on forever. So I crawl around once again in a wide curve. These damn rockets, they seem to burn for an hour, and a man cannot make the least movement without bringing the bullets whistling round. But there is nothing for it. I must get out. Falteringly, I work my way farther. I move off over the ground like a crab and rip my hands sorely on the jagged splinters, as sharp as razor blades. Often I think that the sky is becoming lighter on the horizon, but it may be merely my imagination. Then gradually I realize that to crawl in the right direction is a matter of life or death. A shell crashes. Almost immediately 2 others. And then it begins in earnest. A bombardment. Machine guns rattle. Now there's nothing for it but to stay lying low. Apparently an attack is coming. Everywhere the rockets shoot up, unceasing. I lie huddled in a large shell hole, my legs in the water up to the belly. When the attack starts, I will let myself fall into the water, with my face as deep in the mud as I can keep it without suffocating. I must pretend to be dead. Suddenly I hear the barrage lift. At once I slip down into the water, my helmet on the nape of my neck and my mouth just clear so that I can get a breath of air. I lie motionless. Somewhere something clanks, it stamps and stumbles nearer. All my nerves become taut and icy. It clatters over me and away. The first wave has passed. I have but this one shattering thought. What will you do if someone jumps into your shell hole? Swiftly I pull out my little dagger, grasp it fast, and bury it in my hand once again under the mud. If anyone jumps in here, I will go for him. It hammers in my forehead. At once stab him clean through the throat so that he cannot call out. That's the only way. He will be just as frightened as I am. When in terror we fall upon one another, then I must be first. Now our batteries are firing. A shell lands near me. That makes me savage with fury. All it needs now is to be killed by our own shells. I curse and grind my teeth in the mud. It is a raving frenzy. In the end, all I can do is groan and pray. The crash of the shells bursts in my ears. If our fellows make a counter-raid, I will be saved. I press my head against the earth and listen to the muffled thunder like the explosions of quarrying, and raise it again to listen for the sounds on top. The machine guns rattle. I know our barbed wire entanglements are strong and almost undamaged. Parts of them are charged with a powerful electric current. The rifle fire increases. They have not broken through. They have to retreat. I sink down again, huddled, strained to the uttermost. The banging, the creeping, the clanging becomes audible. One single cry yelling amongst it all. They are raked with fire. The attack is repulsed. Asterisk, asterisk. Already it has become somewhat lighter. Steps hasten over me. The first. Gone. Again, another. The rattle of machine guns becomes an unbroken chain. Just as I am about to turn round a little, something heavy stumbles, and with a crash a body falls over me into the shell hole, slips down, and lies across me. I do not think at all. I make no decision. I strike madly home, and feel only how the body suddenly convulses, then becomes limp and collapses. When I recover myself, my hand is sticky and wet. The man gurgles. It sounds to me as though he bellows. Every gasping breath is like a cry, a thunder, but is only my heart pounding. I want to stop his mouth, stuff it with earth, stab him again. He must be quiet. He is betraying me. Now at last I regain control of myself, but have suddenly become so feeble that I cannot any more lift my hand against him. So I crawl away to the farthest corner and stay there, my eyes glued on him, my hand grasping the knife, ready, if he stirs, to spring at him again. But he won't do so any more. I can hear that already in his gurgling. I can see him indistinctly. I have but one desire to get away. If it is not soon, it will be too light. It will be difficult enough now. Then as I try to raise up my head, I see it is impossible already. The machine gun fire so sweeps the ground that I would be shot through and through before I can make one jump. I test it once with my helmet, which I take off and hold up to find out the level of the shots. The next moment, it is knocked out of my hand by a bullet. The fire is sweeping very low over the ground. I am not far enough from the enemy line to escape being picked off by one of the snipers if I attempt to get away. The light increases. Burning, I wait for our attack. My hands are white at the knuckles. I clench them so tightly in my longing for the fire to cease so that my comrades may come. Minute after minute trickles away. I dare not look again at the dark figure in the shell hole. With an effort, I look past it and wait. The bullets hiss. They make a steel net, never ceasing, never ceasing. Then I notice my bloody hand and suddenly feel nauseated. I take some earth and rub the skin with it. Now my hand is muddy and the blood cannot be seen anymore. The fire does not diminish. It is equally heavy from both sides. Our fellows have probably given me up for lost long ago. Asterisk, asterisk. It is early morning, clear and gray. The gurgling continues. I stop my ears, but soon take my fingers away again because then I cannot hear the other sound. The figure opposite me moves. I shrink together and involuntarily look at it. Then my eyes remain glued to it. A man with a small pointed beard lies there. His head is fallen to one side. One arm is half bent. His head rests helplessly upon it. The other hand lies on his chest. It is bloody. He is dead. I say to myself, he must be dead. He doesn't feel anything anymore. It is only the body that is gurgling there. Then the head tries to raise itself. For a moment, the groaning becomes louder. His forehead sinks back upon his arm. The man is not dead. He is dying, but he is not dead. I drag myself toward him, hesitate, support myself on my hands, creep a bit farther, wait. Again, a terrible journey of 3 yards along, a terrible journey. At last I am beside him. Then he opens his eyes. He must have heard me and gazes at me with a look of utter terror. The body lies still, but in the eyes there is such an extraordinary expression of flight that for a moment I think they have power enough to carry the body off with them. Hundreds of miles away with one bound. The body is still, perfectly still, without sound. The gurgle has ceased, but the eyes cry out, yell. All the life is gathered together in them for one tremendous effort to flee, gathered together there in a dreadful terror of death, of me. My legs give way and I drop on my elbows. No, I whisper. The eyes follow me. I am powerless to move so long as they are there. Then his hand slips slowly from his breast. Only a little bit. It sinks just a few inches, but this movement breaks the power of the eyes. I bend forward, shake my head, and whisper, no. I raise one hand. I must show him that I want to help him. I stroke his forehead. The eyes shrink back as the hand comes. Then they lose their stare. The eyelids droop lower. The tension is past. I open his collar and place his head more comfortably upright. His mouth stands half open. It tries to form words. The lips are dry. My water bottle is not there. I have not brought it with me. But there is water in the mud, down at the bottom of the crater. I climb down, take out my handkerchief, spread it out, push it under, and scoop up the yellow water that strains through into the hollow of my hand. He gulps it down. I fetch some more. Then I unbutton his tunic in order to bandage him, if it is possible. In any case, I must do it, so that if the fellows over there capture me, they will see that I wanted to help him, and so will not shoot me. He tries to resist, but his hand is too feeble. The shirt is stuck and will not come away. It is buttoned at the back. So there is nothing for it but to cut it off. I look for the knife and find it again. But when I begin to cut the shirt, the eyes open once more and the cries in them again and the demented expression, so that I must close them, press them shut, and whisper, I want to help you, comrade, camarade, eagerly repeating the word to make him understand. There are 3 stabs. My field dressing covers them. The blood runs out under it. I press it tighter. There, he groans. That is all I can do. Now we must wait. Asterisk. These hours. The gurgling starts again. But how slowly a man dies. For this I know, he cannot be saved. Indeed, I've tried to tell myself that he will be, but at noon this pretense breaks down and melts before his groans. If only I had not lost my revolver crawling about, I would shoot him. Stab him I cannot. By noon, I am groping on the outer limits of reason. Hunger devours me. I could almost weep for something to eat. I cannot struggle against it. Again and again, I fetch water for the dying man and drink some myself. This is the first man I have killed with my hands, whom I can see close at hand, whose death is my doing. Cat and Kropp and Muller have experienced it already. When they have hit someone, it happens to many, in hand-to-hand fighting especially. But every gasp lays my heart bare. This dying man has time with him. He has an invisible dagger with which he stabs me. Time and my thoughts. I would give much if he would but stay alive. It is hard to lie here and to have to see and hear him. In the afternoon, about 3, he is dead. I breathe freely again, but only for a short time. Soon the silence is more unbearable than the groans. I wish the gurgling were there again, gasping, hoarse, now whistling softly, and again hoarse and loud. It is mad what I do, but I must do something. I prop the dead man up again so that he lies comfortably, although he feels nothing anymore. I close his eyes. They are brown, his hair is black and a bit curly at the sides. The mouth is full and soft beneath his mustache. The nose is slightly arched, the skin brownish. It is now not so pale as it was before when he was still alive. For a moment the face seems almost healthy. Then it collapses suddenly into the strange face of the dead that I have so often seen, strange faces all alike. No doubt his wife still thinks of him. She does not know what has happened. He looks as if he would often have written to her. She will still be getting mail from him. Tomorrow, in a week's time, perhaps even a stray letter a month hence. She will read it, and in it he will be speaking to her. My state is getting worse. I can no longer control my thoughts. What does wife look like? Like the little brunette on the other side of the canal? Does she belong to me now? Perhaps by this act she becomes mine. I wish Cantorek were sitting here beside me. If my mother could see me, the dead man might have had 30 more years of life, if only I had impressed the way back to our trench more sharply on my memory. If only he had run 2 yards farther to the left, he might now be sitting in the trench over there and writing a fresh letter to his wife. But I will get no further that way, for that is the fate of all of us. If Kemmerich's leg had been 6 inches to the right, if Hay West thus had bent his back 3 inches further forward. Asterisk, asterisk. The silence spreads. I talk and must talk. So I speak to him and say to him, Comrade, I did not want to kill you. If you jumped in here again, I would not do it, if you would be sensible too. But you were only an idea to me before, an abstraction that lived in my mind and called forth its appropriate response. It was that abstraction I stabbed. But now, for the first time, I see you are a man like me. I thought of your hand grenades, of your bayonet, of your rifle. Now I see your wife and your face and our fellowship. Forgive me, comrade. We always see it too late. Why do they never tell us that you are just poor devils like us, that your mothers are just as anxious as ours, and that we have the same fear of death, and the same dying and the same agony? Forgive me, comrade. How could you be my enemy? If we threw away these rifles and this uniform, you could be my brother, just like Cat and Albert. Take 20 years of my life, comrade, and stand up. Take more, for I do not know what I can even attempt to do with it now. It is quiet. The front is still except for the crackle of rifle fire. The bullets rain over. They're not fired haphazard, but shrewdly aimed from all sides. I cannot get out. I will write to your wife. I say hastily to the dead man. I will write to her. She must hear it from me. I will tell her everything I have told you. She shall not suffer. I will help her, and your parents too, and your child. His tunic is half open. The pocketbook is easy to find, but I hesitate to open it. In it is the book with his name. So long as I do not know his name, perhaps I may still forget him. Time will obliterate it, this picture. But his name, it is a nail that will be hammered into me and never come out again. It has the power to recall this forever. It will always come back and stand before me. Irresolutely, I take the wallet in my hand. It slips out of my hand and falls open. Some pictures and letters drop out. I gather them up and want to put them back again, but the strain I am under, the uncertainty, the hunger, the danger, these hours with the dead man have confused me. I want to hasten the relief, to intensify, and to end the torture, as one strikes an unendurably painful hand against the trunk of a tree, regardless of everything. There are portraits of a woman and a little girl, small amateur photographs taken against an ivy-clad wall. Along with them are letters. I take them out and try to read them. Most of it I do not understand. It is so hard to decipher, and I know scarcely any French. But each word I translate pierces me like a shot in the chest, like a stab in the chest. My brain is taxed beyond endurance. But I realize this much, that I will never dare to write to these people as I intended. Impossible. I look at the portraits once more. They are clearly not rich people. I might send them money anonymously if I earn anything later on. I seize upon that. It is at least something to hold on to. This dead man is bound up with my life. Therefore, I must do everything, promise everything, in order to save myself. I swear blindly that I mean to live only for his sake and his family. With wet lips, I try to placate him, and deep down in me lies the hope that I may buy myself off in this way, and perhaps even yet get out of this. It is a little stratagem. If only I am allowed to escape, then I will see to it. So I open the book and read slowly. Gerard Duval, compositor. With the dead man's pencil, I write the address on an envelope, then swiftly thrust everything back into his tunic. I have killed the printer, Gerard Duval. I must be a printer, I think confusedly, be a printer. By afternoon I am calmer. My fear was groundless. The name troubles me no more. The madness passes. Comrade, I say to the dead man, but I say it calmly. Today you, tomorrow me. But if I come out of it, comrade, I will fight against this that has struck us both down. From you, taken life, and from me, life also. I promise you, comrade, it shall never happen again. The sun strikes low. I am stupefied with exhaustion and hunger. Yesterday is like a fog to me. There is no hope of getting out of this yet. I fall into a doze and do not at first realize that evening is approaching. The twilight comes. It seems to me to come quickly now. 1 hour more. If it were summer, it would be 3 hours more. 1 hour more. Now, suddenly I begin to tremble. Something might happen in the interval. I think no more of the dead man. He is of no consequence to me now. With one bound the lust to live flares up again, and everything that has filled my thoughts goes down before it. Now, merely to avert any ill luck, I babble mechanically. I will fulfill everything I have promised you. But already I know that I shall not do so. Suddenly it occurs to me that my own comrades may fire on me as I creep up. They do not know I am coming. I will call out as soon as I can, so that they will recognize me. I will stay lying in front of the trench until they answer me. The first star. The front remains quiet. I breathe deeply and talk to myself in my excitement. No foolishness now, Paul. Quiet, Paul. Quiet. Then you'll be saved, Paul. When I use my Christian name, it works as though someone else spoke to me. It has more power. The darkness grows. My excitement subsides. I wait cautiously until the first rocket goes up. Then I crawl out of the shell hole. I have forgotten the dead man. Before me lies the oncoming night and the pale, gleaming field. I fix my eye on a shell hole. The moment the light dies, I scurry over into it, grope farther, spring in the next, duck down, scramble onward. I come nearer. There, by the light of a rocket, I see something move in the wire. Then it stiffens and lies still. Next time I see it again, yes, they are men from our trench. But I am suspicious until I recognize our helmets. Then I call, and immediately an answer rings out. My name? Paul. I call again and answer. It is Kat and Albert, who have come out with a stretcher to look for me. Are you wounded? No. We drop into the trench. I ask for something to eat and wolf it down. Muller gives me a cigarette. In a few words, I tell what happened. There is nothing new about it. It happens quite often. The night attack is the only unusual feature of the business. In Russia, Kat once lay for 2 days behind the enemy lines before he could make his way back. I do not mention the dead printer, but by next morning I can keep it to myself no longer. I must tell Kat and Albert. They both try to calm me. You can't do anything about it. What else could you have done? That is what you are here for. I listen to them and feel comforted, reassured by their presence. It was mere driveling nonsense that I talked out there in the shell hole. Look there, for instance, points Cat. On the fire steps stand some snipers. They rest their rifles with telescopic sights on the parapet and watch the enemy front. Once and again a shot cracks out. Then we hear the cry, "That's found a billet! Did you see how he leapt in the air?" Sergeant Erich turns round proudly and scores his point. He heads the shooting list for today with 3 unquestionable hits. "What do you say to that?" asks Cat. I nod. "If he keeps that up, he will get a little colored bird for his buttonhole by this evening," says Albert. "Or rather, he will soon be made acting sergeant major," says Cat. We look at one another. "I will not do it," I say. "All the same," says Cat, "it's very good for you to see it just now." Sergeant Erich returns to the fire step. The muzzle of his rifle searches to and fro. "You don't need to lose any more sleep over your affair," nods Albert. And now I hardly understand it myself anymore. It was only because I had to lie there with him so long, I say. After all, war is war. Elrich's rifle cracks out sharp and dry. Chapter 10. We have dropped in for a good job. 8 of us have to guard a village that has been abandoned because it is being shelled too heavily. In particular, we have to watch the supply dump, as that is not yet empty. We are supposed to provision ourselves from the same store. We're just the right people for that. Cat, Albert, Muller, Jaden, deterring our whole gang is there. Hay is dead, though, but we're mighty lucky all the same. All the other squads have had more casualties than we have. We select, as a dugout, a reinforced concrete cellar into which steps lead down from above. The entrance is protected by a separate concrete wall. Now we develop an immense industry. This is an opportunity not only to stretch one's legs, but to stretch one's soul also. We make the best use of such opportunities. The war is too desperate to allow us to be sentimental for long. That is only possible so long as things are not going too badly. After all, we cannot afford to be anything but matter of fact. So matter of fact, indeed, that I often shudder when a thought from the days before the war comes momentarily into my head. But it does not stay long. We have to take things as lightly as we can, so we make the most of every opportunity, and nonsense stands stark and immediate beside horror. It cannot be otherwise. That is how we hearten ourselves. So we zealously set to work to create an idol of eating and sleeping, of course. The floor is first covered with mattresses which we haul in from the houses. Even a soldier's behind likes to sit soft. Only in the middle of the floor is there any clear space. Then we furnish ourselves with blankets and eiderdowns, luxurious soft affairs. There is plenty of everything to be had in the town. Albert and I find a mahogany bed which can be taken to pieces, with a sky of blue silk and a lace coverlet. We sweat like monkeys moving it in, but a man cannot let a thing like that slip, and it would certainly be shot to pieces in a day or two. Cat and I do a little patrolling through the houses. In very short time, we have collected a dozen eggs and 2 pounds of fairly fresh butter. Suddenly, there's a crash in the drawing room, and an iron stove hurtles through the wall past us and on, a yard from us out through the wall behind. 2 holes. It comes from the house opposite where a shell has just landed. The swine, grimaces Cat, and we continue our search. All at once we prick up our ears, hurry across, and suddenly stand petrified. They're running up and down in a little sty are 2 live, sucking pigs. We rub our eyes and look once again to make certain. Yes, they're still there. We seize hold of them. No doubt about it. 2 real young pigs. This will make a grand feed. About 20 yards from our dugout, there is a small house that was used as an officer's billet. In the kitchen is an immense fireplace with 2 ranges, pots, pans, and kettles. Everything, even to a stack of small chopped wood in an outhouse. A regular cook's paradise. 2 of our fellows have been out in the fields all the morning hunting for potatoes, carrots, and green peas. We are quite uppish and sniff at the tin stuff in the supply dump. We want fresh vegetables. In the dining room, there are already 2 heads of cauliflower. The sucking pigs are slaughtered. Cat sees to them. We want to make potato cakes to go with the roast, but we cannot find a grater for the potatoes. However, that difficulty is soon got over. With a nail, we punch a lot of holes in a pot lid, and there we have a grater. 3 fellows put on thick gloves to protect their fingers against the grater. 2 others peel the potatoes, and the business gets going. Cat samples the sucking pigs, the carrots, the peas, and the cauliflower. He even mixes a white sauce for the cauliflower. I fry the pancakes, for at a time. After 10 minutes, I get the knack of tossing the pan, so that the pancakes which are done on the one side sail up, turn in the air, and are caught again as they come down. The sucking pigs are baked whole. We all stand round them, as before an altar. In the meantime, we receive visitors, a couple of wireless men, who are generously invited to the feed. They sit in the living room where there is a piano. One of them plays, the other sings in Der Weezer. He sings feelingly, but with a rather Saxon accent. All the same, it moves us as we stand at the fireplace preparing the good things. Then we begin to realize that we are in for trouble. The observation balloons have spotted the smoke from our chimney, and the shells start to drop on us. They're those damned spraying little daisy cutters that make only a small hole and scatter widely close to the ground. They keep dropping closer and closer all round us. Still, we cannot leave the grub in the lurch. A couple of splinters whiz through the top of the kitchen window. The roast is already cooked, but frying the pancakes is getting difficult. The explosions come so fast that the splinters strike often and oftener against the wall of the house and sweep in through the window. Whenever I hear a shell coming, I drop down on one knee with the pan and the pancakes and duck behind the wall of the window. Immediately afterwards, I am up again and going on with the frying. The Saxon stops singing. A fragment has smashed into the piano. At last, everything is ready, and we organize the transport of it back to the dugout. After the next explosion, 2 men dash across the 50 yards to the dugout with the pots of vegetables. We see them disappear. The next shot, everyone ducks, and then 2 more trot off, each with a big can of finest grade coffee, and reach the dugout before the next explosion. Then Cat and Crop seize the masterpiece, the big dish with the brown, roasted sucking pigs. A screech, a knee bend, and away they race over the 50 yards of open country. I stay to finish frying my last 4 pancakes. Twice I have to drop on the floor. After all, it means 4 pancakes more, and they're my favorite dish. Then I grab the plate with the great pile of cakes and squeeze myself behind the house door. A hiss, a crash, and I gallop off with the plate clamped against my chest with both hands. I'm almost in. I run like a deer, sweep round the wall, fragments clatter against the concrete. I tumble down the cellar steps. My elbows are skinned, but I have not lost a single pancake, nor even broken the plate. About 2 o'clock, we start the meal. It lasts till 6. We drink coffee until 7:30. Officers' coffee from the supply dump, and smoke officer cigars and cigarettes, also from the supply dump. Punctually at 7:30, we begin the evening meal. About 10 o'clock, we throw the bones of the sucking pigs outside the door. Then there is cognac and rum, also from the Bless supply dump, and once again long, fat cigars with belly bands. Jaden suggests that it lacks only one thing: girls from an officer's brothel. Late in the evening, we hear mewing. A little gray cat sits in the entrance. We entice it in and give it something to eat, and that wakes up our own appetites once more. Still chewing, we lie down to sleep. But the night is bad. We have eaten too much fat. Fresh baby pig is very griping to the bowels. There is an everlasting coming and going in the dugout. 2, 3 men with their pants down are always sitting about outside and cursing. I have been out 9 times myself. About 4 o'clock in the morning, we reach a record. All 11 men, guards and visitors, are squatting outside. Burning houses stand out like torches against the night. Shells lumber across and crash down. Munition columns tear along the street. On one side, the supply dump has been ripped open. In spite of all the flying fragments, the drivers of the munition columns pour in like a swarm of bees and pounce on the bread. We let them have their own way. If we said anything, it would only mean a good hiding for us. So we go differently about it. We explain that we are the guard and so know our way about. We get hold of the tin stuff and exchange it for things we are short of. What does it matter anyhow? In a while, it will all be blown to pieces. For ourselves, we take some chocolate from the depot and eat it in slabs. Cat says it is good for loose bowels. Almost a fortnight passes thus in eating, drinking, and roaming about. No one disturbs us. The town gradually vanishes under the shells, and we lead a charmed life. So long as any part of the supply dump still stands, we don't worry. We desire nothing better than stay here till the end of the war. Jaden has become so fastidious that he only half smokes his cigars. With his nose in the air, he explains to us that he was brought up that way. And Kat is most cheerful. In the morning, his first call is, "Emile, bring in the caviar and coffee." We put on extraordinary airs. Every man treats the other as his valet, bounces him, and gives him orders. There is something itching under my foot. Crop, my man, catch that louse at once, says Lear, poking out his leg at him like a ballet girl, and Albert drags him up the stairs by the foot. "Jaden, what?" "Stand at ease, Jaden. And what's more, don't say what, say yes, sir. Now, Jaden." Jaden retorts in the well-known phrase from Goethe's Gotts von Berlichingen, with which he is always very free. After 8 more days, we receive orders to go back. The palmy days are over. 2 big motor lorries take us away. They're stacked high with planks. Nevertheless, Albert and I erect on top our 4-poster bed complete with blue silk canopy, mattress, and 2 lace coverlets. And behind it at the head is stowed a bag full of choice edibles. We often dip into it, and the tough ham sausages, the tins of liver sausages, the conserves, the boxes of cigarettes rejoice our hearts. Each man has a bag to himself. Crop and I have rescued 2 big red armchairs as well. They stand inside the bed, and we sprawl back in them as in a theater box. Above us swells the silken cover like a baldachin. Each man has a long cigar in his mouth, and thus from aloft we survey the scene. Between us stands a parrot cage that we found for the cat. She is coming with us, and lies in the cage before her saucer of meat and purrs. Slowly the lorries roll down the road. We sing. Behind us the shells are sending up fountains from the now utterly abandoned town. Asterisk, asterisk. A few days later we are sent out to evacuate a village. On the way we meet the fleeing inhabitants trundling their goods and chattels along with them in wheelbarrows, perambulators, and on their backs. Their figures are bent, their faces full of grief, despair, haste, and resignation. The children hold on to their mother's hands, and often an older girl leads the little ones who stumble onward and are forever looking back. A few carry miserable-looking dolls. All are silent as they pass us by. We are marching in column. The French do not fire on a town in which there are still inhabitants. But a few minutes later the air screams, the earth heaves, cries ring out. A shell has landed among the rear squad. We scatter and fling ourselves down on the ground. But at that moment I feel the instinctive alertness leave me, which hitherto has always made me do unconsciously the right thing under fire. The thought leaps up with a terrible, throttling fear. You are lost, and the next moment a blow sweeps like a whip over my left leg. I hear Albert cry out. He is beside me. "Quick up, Albert!" I yell, for we are lying unsheltered in the open field. He staggers up and runs. I keep beside him. We have to get over a hedge. It is higher than we are. Crop seizes a branch. I heave him up by the leg. He cries out. I give him a swing, and he flies over. With one leap, I follow him and fall into a ditch that lies behind the hedge. Our faces are smothered with duckweed and mud, but the cover is good, so we wade up to our necks. Whenever a shell whistles, we duck our heads under the water. After we have done this a dozen times, I am exhausted. "Let's get away, or I'll fall in and drown," groans Albert. "Where has it got you?" I ask him. "In the knee, I think." "Can you run?" "I think." Then out. We make for the ditch beside the road, and stooping run along it. The shelling follows us. The road leads toward the munition dump. If that goes up, there won't be a man of us with his head left on his shoulders. So we change our plan and run diagonally across country. Albert begins to drag. "You go. I'll come on after," he says and throws himself down. I seize him by the arm and shake him. "Up. Albert, if once you lie down, you'll never get any farther. Quick, I'll hold you up." At last we reach a small dugout. Crop pitches in, and I bandage him up. The shot is just a little above his knee. Then I take a look at myself. My trousers are bloody, and my arm, too. Albert binds up my wounds with his field dressing. Already he is no longer able to move his leg, and we both wonder how we managed to get this far. Fear alone made it possible. We would have run even if our feet had been shot off. We would have run on the stumps. I can still crawl a little. I call out to a passing ambulance wagon, which picks us up. It is full of wounded. There is an Army medical lance corporal with it who sticks an anti-tetanus needle into our chests. At the dressing station, we arrange matters so that we lie side by side. They give us a thin soup which we spoon down greedily and scornfully, because we are accustomed to better times but are hungry all the same. Now for home, Albert, I say. Let's hope so, he replies. I only wish I knew what I've got. The pain increases. The bandages burn like fire. We drink and drink, one glass of water after another. How far above the knee am I hit? Asks Krop. At least 4 inches, Albert, I answer. Actually, it is perhaps 1. I've made up my mind, he says after a while. If they take off my leg, I'll put an end to it. I won't go through life as a cripple. So we lie there with our thoughts and wait. Asterisk, asterisk. In the evening, we are hauled on to the chopping block. I am frightened and think quickly what I ought to do, for everyone knows that the surgeons in the dressing stations amputate on the slightest provocation, under the great pressure of business that is much simpler than complicated patching. I think of Kemmerich. Whatever happens, I will not let them chloroform me, even if I have to crack a couple of their skulls. It is all right. The surgeon pokes around in the wound, and a blackness comes before my eyes. Don't carry on so, he says gruffly, and hacks away. The instruments gleam in the bright light like malevolent animals. The pain is insufferable. 2 orderlies hold my arms fast, but I break loose with one of them and try to crash into the surgeon's spectacles just as he notices and springs back. Chloroform the scoundrel, he roars madly. Then I become quiet. Pardon me, Herr Doctor, I will keep still, but do not chloroform me. Well now, he cackles and takes up his instrument again. He is a fair fellow, not more than 30 years old, with scars and disgusting gold spectacles. Now I see that he is tormenting me. He is merely raking about in the wound and looking up surreptitiously at me over his glasses. My hands squeeze around the grips. I'll kick the bucket before he will get a squeak out of me. He has fished out a piece of shell and tosses it to me. Apparently he is pleased at my self-control, for he seems to be more considerate of me now and says, "Tomorrow you'll be off home." Then I am put in plaster. When I am back again with Krop, I tell him that apparently a hospital train comes in tomorrow morning. We must work the Army Medical Sergeant Major so that we can keep together, Albert. I manage to slip the Sergeant Major 2 of my cigars with belly bands and then tip the word to him. He smells the cigars and says, "Have you got any more of them?" "Another good handful," I say, and my comrade, I point to Krop, he has some as well. We might possibly be glad to hand them to you out of the window of the hospital train in the morning. He understands, of course, smells them once again and says, "Done." We cannot get minutes sleep all night. 7 fellows die in our ward. One of them sings hymns in a high, cracked tenor before he begins to gurgle. Another has crept out of his bed to the window. He lies in front of it, as though he wants to look out for the last time. Asterisk, asterisk. Our stretchers stand on the platform. We wait for the train. It rains, and the station has no roof. Our covers are thin. We have waited already 2 hours. The sergeant major looks after us like a mother. Although I feel pretty bad, I do not let our scheme out of my mind. Occasionally, I let him see the packet and give him 1 cigar in advance. In exchange, the sergeant major covers us over with a waterproof sheet. Albert, old man, I suddenly bethink myself. Our 4-poster and the cat. And the club chairs, he adds. Yes, the club chairs with red plush. In the evening, we used to sit in them like lords, and intended later on to let them out by the hour. 1 cigarette per hour. It might have turned into a regular business, a real good living. And our bags of grub, too, Albert. We grow melancholy. We might have made some use of the things. If only the train, left one day later, cat will be sure to find us and bring us the stuff. What damn hard luck. In our bellies there is gruel, hospital stuff, and in our bags roast pork. But we are so weak that we cannot work up any more excitement about it. The stretchers are sopping wet by the time the train arrives in the morning. The sergeant major sees to it that we are put in the same car. There is a crowd of Red Cross nurses. Krop is stowed in below. I am lifted up and put into the bed above him. Good God! I exclaim suddenly. "What is it?" asks the sister. I cast a glance at the bed. It is covered with clean, snow-white linen that even has the marks of the iron still on it. And my shirt has gone 6 weeks without being washed and is terribly muddy. "Can't you get in by yourself?" asks the sister gently. "Why, yes," I say in a sweat, "but take off the bed cover first." "What for?" I feel like a pig. "Must I get in there? It will get—" I hesitate. "A little bit dirty," she suggests helpfully. "That doesn't matter. We will wash it again afterwards." "No, no, not that," I say excitedly. I am not equal to such overwhelming refinement. "When you have been lying out there in the trenches, surely we can wash a sheet," she goes on. I look at her. She is young and crisp, spotless and neat, like everything here. A man cannot realize that it isn't for officers only, and feels himself strange and in some way even alarmed. All the same, the woman is a tormentor. She is going to force me to say it. "It is only—" I try again. Surely she must know what I mean. "What is it then?" "Because of the lice," I bawl out at last. She laughs. "Well, they must have a good day for once, too." Now I don't care anymore. I scramble into bed and pull up the covers. A hand gropes over the bed cover. The sergeant major. He goes off with the cigars. An hour later we notice that we are moving. At night, I cannot sleep. Krop is restless too. The train rides easily over the rails. I cannot realize it all yet. A bed, a train home. "Albert," I whisper. "Yes." "Do you know where the latrine is?" "Over to the right of the door, I think." "I'm going to have a look." It is dark. I grope for the edge of the bed and cautiously try to slide down. But my foot finds no support. I begin to slip. The plaster leg is no help, and with a crash I lie on the floor. "Damn," I say. "Have you bumped yourself?" asks Krop. "You could hear that well enough for yourself," I growl. My head. A door opens in the rear of the car. The sister comes with a light and looks at me. He has fallen out of bed. She feels my pulse and smooths my forehead. "You haven't any fever, though." "No." I agree. "Have you been dreaming then?" she asks. "Perhaps." I evade. The interrogation starts again. She looks at me with her clear eyes, and the more wonderful and sweet she is, the less am I able to tell her what I want. I'm lifted up into bed again. That'll be all right. As soon as she goes, I must try to climb down again. If she were an old woman, it might be easier to say what a man wants, but she is so very young. At the most 25, it can't be done. I cannot possibly tell her. Then Albert comes to my rescue. He is not bashful. It makes no difference to him who is upset. He calls to the sister. She turns round. "Sister," he wants, but no more does Albert know how to express it modestly and decently. Out there we say it in a single word, but here, to such a lady, all at once he remembers his school days and finishes hastily. "He wants to leave the room, sister." "Ah," says the sister, but he shouldn't climb out of his bed with his plaster bandage. "What do you want then?" she says, turning to me. I am in mortal terror at this new turn, for I haven't any idea what the things are called professionally. She comes to my help. "Little or big, this shocking business." I sweat like a pig and say shyly, "Well, only quite a little one." At any rate, it produces the effect. I get a bottle. After a few hours, I'm no longer the only one, and by morning we are quite accustomed to it and ask for what we want without any false modesty. The train travels slowly. Sometimes it halts and the dead are unloaded. It halts often. Albert is feverish. I feel miserable and have a good deal of pain, but the worst of it is that apparently there's still lice under the plaster bandage. They itch terribly, and I cannot scratch myself. We sleep through the days. The country glides quietly past the window. The third night, we reach Herbstow. I hear from the sister that Albert is to be put off at the next station because of his fever. "How far does the train go?" I ask. "To Cologne." "Albert," I say. We stick together, you see. On the sister's next round, I hold my breath and press it up into my head. My face swells and turns red. She stops. "Are you in pain?" "Yes," I groan. All of a sudden, she gives me a thermometer and goes on. I would not have been under Cat's tuition if I did not know what to do now. These army thermometers are not made for old soldiers. All one has to do is to drive the quicksilver up, and then it stays there without falling again. I stick the thermometer under my arm at a slant and flip it steadily with my forefinger. Then I give a shake. I send it up to 100.2 degrees. But that is not enough. A match held cautiously near to it brings it up to 101.6 degrees. As the sister comes back, I blow myself out, breathe in short gasps, goggle at her with vacant eyes, toss about restlessly, and mutter in a whisper, "I can't bear it any longer." She notes me down on a slip of paper. I know perfectly well my plaster bandage will not be reopened if it can be avoided. Albert and I are put off together. Asterisk, asterisk. We are in the same room in a Catholic hospital. That is a piece of luck. The Catholic infirmaries are noted for their good treatment and good food. The hospital has been filled up from our train. There are a great many bad cases amongst them. We do not get examined today because there are too few surgeons. The flat trolleys with the rubber wheels pass continually along the corridor, and always with someone stretched at full length upon them. A damnable position, stretched out at full length like that. The only time it is good is when one is asleep. The night is very disturbed. No one can sleep. Toward morning, we doze a little. I wake up just as it grows light. The door stands open, and I hear voices from the corridor. The others wake up too. One fellow, who has been there a couple of days, already explains it to us. Up here in the corridor, every morning the sisters say prayers. They call it morning devotion, and so that you can get your share, they leave the door open. No doubt it is well meant, but it gives us aches in our head and bones. Such an absurdity, I say, just when a man dropped off to sleep. All the light cases are up here. That's why they do it here, he replies. Albert groans. I get furious and call out, "Be quiet out there." A minute later, a sister appears. In her black and white dress, she looks like a beautiful tea cozy. "Shut the door, will you, sister?" says someone. "We are saying prayers. That is why the door is open," she responds. "But we want to go on sleeping. Prayer is better than sleep." She stands there and smiles innocently. And it is 7 o'clock already. Albert groans again. "Shut the door," I snort. She's quite disconcerted. Apparently, she cannot understand. "But we're saying prayers for you too. Shut the door anyway." She disappears, leaving the door open. The intoning of the litany proceeds. I feel savage and say, "I'm going to count up to 3. If it doesn't stop before then, I'll let something fly." "Me too," says another. I count up to 5. Then I take hold of a bottle, aim, and heave it through the door into the corridor. It smashes into 1,000 pieces. The praying stops. A swarm of sisters appear and reproach us in concert. "Shut the door," we yell. They withdraw. The little one who came first is the last to go. "Heathen," she chirps, but shuts the door all the same. We have one. Asterisk, asterisk. At noon, the hospital inspector arrives and abuses us. He threatens us with clink and all the rest of it. But a hospital inspector is just the same as a commissariat inspector or anyone else who wears a long dagger and shoulder straps, but is really a clerk and is never considered even by a recruit as a real officer. So we let him talk. What can they do to us anyway? "Who threw the bottle?" he asks. Before I can think whether I should report myself, someone says, "I did." A man with a bristling beard sits up. Everyone is excited. Why should he report himself? You? Yes. I was annoyed because we were waked up unnecessarily and lost my senses so that I did not know what I was doing. He talked like a book. "What is your name?" "Reinforcement Reservist Joseph Hamaker." The inspector departs. We are all curious. "But why did you say you did it?" "It wasn't you at all." He grins. "That doesn't matter. I have a shooting license." Then, of course, we all understand. Whoever has a shooting license can do just whatever he pleases. "Yes," he explains, "I got a crack in the head, and they presented me with a certificate to say that I was periodically not responsible for my actions. Ever since then, I've had a grand time. No one dares to annoy me, and nobody does anything to me. I reported myself because the shot amused me. If they open the door again tomorrow, we will pitch another." We are overjoyed. With Joseph Hamaker in our midst, we can now risk anything. Then come the soundless, flat trolleys to take us away. The bandages are stuck fast. We bellow like steers. Asterisk, asterisk. There are 8 men in our room. Peter, a curly, black-haired fellow, has the worst injury, a severe lung wound. Franz Wachter, alongside him, has a shot in the arm which didn't look too bad at first. But the third night he calls out to us, telling us to ring. He thinks he has a hemorrhage. I ring loudly. The night's sister does not come. We have been making rather heavy demands on her during the night, because we have all been freshly bandaged and so have a good deal of pain. One wants his leg placed so, another so, a third wants water, a fourth wants her to shake up his pillow. In the end, the buxom old body grumbled bad-temperedly and slammed the doors. Now no doubt she thinks it is something of the same sort, and so she is not coming. We wait. Then Franz says, "Ring again." I do so. Still she does not put in an appearance. In our wing, there is only one night sister. Perhaps she has something to do in one of the other rooms. "Franz, are you quite sure you are bleeding?" I ask. "Otherwise we shall be getting cursed again." The bandage is wet. Can't anybody make a light? That cannot be done either. The switch is by the door, and none of us can stand up. I hold my thumb against the button of the bell till it becomes numb. Perhaps the sister has fallen asleep. They certainly have a great deal to do and are all overworked day after day. And added to that is the everlasting praying. "Should we smash a bottle?" asks Joseph Hamaker of the shooting license. She wouldn't hear that any more than the bell. At last the door opens. The old lady appears, mumbling. When she perceives Franz's trouble, she begins to bustle and says, "Why did not someone say I was wanted?" We did ring, and none of us here can walk. He has been bleeding badly, and she binds him up. In the morning we look at his face. It has become sharp and yellow, whereas the evening before he looked almost healthy. Now a sister comes oftener. Asterisk, asterisk. Sometimes there are Red Cross voluntary aid sisters. They are pleasant, but often rather unskilled. They frequently give us pain when remaking our beds, and then are so frightened that they hurt us still more. The nuns are more reliable. They know how they must take hold of us, but we would be more pleased if they were somewhat more cheerful. A few of them have real spirit. They are superb. There is no one who would not do anything for Sister Libertine, this marvelous sister, who spreads good cheer through the whole wing even when she can only be seen in the distance. And there are others like her. We would go through fire for her. A man cannot really complain. Here he is treated by the nuns exactly like a civilian. On the other hand, just to think of a garrison hospital gives a man the creeps. Franz Wachter does not regain his strength. One day he is taken away and does not come back. Joseph Hamaker knows all about it. We shan't see him again. They have put him in the dead room. "What do you mean, dead room?" asked Kropp. "Well, dying room." "What is that, then?" "A little room at the corner of the building. Whoever is about to kick the bucket is put in there. There are 2 beds in it. It is generally called the dying room. But what do they do that for? They don't have so much work to do afterwards. It is more convenient, too, because it lies right beside the lift to the mortuary. Perhaps also they do it for the sake of the others, so that no one in the ward dies in sympathy. And they can look after him better, too, if he is by himself. But what about him?" Joseph shrugs his shoulders. "Usually he doesn't take much notice anymore." "Does everybody know about it, then?" "Anyone who has been here long enough knows, of course." Asterisk, asterisk. In the afternoon, Franz Wachter's bed has a fresh occupant. A couple of days later, they take the new man away, too. Joseph makes a significant gesture. We see many come and go. Often relatives sit by the beds and weep or talk softly and awkwardly. One old woman will not go away, but she cannot stay there the whole night through. Another morning, she comes very early, but not early enough, for as she goes up to the bed, someone else is in it already. She has to go to the mortuary. The apples that she has brought with her, she gives to us. And then little Peter begins to get worse. His temperature chart looks bad, and one day the flat trolley stands beside his bed. "Where to?" he asks. "To the bandaging ward." He is lifted out, but the sister makes the mistake of removing his tunic from the hook and putting it on the trolley too, so that she should not have to make 2 journeys. Peter understands immediately and tries to roll off the trolley. "I'm stopping here." They push him back. He cries out feebly with his shattered lung, "I won't go to the dying room. But we are going to the bandaging ward." "Then what do you want my tunic for?" He can speak no more. Hoarse, agitated, he whispers, "Stopping here." They do not answer, but wheel him out. At the door, he tries to raise himself up. His black, curly head sways, his eyes are full of tears. "I will come back again. I will come back again," he cries. The door shuts. We are all excited, but we say nothing. At last Joseph says, "Many a man has said that. Once a man is in there, he never comes through. Asterisk, asterisk. I am operated on and vomit for 2 days. My bones will not grow together," so the surgeon's secretary says. Another fellow's have grown crooked. His are broken again. It is disgusting. Among our new arrivals, there are 2 young soldiers with flat feet. The chief surgeon discovers them on his rounds and is overjoyed. "We'll soon put that right," he tells them. "We will just do a small operation, and then you will have perfectly sound feet. Enter them down, sister." As soon as he is gone, Joseph, who knows everything, warns them, "Don't you let him operate on you." That is a special scientific stunt of the old boy's. He goes absolutely crazy whenever he can get hold of anyone to do it on. He operates on you for flat feet. And there's no mistake, you don't have them anymore. You have club feet instead, and have to walk all the rest of your life on sticks. "What should a man do then?" asks one of them. "Say no. You are here to be cured of your wound, not your flat feet. Did you have any trouble with them in the field? No, well, there you are. At present you can still walk, but if once the old boy gets you under the knife, you'll be cripples. What he wants is little dogs to experiment with. So the war is a glorious time for him, as it is for all the surgeons. You take a look down below at the staff. There are a dozen fellows hobbling around that he has operated on. A lot of them have been here all the time, since 14 and 15. Not a single one of them can walk better than he could before, almost all of them worse, and most only with plaster legs. Every 6 months, he catches them again and breaks their bones afresh, and every time is going to be the successful one. You take my word, he won't dare to do it if you say no. "ACH man," says one of the 2 unfortunates, "better your feet than your brain box. There's no telling what you'll get if you go back out there again. They can do with me just as they please, so long as I get back home. Better to have a club foot than be dead." The other, a young fellow like ourselves, won't have it done. One morning the old man has the 2 hauled up and lectures and jaws at them so long that in the end they consent. What else could they do? They're mere privates, and he is a big bug. They are brought back chloroformed and plastered. Asterisk, asterisk. It is going badly with Albert. They have taken him and amputated his leg. The whole leg has been taken off from a thigh. Now he hardly speaks anymore. Once he says he will shoot himself the first time he can get hold of his revolver again. A new convoy arrives. Our room gets 2 blind men. One of them is a very youthful musician. The sisters never have a knife with them when they feed him. He has already snatched one from a sister. But in spite of this caution, there is an incident. In the evening, while he is being fed, the sister is called away and leaves the plate with the fork on his table. He gropes for the fork, seizes it, and drives it with all his force against his heart. Then he snatches up a shoe and strikes with it against the handle as hard as he can. We call for help, and 3 men are necessary to take the fork away from him. The blunt prongs had already penetrated deep. He abuses us all night so that no one could go to sleep. In the morning, he has lockjaw. Again, beds become empty. Day after day goes by with pain and fear, groans, and death gurgles. Even the death room is no use anymore. It is too small. Fellows die during the night in our room. They go even faster than the sisters can cope with them. But one day the door flies open, the flat trolley rolls in, and there on the stretcher, pale, thin, upright, and triumphant, with a shaggy head of curls, sits Peter. Sister Libertine, with beaming looks, pushes him over to his former bed. He is back from the dying room. We have long supposed him dead. He looks round. What do you say now? And even Joseph has to admit that it is the first time he has ever known of such a thing. Asterisk, asterisk. Gradually a few of us venture to stand up, and I am given crutches to hobble around on. But I do not make much use of them. I cannot bear Albert's gaze as I move about the room. His eyes always follow me with such a strange look. So I sometimes escape to the corridor. There I can move about more freely. On the next floor below are the abdominal and spine cases, head wounds, and double amputations. On the right side of the wing are the jaw wounds, gas cases, nose, ear, and neck wounds. On the left, the blind and the lung wounds, pelvis wounds, wounds in the joints, wounds in the testicles, wounds in the intestines. Here a man realizes for the first time in how many places a man can get hit. Two fellows die of tetanus. Their skin turns pale, their limbs stiffen, at last only their eyes live stubbornly. Many of the wounded have their shattered limbs hanging free in the air from a gallows. Underneath the wound a basin is placed into which the pus drips. Every 2 or 3 hours the vessel is emptied. Other men lie in stretching bandages with heavy weights hanging from the end of the bed. I see intestine wounds that are constantly full of excreta. The surgeon's clerk shows me X-ray photographs of completely smashed hip bones, knees, and shoulders. A man cannot realize that above such shattered bodies, there are still human faces in which life goes its daily round. And this is only one hospital, one single station. There are hundreds of thousands in Germany, hundreds of thousands in France, hundreds of thousands in Russia. How senseless is everything that can ever be written, done, or thought when such things are possible? It must all be lies and of no account when the culture of 1,000 years could not prevent this stream of blood being poured out, these torture chambers in their hundreds of thousands. A hospital alone shows what war is. I am young. I am 20 years old. Yet I know nothing of life but despair, death, fear, and fatuous superficiality cast over an abyss of sorrow. I see how peoples are set against one another, and in silence, unknowingly, foolishly, obediently, innocently slay one another. I see that the keenest brains of the world invent weapons and words to make it yet more refined and enduring. And all men of my age, here and over there, throughout the whole world, see these things. All my generation is experiencing these things with me. What would our fathers do if we suddenly stood up and came before them and proffered our account? What do they expect of us if a time ever comes when the war is over? Through the years, our business has been killing. It was our first calling in life. Our knowledge of life is limited to death. What will happen afterwards? And what shall come out of us? Asterisk, asterisk. The oldest man in our room is Lewandowski. He is 40 and has already lain 10 months in the hospital with a severe abdominal wound. Just in the last few weeks, he has improved sufficiently to be able to hobble about doubled up. For some days past, he has been in great excitement. His wife has written to him from the little home in Poland where she lives, telling him that she has saved up enough money to pay for the fare and is coming to see him. She is already on the way and may arrive any day. Lewandowski has lost his appetite. He even gives away red cabbage and sausage after he has had a couple of mouthfuls. He goes round the room perpetually with the letter. Everyone has already read it a dozen times. The postmarks have been examined heaven knows how often. The address is hardly legible any longer for spots of grease and thumb marks. And in the end, what is sure to happen, happens. Lewandowski develops a fever and has to go back to bed. He has not seen his wife for 2 years. In the meantime, she has given birth to a child, whom she is bringing with her. But something else occupies Lewandowski's thoughts. He had hoped to get permission to go out when his old woman came. For obviously seeing is all very well, but when a man gets his wife again after such a long time, if at all possible, a man wants something else besides. Lewandowski has discussed it all with us at great length. In the army, there are no secrets about such things. And what's more, nobody finds anything objectionable in it. Those of us who are already able to go out have told him of a couple of very good spots in the town, parks and squares, where he would not be disturbed. One of us even knows of a little room. But what is the use? There Lewandowski lies in bed with his troubles. Life holds no more joy for him if he has to forego this affair. We console him and promise to get over the difficulty somehow or other. One afternoon his wife appears, a tousled little thing with anxious, quick eyes like a bird, in a sort of black, crinkly mantilla with ribbons. Heaven knows where she inherited the thing. She murmurs something softly and stands shyly in the doorway. It terrifies her that there are 6 of us men present. "Well, Marja," says Lewandowski, and gulps dangerously with his Adam's apple. "You can come in all right, they won't hurt you." She goes the round and proffers each of us her hand. Then she produces the child, which in the interval has done something in its napkin. From a large handbag embroidered with pearls, she takes out a clean one and makes the child fresh and presentable. This dispels her first embarrassment, and the two begin to talk. Lewandowski is very fidgety. Every now and then he squints across at us, most unhappily with his round goggle eyes. The time is favorable. The doctor's visit is over. At the most, there couldn't be more than one sister left in the ward. So one of us goes out to prospect. He comes back and nods. Not a soul to be seen. Now's your chance, Johann, set to. The two speak together in an undertone. The woman turns a little red and looks embarrassed. We grin good-naturedly and make pooh-poohing gestures. What does it matter? The devil take all the conventions. They were made for other times. Here lies the carpenter Johann Lewandowski, a soldier shot to a cripple, and there is his wife. Who knows when he will see her again? He wants to have her, and he should have her good. Two men stand at the door to forestall the sisters and keep them occupied if they chance to come along. They agree to stand guard for a quarter of an hour or thereabouts. Lewandowski can only lie on his side, so one of us props a couple of pillows against his back. Albert gets the child to hold. We all turn round a bit. The black mantilla disappears under the bedclothes. We make a great clatter and play scat noisily. All goes well. I hold a club solo with 4 jacks, which nearly goes the round. In the process, we almost forget Lewandowski. After a while, the child begins to squall, although Albert, in desperation, rocks it to and fro. Then there's a bit of creaking and rustling, and as we look up casually, we see that the child has the bottle in its mouth and is back again with its mother. The business is over. We now feel ourselves like one big family. The woman is rather quieter, and Lewandowski lies there sweating and beaming. He unpacks the embroidered handbag, and a couple of good sausages comes to light. Lewandowski takes up the knife with a flourish and saws the meat into slices. With a handsome gesture, he waves toward us, and the little woman goes from one to the other and smiles at us and hands round the sausage. She now looks quite handsome. We call her Mother. She is pleased and shakes up our pillows for us. Asterisk, asterisk. After a few weeks, I have to go each morning to the massage department. There my leg is harnessed up and made to move. The arm has healed long since. New convoys arrive from a line. The bandages are no longer made of cloth, but of white crepe paper. Rag bandages have become scarce at the front. Albert's stump heals well. The wound is almost closed. In a few weeks, he should go off to an institute for artificial limbs. He continues not to talk much, and is much more solemn than formerly. He often breaks off in his speech and stares in front of him. If he were not here with us, he would have shot himself long ago. But now he is over the worst of it, and he often looks on while we play scat. I get convalescent leave. My mother does not want to let me go away. She is so feeble. It is all much worse than it was last time. Then I am sent on from the base and return once more to the line. Parting from my friend Albert Kropp was very hard, but a man gets used to that sort of thing in the army. Chapter 11. We count the weeks no more. It was winter when I came up, and when the shells exploded, the frozen clods of earth were just as dangerous as the fragments. Now the trees are green again. Our life alternates between billets and the front. We have almost grown accustomed to it. War is a cause of death like cancer and tuberculosis, like influenza and dysentery. The deaths are merely more frequent, more varied and terrible. Our thoughts are clay. They are molded with the changes of the days. When we are resting, they are good. Under fire, they are dead. Fields of craters within and without. Everyone is so. Not only ourselves here, the things that existed before are no longer valid, and one practically knows them no more. Distinctions, breeding, education are changed, are almost blotted out and hardly recognizable any longer. Sometimes they give an advantage for profiting by a situation, but they also bring consequences along with them, in that they arouse prejudices which have to be overcome. It is as though formerly we were coins of different provinces, and now we are melted down and all bear the same stamp. To rediscover the old distinctions, the metal itself must be tested. First we are soldiers, and afterwards, in a strange and shamefaced fashion, individual men as well. It is a great brotherhood, which to a condition of life arising out of the midst of danger, out of the tension and forlornness of death, adds something of the good fellowship of the folk song, of the feeling of solidarity of convicts, and of the desperate loyalty to one another of men condemned to death, seeking in a wholly unpathetic way a fleeting enjoyment of the hours as they come. If one wants to appraise it, it is at once heroic and banal. But who wants to do that? It is this, for example, that makes Jaden spoon down his ham and pea soup in such tearing haste when an enemy attack is reported, simply because he cannot be sure that in an hour's time he will still be alive. We have discussed at length whether it is right or not to do so. Cat condemns it because, he says, a man has to reckon with the possibility of an abdominal wound, and that is more dangerous on a full stomach than on an empty one. Such things are real problems. They are serious matters to us. They cannot be otherwise. Here, on the borders of death, life follows an amazingly simple course. It is limited to what is most necessary. All else lies buried in gloomy sleep. In that lies our primitiveness and our survival. Were we more subtly differentiated, we must long since have gone mad, have deserted, or have fallen. As in a polar expedition, every expression of life must serve only the preservation of existence, and is absolutely focused on that. All else is banished because it would consume energies unnecessarily. That is the only way to save ourselves. In the quiet hours when the puzzling reflection of former days, like a blurred mirror, projects beyond me the figure of my present existence, I often sit over against myself, as before a stranger, and wonder how the unnamable active principle that calls itself life has adapted itself even to this form. All other expressions lie in a winter sleep. Life is simply one continual watch against the menace of death. It has transformed us into unthinking animals in order to give us the weapon of instinct. It has reinforced us with dullness so that we do not go to pieces before the horror, which would overwhelm us if we had clear, conscious thought. It has awakened in us the sense of comradeship so that we escape the abyss of solitude. It has lent us the indifference of wild creatures so that in spite of all we perceive the positive in every moment and store it up as a reserve against the onslaught of nothingness. Thus we live a closed, hard existence of the utmost superficiality, and rarely does an incident strike out a spark. But then unexpectedly a flame of grievous and terrible yearning flares up. Those are the dangerous moments. They show us that the adjustment is only artificial, that it is not simple rest, but sharpest struggle for rest. In the outward form of our life, we are hardly distinguishable from bushmen. But whereas the latter can be so always, because they are so truly, and at best may develop further by exertion of their spiritual forces, with us it is the reverse. Our inner forces are not exerted toward regeneration, but toward degeneration. The bushmen are primitive and naturally so, but we are primitive in an artificial sense and by virtue of the utmost effort. And at night, waking out of a dream, overwhelmed and bewitched by the crowding faces, a man perceives with alarm how slight is the support, how thin the boundary that divides him from the darkness. We are little flames poorly sheltered by frail walls against the storm of dissolution and madness, in which we flicker and sometimes almost go out. Then the muffled roar of the battle becomes a ring that encircles us. We creep in upon ourselves, and with big eyes stare into the night. Our only comfort is the steady breathing of our comrades asleep, and thus we wait for the morning. Asterisk, asterisk. Every day and every hour, every shell and every death cuts into this thin support, and the years waste it rapidly. I see how it is already gradually breaking down around me. There is the mad story of deterring. He was one of those who kept himself to himself. His misfortune was that he saw a cherry tree in a garden. We were just coming back from the front line, and at a turning of the road near our new billets, marvelous in the morning twilight, stood this cherry tree before us. It had no leaves, but was one white mass of blossom. In the evening deterring was not to be seen. Then at last he came back and had a couple of branches of cherry blossom in his hand. We made fun of him and asked whether he was going to a wedding. He made no answer, but laid them on his bed. During the night, I heard him making a noise. He seemed to be packing. I sensed something amiss and went over to him. He made out it was nothing, and I said to him, "Don't do anything silly, deterring." "It's why. It's merely that I can't sleep. What did you pick the cherry branches for?" I might have been going to get some more cherry branches, he replied, evasively. And after a while, I have a big orchard with cherry trees at home. When they are in blossom, from the hay loft they look like one single sheet, so white. It is just the time. Perhaps you will get leaves soon. You may even be sent back as a farmer. He nodded, but he was far away. When these peasants are excited, they have a curious expression, a mixture of cow and yearning God, half stupid and half rapt. In order to turn him away from his thoughts, I asked him for a piece of bread. He gave it to me without a murmur. That was suspicious, for he is usually tight-fisted. So I stayed awake. Nothing happened. In the morning, he was as usual. Apparently, he had noticed that I had been watching him. But the second morning after he was gone, I noticed it, but said nothing in order to give him time. He might perhaps get through. Various fellows have already got into Holland. But at roll call he was missed. A week after we heard that he had been caught by the field gendarmes, those despicable military police. He had headed toward Germany. That was hopeless, of course. And, of course, he did everything else just as idiotically. Anyone might have known that his flight was only homesickness and a momentary aberration. But what does a court-martial hundreds of miles behind the front line know about it? We have heard nothing more of deterring. Asterisk, asterisk. But sometimes it broke out in other ways, this danger, these pin-up things as from an overheated boiler. It will be enough to tell how Berger met his end. Our trenches have now, for some time, been shot to pieces, and we have an elastic line, so that there is practically no longer any proper trench warfare. When attack and counterattack have waged backwards and forwards, there remains a broken line and a bitter struggle from crater to crater. The front line has been penetrated, and everywhere small groups have established themselves. The fight is carried on from clusters of shell holes. We are in a crater. The English are coming down obliquely. They're turning our flank and working in behind us. We are surrounded. It is not easy to surrender. Fog and smoke hang over us. No one would recognize that we wanted to give ourselves up, and perhaps we don't want to. A man doesn't even know himself at such moments. We hear the explosions of the hand grenades coming toward us. Our machine gun sweeps over the semicircle in front of us. The cooling water evaporates. We hastily pass round the case. Every man pisses in it, and thus we again have water and are able to continue firing. But behind us the attack crashes ever nearer. A few minutes and we are lost. Then at closest range, a second machine gun bursts out. It is set up in a crater alongside us. Berger has fetched it, and now the counterattack comes over from behind. We are set free and make contact with the rear. Afterwards, as we lie in comparatively good cover, one of the food carriers reports that a couple of 100 yards distant there lies a wounded messenger dog. "Where?" asks Berger. The other describes the place to him. Berger goes off either to fetch the beast in or to shoot it. 6 months ago he would not have cared. He would have been reasonable. We try to prevent him. Then, as he goes off grimly, all we can say is, "You're mad," and let him go. For these cases of frontline madness become dangerous if one is not able to fling the man to the ground and hold him fast. And Berger is 6 feet and the most powerful man in the company. He is absolutely mad, for he has to pass through the barrage. But this lightning that lowers somewhere above us all has struck him and made him demented. It affects others so that they begin to rave, to run away. There was one man who even tried to dig himself into the ground with hands, feet, and teeth. It is true, such things are often simulated, but the pretense itself is a symptom. Berger, who means to finish off the dog, is carried off with a wound in the pelvis, and one of the fellows who carry him gets a bullet in the cheek while doing it. Asterisk, asterisk. Muller is dead. Someone shot him point blank with a very light in the stomach. He lived for half an hour, quite conscious and in terrible pain. Before he died, he handed over his pocketbook to me and bequeathed me his boots, the same that he once inherited from Kemmerich. I wear them, for they fit me quite well. After me, Jaden will get them. I have promised them to him. We have been able to bury Muller, but he is not likely to remain long undisturbed. Our lines are falling back. There are too many fresh English and American regiments over there. There's too much corned beef and white wheaten bread. Too many new guns. Too many airplanes. But we are emaciated and starved. Our food is so bad and mixed up with so much substitute stuff that it makes us ill. The factory owners in Germany have grown wealthy. Dysentery dissolves our bowels. The latrine poles are always densely crowded. The people at home ought to be shown these gray, yellow, miserable, wasted faces here, these bent figures from whose bodies the colic wrings out the blood, and who with lips trembling and distorted with pain, grin at one another and say, "It is not much sense pulling up one's trousers again. Our artillery is fired out. It has too few shells, and the barrels are so worn that they shoot uncertainly and scatter so widely as even to fall on ourselves. We have too few horses. Our fresh troops are anemic boys in need of rest, who cannot carry a pack, but merely know how to die. By thousands. They understand nothing about warfare. They simply go on and let themselves be shot down. A single flyer routed 2 companies of them for a joke, just as they came fresh from the train, before they had ever heard of such a thing as cover. Germany ought to be empty soon, says Kat. We have given up hope that someday an end may come. We never think so far. A man can stop a bullet and be killed. He can get wounded, and then the hospital is his next stop. There, if they do not amputate him, he sooner or later falls into the hands of one of those staff surgeons who, with the war service cross in his buttonhole, says to him, "What? One leg a bit short? If you have any pluck, you don't need to run at the front." The man is A1. Dismiss. Kat tells a story that has traveled the whole length of the front from the Vosges to Flanders, of a staff surgeon who reads the names on the list, and when a man comes before him, without looking up, says, "A1, we need soldiers up there." A fellow with a wooden leg comes up before him. The staff surgeon again says A1, and then Kat raises his voice. The fellow says to him, "Already have a wooden leg, but when I go back again and they shoot off my head, then I will get a wooden head made and become a staff surgeon." This answer tickles us all immensely. There may be good doctors, and there are lots of them. All the same, every soldier sometime during his hundreds of inspections falls into the clutches of one of these countless hero grabbers who pride themselves on changing as many C3s and B3s as possible into A1s. There are many such stories. They are mostly far more bitter. All the same, they have nothing to do with mutiny or lead swinging. They are merely honest and call a thing by its name. For there is a very great deal of fraud, injustice, and baseness in the armied. Is it nothing that regiment after regiment returns again and again to the ever more hopeless struggle, that attack follows attack along the weakening, retreating, crumbling line? From a mockery, the tanks have become a terrible weapon. Armored, they come rolling on in long lines, and more than anything else embody for us the horror of war. We do not see the guns that bombard us. The attacking lines of the enemy infantry are men like ourselves. But these tanks are machines. Their caterpillars run on as endless as the war. They are annihilation. They roll without feeling into the craters and climb up again without stopping. A fleet of roaring, smoke-belching armor-clads, invulnerable steel beasts squashing the dead and the wounded. We shrivel up in our thin skin before them. Against their colossal weight, our arms are sticks of straw, and our hand grenades matches. Shells, gas clouds, and flotillas of tanks, shattering, starvation, death, dysentery, influenza, typhus, murder, burning death. Trenches, hospitals, the common grave. There are no other possibilities. Asterisk, asterisk. In one attack, our company commander, Bertink, falls. He was one of those superb frontline officers who are foremost in every hot place. He was with us for 2 years without being wounded, so that something had to happen in the end. We occupy a crater and get surrounded. The stink of petroleum or oil blows across with the fumes of powder. 2 fellows with a flamethrower are seen. One carries the tin on his back. The other has the hose in his hands from which the fire spouts. If they get so near that they can reach us, we are done for. We cannot retreat yet. We open fire on them, but they work nearer, and things begin to look bad. Bertink is lying in the hole with us. When he sees that we cannot escape, because under the sharp fire we must make the most of this cover, he takes a rifle, crawls out of the hole, and lying down, propped on his elbows, he takes aim. He fires. The same moment a bullet smacks into him, they have got him. Still he lies and aims again. Once he shifts and again takes his aim, at last the rifle cracks. Bertink lets the gun drop and says, "Good," and slips back into the hole. The hindermost of the two flamethrowers is hit. He falls. The hose slips away from the other fellow. The fire squirts about on all sides, and the man burns. Bertink has a chest wound. After a while, a fragment smashes away his chin, and the same fragment has sufficient force to tear open Lear's hip. Lear groans as he supports himself on his arm. He bleeds quickly. No one can help him. Like an emptying tube, after a couple of minutes he collapses. What use is it to him now that he was such a good mathematician at school? Asterisk, asterisk. The months pass by. The summer of 1918 is the most bloody and the most terrible. The days stand like angels in gold and blue, incomprehensible, above the ring of annihilation. Every man here knows that we are losing the war. Not much is said about it. We are falling back. We will not be able to attack again after this big offensive. We have no more men and no more ammunition. Still, the campaign goes on. The dying goes on. Summer of 1918. Never has life in its niggardliness seemed to us so desirable as now. The red poppies in the meadows round our billets, the smooth beetles on the blades of grass, the warm evenings in the cool, dim rooms, the black, mysterious trees of the twilight, the stars and the flowing waters, dreams and long sleep. Oh, life, life, life. Summer of 1918. Never was so much silently suffered as in the moment when we depart once again for the front line. Wild, tormenting rumors of an armistice and peace are in the air. They lay hold on our hearts and make the return to the front harder than ever. Summer of 1918. Never was life in the line more bitter and more full of horror than in the hours of the bombardment, when the blanched faces lie in the dirt and the hands clutch at the one thought. No, no, not now, not now, at the last moment. Summer of 1918. Breath of hope that sweeps over the scorched fields, raging fever of impatience, of disappointment, of the most agonizing terror of death. Insensate question. Why? Why do they not make an end? And why do these rumors of an end fly about? Asterisk, asterisk. There are so many airmen here, and they are so sure of themselves that they give chase to single individuals, just as though they were hares. For every one German plane, there come at least 5 English and American. For one hungry, wretched German soldier come 5 of the enemy, fresh and fit. For one German army loaf, there are 50 tins of canned beef over there. We are not beaten. For as soldiers, we are better and more experienced. We are simply crushed and driven back by overwhelmingly superior forces. Behind us lie rainy weeks, gray sky, gray fluid earth, gray dying. If we go out, the rain at once soaks through our overcoat and clothing, and we remain wet all the time we are in the line. We never get dry. Those who still wear high boots tie sandbags round the top so that the mud does not pour in so fast. The rifles are caked, the uniforms caked, everything is fluid and dissolved, the earth one dripping, soaked, oily mass in which lie the yellow pools with red spiral streams of blood, and into which the dead, wounded, and survivors slowly sink down. The storm lashes us. Out of the confusion of gray and yellow, the hail of splinters whips forth the childlike cries of the wounded, and in the night shattered life groans wearily to the silence. Our hands are earth, our bodies clay, and our eyes pools of rain. We do not know whether we still live. Then the heat sinks heavily into our shell holes like a jellyfish, moist and oppressive. And on one of these late summer days, while bringing food, Cat falls. We too are alone. I bind up his wound. His shin seems to be smashed. It has got the bone, and Cat groans desperately. At last, just at the last. I comfort him. Who knows how long the mess will go on yet? Now you are saved. The wound begins to bleed fast. Cat cannot be left by himself while I try to find a stretcher. Anyway, I don't know of a stretcher-bearer's post in the neighborhood. Cat is not very heavy, so I take him up on my back and start off to the dressing station with him. Twice we rest. He suffers acutely on the way. We do not speak much. I have opened the collar of my tunic and breathe heavily. I sweat and my face is swollen with the strain of carrying. All the same, I urge him to let us go on, for the place is dangerous. Shall we go on again, Cat? Must, Paul. Then come. I raise him up. He stands on the uninjured leg and supports himself against a tree. I take up the wounded leg carefully, then he gives a jump, and I take the knee of the sound leg also under my arm. The going is more difficult. Often a shell whistles across. I go as quickly as I can, for the blood from Kat's wound drips to the ground. We cannot shelter ourselves properly from the explosions. Before we can take cover, the danger is all over. We lie down in a small shell hole to rest. I give Kat some tea from my water bottle. We smoke a cigarette. Well, Kat, I say gloomily, we are going to be separated at last. He is silent and looks at me. Do you remember, Kat, how we commandeered the goose? And how you brought me out of the barrage when I was still a young recruit and was wounded for the first time? I cried then. Kat, that is almost 3 years ago. He nods. The anguish of solitude rises up in me. When Kat is taken away, I will not have one friend left. Kat, in any case, we must see one another again, if it is peacetime before you come back. Do you think that I will be marked a one again with this leg? He asks bitterly. With rest it will get better. The joint is all right. It may limp a bit. Give me another cigarette, he says. Perhaps we could do something together later on, Kat. I am very miserable. It is impossible, that Kat. Kat, my friend, Kat with the drooping shoulders and the poor, thin mustache, Kat, whom I know as I know no other man, Kat with whom I have shared these years. It is impossible that perhaps I shall not see Kat again. In any case, give me your address at home, Kat. And here is mine. I will write it down for you. I write his address in my pocketbook. How forlorn I am already, though he still sits here beside me. Couldn't I shoot myself quickly in the foot so as to be able to go with him? Suddenly Kat gurgles and turns green and yellow. Let's go on, he stammers. I jump up, eager to help him. I take him up and start off at a run, a slow, steady pace, so as not to jolt his leg too much. My throat is parched. Everything dances red and black before my eyes. I stagger on doggedly and pitilessly and at last reach the dressing station. There I drop down on my knees, but have still enough strength to fall onto the side where Kat's sound leg is. After a few minutes, I straighten myself up again. My legs and my hands tremble. I have trouble in finding my water bottle to take a pull. My lips tremble as I try to drink. But I smile. Kat is saved. After a while, I begin to sort out the confusion of voices that falls on my ears. You might have spared yourself that, says an orderly. I look at him without comprehending. He points at Kat. He is stone dead. I do not understand him. He has been hit in the shin, I say. The orderly stands still. That as well. I turn round. My eyes are still dulled. The sweat breaks out on me again. It runs over my eyelids. I wipe it away and peer at Kat. He lies still. Fainted, I say quickly. The orderly whistles softly. I know better than that. He is dead. I'll lay any money on that. I shake my head. Not possible. Only 10 minutes ago, I was talking to him. He has fainted. Kat's hands are warm. I pass my arm under his shoulders in order to rub his temples with some tea. I feel my fingers become moist. As I draw them away from behind his head, they are bloody. You see, the orderly whistles once more through his teeth. On the way, without my having noticed it, Kat has caught a splinter in the head. There's just one little hole. It must have been a very tiny, stray splinter. But it has sufficed. Kat is dead. Slowly I get up. Would you like to take his paid book and his things? The lance corporal asks me. I nod, and he gives them to me. The orderly is mystified. You are not related, are you? No, we are not related. No, we are not related. Do I walk? Have I feet still? I raise my eyes. I let them move round and turn myself with them one circle, and I stand in the midst. All is as usual. Only the militiaman Stanislaus Kaczynski has died. Then I know nothing more. Chapter 12. It is autumn. There are not many of the old hands left. I'm the last of the 7 fellows from our class. Everyone talks of peace and armistice. I'll wait. If it again proves an illusion, then they will break up. Hope is high. It cannot be taken away again without an upheaval. If there is not peace, then there will be revolution. I have 14 days rest because I have swallowed a bit of gas. In a little garden, I sit the whole day long in the sun. The armistice is coming soon. I believe it now, too. Then we will go home. Here my thoughts stop and will not go any farther. All that meets me, all that floods over me are but feelings, greed of life, love of home, yearning of the blood, intoxication of deliverance. But no aims. Had we returned home in 1916, out of the suffering and the strength of our experiences, we might have unleashed a storm. Now if we go back, we will be weary, broken, burnt out, rootless, and without hope. We will not be able to find our way anymore, and men will not understand us. For the generation that grew up before us, though it has passed these years with us here, already had a home and a calling. Now it will return to its old occupations, and the war will be forgotten, and the generation that has grown up after us will be strange to us and push us aside. We will be superfluous even to ourselves. We will grow older. A few will adapt themselves. Some others will merely submit, and most will be bewildered. The years will pass by, and in the end we shall fall into ruin. But perhaps all this that I think is mere melancholy and dismay, which will fly away as the dust when I stand once again beneath the poplars and listen to the rustling of their leaves. It cannot be that it has gone. The yearning that made our blood unquiet, the unknown, the perplexing, the oncoming things, the thousand faces of the future, the melodies from dreams and from books, the whispers and divinations of women, it cannot be that this has vanished in bombardment, in despair, in brothels. Here the trees show gay and golden. The berries of the rowan stand red among the leaves. Country roads run white out to the sky line, and the canteens hum like beehives with rumors of peace. I stand up. I am very quiet. Let the months and years come. They bring me nothing more. They can bring me nothing more. I am so alone, and so without hope that I can confront them without fear. The life that has borne me through these years is still in my hands and my eyes. Whether I have subdued it, I know not. But so long as it is there, it will seek its own way out, heedless of the will that is within me. He fell in October 1918, on a day that was so quiet and still on the whole front that the Army report confined itself to the single sentence, "All quiet on the Western Front." He had fallen forward and lay on the earth as though sleeping. Turning him over, one saw that he could not have suffered long. His face had an expression of calm, as though almost glad the end had come.